Piedmont areas. So again, it takes that cooperation. And I like to encourage folks, just be aware of where your water comes from and how much you're using in your household. At some point, you may be asked to take shorter showers or make sure your dishwasher is full before it runs. Again, those are just smart energy and water saving things that'll also cut down on your monthly water bill. So really, it's just smart to be more aware and be a little more careful about the water that you're using.
Corey, thank you so much for coming on the show with us today. Again, that is Corey Davis, assistant North Carolina State climatologist, joining us here on Pinpoint Weather University. And Corey, how can people stay connected to you guys? I know you guys are always releasing blogs and just little snippets on the drought every time the drought monitor gets released every Thursday by the United States Geological Survey. So, how can people stay connected to you guys?
Yeah, I encourage folks to go to our website. It's climate.ncsu.edu. Also, check out our social media, including at NCSCO on X. Like you said, we're posting weekly drought infographics there. We'll have blog posts a few times a month, including of a webinar that we just put on about the ongoing drought. So that's a great way for folks to learn more about how we got in this situation, what impacts it's having, and what may happen next.
All right, Corey Davis again with the North Carolina Climate Office here, Assistant North Carolina State Climatologist. Thanks again, Corey, for coming on the show with us. I'm sure that we're going to be connecting with you a lot more here, especially as this drought continues and as it takes a little bit of time to get out of this. We'll continue to work together to do it, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Brandon.
And coming up after the break, we actually have another guest that's going to be joining us on the show today. We're going to be speaking with the chair of the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council. They're letting us know how they're planning to help us get through this drought here in the state of North Carolina. Details on that coming up next on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus, talking a lot about the drought right now. The drought is getting a little bit more serious here, especially now that it's heating up. A lot more water usage is happening. People are trying to get out of the lake, and we were just talking about that with Corey Davis with the North Carolina Climate Office just a few moments ago. And now I'm actually going to be bringing on the chair of the North Carolina Advisory Council. And Klaus, we see the drought right now. Klaus and Burton joining us. You can see it's still showing that extreme drought over the area. And we spoke about probably 4 or 5 months ago. It was during the winter at some point, and we were watching this drought grow. And I feel like the drought's getting more attention now, and I feel like business is picking up for you guys there at the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council for sure.
Yeah, so back in the fall, it was already starting to form. Some areas were 3, 4 inches behind. Unfortunately, now those same areas are 12 to 15 inches behind. We've had a few rains, but nothing significant.
Now, when it comes down to you guys at the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council, what do you do now? Now that the drought's getting more extreme, now that it's creating more impacts, what is your role there now at the council?
Yeah, so it's definitely shifting into more of the education. Again, back in the fall, we're just keeping an eye on it, seeing how things progress. But now, we're going to start seeing a lot of towns putting in conservation measures, you know, pictures like that. Yeah, the lakes are going to be going down. So really getting out some of the education letting folks know what to expect and answering questions about conservation, uh, where things are headed, what people need to be doing.
And then what are some of those educational factors that you guys will be bringing in? I know you mentioned you're going to be speaking with some folks coming up here on Thursday, April 23rd, as the new drought, and just continuing to educate the public. What are some of those educational tips you're going to be handing out to the public here as we get more into this drought?
Yeah, so a lot of it tomorrow is going to be talking about how we got to where we are. You've been watching it, I've been watching it, but a lot of people, over the wintertime, maybe didn't notice that it wasn't raining as much as normal. But so talking about that and also impacts, there's a big uh, wildfire risk right now. Things are so dry and, low humidity. So, letting people know, really be careful about that. And then where they should look for information about conservation.
And another question I had too, it kind of hinges on the program you guys have there with the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council. We had a historic drought in 2007. And I believe last time you spoke to me, Klaus, you were mentioning that that was a big driver for starting programs like the one you're a chair of.
Mm. Right. And so a lot of the legislation and kind of guidelines that were put into place back in 2007, 8 are really getting implemented now. Uh, you know, Cities need to have water shortage response plans that are tied to specific triggers, conservation measures. So the 2007, 8 did kind of give the state a wake up call, and now we're putting a lot of those practices into place.
And my last question for you it just has to do with the water conservation. A lot of people have been messaging me all over social media, talking about the drought more over the last week or so. And it has been as the water conservation has really picked up. We have seen wildfire doesn't necessarily apply to everyone because not everybody burns, but everyone uses water. You need water for hydration. You need water for showers. You need water for the dishes. Even if you're trying to wash your hands, I mean, everybody uses water. So I feel like that's why the drought's getting a lot more attention now. But what are some tips that you have for the public in regards to water conservation? How can people conserve water during this time?
Yeah, so the best place for most people to look is at the utilities website. I was just looking at Charlotte Water's website, and they've got good recommendations about what sort of conservation people should be doing. A lot of just common sense, trying to be more conscientious about how much water they use. Don't if you're going to be watering the lawn, try and do it in the morning when temperatures are low. That way you get the most water on the lawn instead of evaporating. Don't try not to water the sidewalk or the street because that's just wasted. But as far as regular use, like you said, washing your hands and dishes, flushing the toilet, especially right now, it's just, be conscientious, but it's not restrictive yet.
And any other tips you might have just for the public? Anything that you think might be important to add to our conversation today about the drought? I do know that it can be a long time to recover from these. Do you think maybe this could be something we're in for the long haul?
We're definitely going to be seeing some of the impacts through the summer, even if our pattern does change in May, which, but,
Yeah.
we should be in a better shape right now than we are anyways. So, we could stay in a dry pattern. Again, we're 12, 15 inches behind. So it's going to take a while, even if we. we do get some good rains the next few months.
Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We've been talking a lot about the drought this episode, and I feel like it's warranted. A lot of questions have been coming because of the water restrictions and all the outdoor festivities that we like to do on the lake. Some of that stuff kind of coming to a halt here as temperatures warm up, and I think that is allowing people to be a little bit more concerned. The thing is, we're talking about over the break with Klaus, we were talking about how, during the winter, you might not have these impacts as much, right? We're not using as much water. And then when we get into the spring, we've got wildfire danger, but not everybody's burning. People across the Carolinas, there's some that do burn brush, but not everybody burns brush. Not everybody has a fire pit. Not everybody has a fireplace that they use. However, everybody uses water. So when you tell somebody to take a shorter shower, when you tell somebody to only use a dishwasher when the dishwasher is full, when you tell somebody they can't rinse the pollen off their car but once or twice a week, we got problems, right? It's impacting you. So now I feel like it is getting a little bit more attention, and a lot of folks are really interested. Now, as it gets attention, many folks want to know how we get out of this. Now, I'm not going to be a buzzkill here, but I do hate to say it. It's going to take time. It takes time to get out of drought. Droughts do not end in 1 month. They don't end in 3 months, especially a drought like this one that's so extreme. This is going to take several months, maybe even until later in the year to officially get over the drought. And that's only if we get into more of a rainy pattern. It could go even longer if we stay dry. I've been using the credit card example. Klaus over the break actually used a really good example. Imagine missing a paycheck for 6 months and you finally get your paycheck. You're able to eat your food, but it's not helping your debt out too much, right? So we're behind by 6 months of rain, and we need to get ahead of that by getting way over our averages over the next several months. You don't want to get too much rain to create flooding. So I want to point out one scenario that might help us. We see it a lot in late spring, early summer. It's called a cutoff low. Let me go ahead and pull it up for you full screen. So a cutoff area of low pressure, again, you've got your jet stream to the north. That is that ribbon of flow in the upper levels. That's where all your storm tracks are, up there in the upper levels along the jet stream. Jet stream controls a lot of the weather patterns. But what happens if a little piece of energy or an area of low pressure gets cut off from that? So what ends up happening is when those areas of low pressure, they get away from the jet stream, they get cut off from the main flow. And when they get cut off from the main flow, they just kind of meander around a certain area. However, if we get a cutoff low, it tends to lead to a lot of rainy weather wherever it sits because it's just constantly creating lift in the atmosphere to create showers and potential storms. And it's also continuing to bring in moisture in certain areas as well, which keeps the precipitation higher for several days. So this is a look at a scenario, again, that we can tend to see late spring, early summer as we get into that time period. Sometimes you get little areas of low pressure cut off from the main flow of the jet stream. And that area of low pressure that gets cut off from the jet stream from the main flow, it can actually create more of a Gulf moisture stream for us here in the Carolinas and across the eastern U.S. And it can lead to several days of rainfall as you're getting that continuous Gulf moisture. It's a really good pattern to get us out of drought. I shouldn't say get us out, but at least help alleviate things. Something we'll be watching for that several months. We need cutoff lows like this. Now, there's another scenario that can help you get out of a drought. It's a scenario I don't really want, but it's a tropical system. Tropical systems can create abundant amount of moisture over an area. But when tropical systems make landfall, they also can lead to catastrophic impacts like storm surge, damaging winds. You also can get, we saw with Hurricane Helene how historic that storm was. Even if you get a weaker tropical cyclone, it can cause significant issues as well. So that's why I've been seeing a lot of people say, oh, tropical cyclone, yeah, that can help us out. But I don't really want that because I think it can lead to even greater impacts than what we're seeing right now. Drought's a quiet impact when it comes down to weather. Before we go, I just want to mention this. Drought, it's quite see destruction with it. You don't see mass damage and destruction over areas after a drought. You see low water levels. You have a lot of water conservation, different things like that. And you do get concerned about maybe water supply running low. However, you don't see the mass destruction that you see after a tornado or after a tropical system, things like that. So how do we end this without creating mass damage? Well, I think a cutoff low would be a good way of doing that, or several cold fronts one week and another week and another week. And then the other thing you don't want too much rain in one week to create flooding, because whenever you have dry soil like we have right now, let me show you this clip here. Again, this is pretty dry soil. I mean, you're looking at this is Lake Wiley here that's running low. And again, we are talking about very dry soil. So whenever the water hits the soil, it doesn't immediately saturate into it. It just kind of sits there. So if you get heavy rain or heavy amounts of rain in one week, it can actually cause flooding issues pretty quickly because you get runoff very easily. So just some things to think about. We're in a drought. We're going to get through it together, and we're going to work together. How do I always end the show in Pinpoint Weather University? I say take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. I'm taping this on Earth Day. We're continuing to take care of our earth, and we're doing it together. And that's how we do it, folks. That's how you get through things. That's how we've been through Helene. That's how we're going to get through this drought. That's how we're going to get through things in the foreseeable future. That's going to do it for this episode of Pinpoint Weather University. Take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together, my friends. Y'all be easy. Be careful.
Pineville's public library killing the driver. The details we're now learning about the deadly crash. Brandon?
The exclamation points as I wanted to on this. Rain has been the big story today. We're finally getting some wet weather, and guess what? We're not done with the rain yet. Much more needed rain as we head towards tomorrow. We'll top it out for you coming up here at noon.
And a planned teacher rally leaving classrooms empty across the Tar Heel state. The growing list of school districts moving to cancel classes this Friday. Good afternoon, I'm Savannah Rudisell in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, we are getting some much needed rain moving through the Charlotte area. Taking a live look now at all of the dreary skies you're seeing around the Queen City. While today's round of wet weather is moving out, more rain still headed our way this week. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. And Brandon, you're tracking more storms coming through tomorrow. Now, even with 2 good bursts, is this enough to kind of help our drought situation?
You know, it's going to allow the drought to not get worse. It prevents us from getting worse this week. That's the good news. The bad news is it's not really putting too much of a dent in the drought. We need like a 1 to 2 inch rainfall event to really help us out and start bringing really good relief to the drought. Now, this is a look at estimated rainfall today. Now, I know it says 0 inches for Charlotte. We have seen rain today, probably about 1/10 of an inch or so in Charlotte. I was just looking at the airport. They're reporting 1/10 of an inch so far this morning up at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. But as you're getting further west, 1/2 an inch up towards the mountains and foothills, southeast of I-85, more of the lighter rain. Didn't get a lot of downpours, so only about 1/10 or so as you're getting southeast of Charlotte. So good. This is rain. We needed it. We needed the rain, and we finally got it today. But now things are drying out. Notice the rain is really moving out of our area. Southeast of Charlotte, you still have a few lingering showers, maybe over southern Chesterfield County, but Lancaster County, Chester County, you are now drying out. And that'll be the story here for the rest of the day. We continue to dry things out through the afternoon. The clouds are going to hold tough. It'll be kind of an overcast day, gloomy conditions through the afternoon, evening, and then overnight tonight, we'll be tracking our next rain chances. We'll go into tomorrow morning. Only in the 50s right now. It's actually kind of chilly here at lunch. We've got high temperatures only around 70 degrees. If we get a little bit of sun, that might allow temperatures to boost up warmer than that. But it's mostly cloudy and cool for the day. Coming up in just a bit, we'll time out the rain chances for tomorrow and let you know just how much we could experience then. Coming up here in just a little bit. Savannah.
Business owners in Statesville are voicing concerns over water restriction enforcement. Heavy fines are set to begin next week. Under the current Stage 3 restrictions, whichever side of the street homeowners live on will determine which day they can water the yard. Officials say residents are not allowed to wash their car at home, power wash sidewalks or buildings, or fill up their pools. Statesville authorities say the restrictions are voluntary, but repeat offenders could be fined up to $600. Some local entrepreneurs say they're making some minor changes to stay in compliance, while residents hope local businesses won't be impacted too much.
I think that's going to be an unreasonable ask for a lot of people. That's going to kill a lot of businesses like HVAC and people that pressure wash for a living. There's a lot of businesses that are going to rely on that. That's going to hurt.
New water restriction enforcement officially starts Monday. The city's encouraging residents to plan any necessary water use for early morning or late evening. Water restrictions also in place for all of Iredell County and across the Charlotte Metro. Local officials asking residents to voluntarily cut back on outdoor water use with the ongoing drought. As communities put new restrictions into place, they would be expected to come up this Friday. Now, you can stay up to date on just how much the drought is impacting your neighborhood by downloading our Pinpoint Weather app. This is free to download in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. New video this afternoon shows the moment a driver crashed into Pineville's Town Hall and Library building. This happened last night around 9:30. Authorities tell us the driver, Soliman Bakayoko, lost control after crossing the railroad tracks at a high speed. The 22-year-old was then pronounced dead on the scene. Officers say no one else was hurt. Our crews at the scene early this morning reported some heavy damage still to the side of the building. Officials confirmed that the vehicle crashed through the building's downstairs area, and a death investigation is now underway. Meanwhile, this person giving driving at the range a whole new meaning. Police say the man broke through a fence and drove an SUV onto the range at a University City Topgolf. A police report on the incident early Sunday morning shows the driver caused thousands of dollars in damage and threatened Topgolf employees. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer talked with one of the witnesses.
Not using a driver, but literally driving as people were hitting golf balls at one of Charlotte's Topgolf locations. This police report shows that joyride caused about $5,000 worth of damage.
Everybody was really just confused. Everybody didn't really understand what was going on at first.
It's not something you see every day or really any day.
He drove through the back net with his car and then he just started driving around.
Ibrahim Burhan captured this video on his cell phone of a man's vehicle on the driving range at the University City Topgolf at about 12:15 Sunday morning.
His car was bashed up, his headlights were out, and I don't think he even knew what he was doing.
Burhan tells me he saw the man at the bar earlier in the night.
The bartenders had to cut him off, and obviously they made the right choice.
The ride lasted about 10 minutes, leaving the dozens of golfers there at the time almost at a loss for words.
It was pretty surreal. Everybody had to stop and not hit golf balls anymore.
Burhan says Topgolf employees eventually guided the driver off the range. A Topgolf spokesperson released a statement saying, in part, the safety of our players and playmakers is our top priority, and we are grateful that no one was injured. That spokesperson also said the nets have been temporarily repaired and the Topgolf is open for normal operations. In Northeast Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
A Gastonia man is facing charges in connection with the deadly shooting that happened nearly a month ago. Gastonia police say Elijah Craig shot and killed 19-year-old Isaiah Wilson on April 1st at the Fairhaven Place Apartments on Hine Way. Authorities say an 18-year-old was also injured in the shooting and was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Craig is charged with first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder. He's also facing charges for motor vehicle larceny out of Mecklenburg County. Craig is set to make his first court appearance this afternoon in Gaston County, and a judge has not yet set his bond. A North Carolina soldier accused of using classified information to win more than $400,000 on a prediction market will appear in New York federal court today. Prosecutors say Master Sergeant Gannon Van Dyke placed $33,000 in wages ahead of the January operation to seize Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Van Dyke is a special operations soldier based at Fort Bragg. Now, the case has been moved to New York City, where the company behind the prediction market is based. The soldier is free out on bond. Queen City News spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes about the charges that the suspect is facing.
Wire fraud, 20 years in prison, can increase to 30 if it involves financial institution or disaster relief fraud. And this doesn't do that, but 20 years. Commodities fraud, 25. Theft of non-public government information, 10. Unlawful use of government confidential information, 5. And unlawful monetary transaction, 10. I mean, so theoretically 60 to 70 years, and these typically would stack on top of each other.
And for the full conversation with Khalif, you can head over to our website, qcnews.com. You're looking live now at the nation's capital, where a historic moment in Washington is set to happen today as King Charles is set to address a joint session of Congress. The King and Queen Camilla are in the U.S. for the first visit by a British monarch in nearly 2 decades. And as Trevor Shirley reports, it comes amid strained relations between the U.S. and the U.K. and during heightened security checks following the assassination attempt in Washington.
We're expecting the King's speech today to focus on things like shared history, alliances, and democracy, and keeping that relationship between the U.S. and U.K. steady when the politics aren't always that way. King Charles III and Queen Camilla arriving at the White House today, being greeted by President Trump. This visit comes as President Trump has repeatedly bashed UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer over his reluctance to help the U.S. war effort in Iran. The King will likely later today highlight the importance of the bond these two countries have. Congressional leaders say the address to Congress is meant to celebrate the so-called special relationship between the U.S. and the U.K. Later tonight, the King and Queen will attend a state dinner here at the White House before they then travel to New York City for a stop at the 9/11 Memorial tomorrow. And then it's on to Virginia Thursday for events tied to conservation work. King Charles's 4-day visit this week comes as Washington gears up to mark 250 years since American independence from Great Britain. The King's Day today began with an Oval Office meeting with President Trump. Security has certainly been stepped up since the shooting on Saturday night at the Washington Hilton. President Trump says the King will feel safe during his visit, but security in Washington is no doubt under a microscope after Saturday's attack. The weekend shooting sparking a last-minute review of the 4-day visit. The Buckingham Palace said the King and Queen will continue their visit and events as planned. And it is likely that despite this visit going forward, some of the events were altered slightly because of security concerns. Reporting at the White House, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
Gaston County schools will be closed for students this Friday due to a planned teacher protest in Raleigh. School leaders announced the decision to parents last night. Education leaders say they don't have enough substitute teachers and office personnel to cover the positions for all who requested leave to attend the rally. Friday instead will be an optional teacher workday. Classes also canceled Friday for Kannapolis City Schools and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, as teachers from those districts also plan to attend the rally. At the center of this event in the state's capital is a push for higher teacher pay. We'll have more on the demands from educators coming up in our next half hour. And Gaston County commissioners will consider a potential sales tax to help fund the public school district. It would be a 1/4% tax, with the money reportedly going into teacher supplements. It comes as Gaston County school leaders are discussing layoffs and budget cuts. A group supporting the education tax is asking people to attend tonight's 6 o'clock county commission meeting. Members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board, they'll vote tonight on the district's proposed budget for next year. Administrators proposed a nearly $2 billion operating budget, with 78% of the funding going towards salaries and benefits. The plan calls for 3% raises for teachers based on projected state funding, but administrators say they can't guarantee the state's money as lawmakers have yet to pass a budget. Officials cracking down on unsupervised teenagers at Camp North End. The new curfew in place and why some business owners aren't on board with the new rules. Plus, another Mecklenburg County lawmaker is leaving the Democrats, why they no longer want to be part of the party, and where they're headed next. The home of a late Charlotte CEO is now up for sale. How the home becomes a reflection of his legacy. Brandon?
We've been longing for rain around here in the Carolinas, and we finally got some rain this morning. Not enough to really dent the drought, but here's the deal. That rain is gone. Cold front's to our west, so we still have another cold front to get through here tomorrow, which means more rain is on the way. We'll time out when the rain gets here again tomorrow, and we'll also talk about just how much rain we'll get with this next wave coming up on the other side.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored, most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. The home of a Charlotte CEO who died last year is now on the market. Queen City News reporter David Schumann spoke to the real estate agent who's also a friend of the late Lending Tree founder.
This home makes everybody feel very emotional when you come through the front door.
Some of the emotion for Eliza Caminiti when she walks through the doors here is grief. Caminiti was friends with the former owner, Doug Lebda, the Lending Tree CEO who died in an ATV accident last fall. She's now the real estate agent selling his South Charlotte home.
My first time really getting to hang out with them, I remember him saying to me, what do you do? And I said, oh, I'm in real estate. And he said, you're gonna be the best real estate agent in Charlotte. I'm gonna do my damnedest to make sure you're the best real estate agent in Charlotte. And it was, I left there that night going, wow.
That's the kind of man Caminiti says Lebda was, inspirational and finding the good in people. She believes his house, which is listed for $15 million, reflects that.
You can feel energy and a vibe in a house. And there was so much love and passion that went into building this home and making it a forever home.
Lebda was a sports fan, installing a golf simulator in the home, which is on the 15th hole of the Quail Hollow golf course. Lending Tree, the online financial platform he founded in 1996, was also a jersey sponsor for the Hornets. After Lebda's death, his wife Megan said in a statement, he was an amazing man with a heart so big it seemed to have room for everyone he met. Doug was compassionate, generous, and endlessly curious about the world and the people around him.
You just want her to be happy.
Caminiti says even at the high price point, the home's gotten more interest than her other listings.
The house has had a lot of attention. I don't think it's going to last long.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
It could get easier for prospective home buyers to qualify for a mortgage. Both Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae will allow rent payments and utility payments to be added into the calculations for credit scores. A history of on-time rent payments could help boost your score to qualify for better terms for a mortgage. Kitchens are becoming the new status symbol as luxury real estate agents report homeowners looking to flex their wealth are turning to high-end kitchen renovations. Contractors say common upgrades cost between $65,000 and $130,000 on a custom kitchen, including plumbing, walls, flooring, and electric. But some homeowners are saving a few bucks by upcycling or having their cabinets repainted instead of replaced. New on Queen City News Plus, our turnkey host Morgan Francis helps navigate the overwhelming world of estate planning and what you can do to help get affairs in order before it's too late.
Put your home in a trust.
Yeah.
What is that, and why not just put in your will, here's what I want to happen to my home? The downside of a will is that anything that passes through a will goes through probate. That's a big misconception. People think if they have a will, they're not going to, their family won't be dealing with probate, and that's not true. But the court is involved, and the court is also ensuring that creditors get paid before beneficiaries get paid. Varies state by state, but North Carolina, it's not a pleasant process. We tell clients 9 to 18 months is about how long it typically takes.
And you can watch the full episode of Turnkey right now for free if you download the Queen City News Plus app. Find that on your Roku, Samsung, Fire TV, or Apple TV device. 12:18 our time now. I want to send things over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson. And Brandon, we had a little bit of a wet start today, but as we can kind of see with this live look over Independence, kind of drying out a little bit now.
Yeah, things are drying out. It's going to be kind of a gloomy day today. Overcast, temperatures are going to be cool, struggling to get out of the 60s today. We're even struggling to get out of the 50s now, but there is more rain on the way as we head into Wednesday. 80% chance of rain as we get into Wednesday. Then we dry out for the latter half of the week, but the weekend actually trending a little bit up on the rain chances for Saturday, especially as you get further south in the Queen City News viewing area. That moisture over Saturday is going to likely be further south over the area. Something we'll continue to watch for you, but let's get you through the next 24 to 48 hours first. You can see the moisture that passes this morning. It is now south and east of us. Everybody in our Queen City News viewing area is drying out, but we have another front back to the west. That's going to be continuing to push off to the east and bring us rain chances tomorrow. So notice the severe weather threat back to the west. You're looking at Little Rock, Memphis, spots like Dallas under level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather today as that front pushes off to the east. Now for us locally, not expecting severe weather over the next couple of days here out of these systems. Again, today, the threat of any weather is pretty much gone. The rain is shifting down to the south and east, but we've got more rain chances on the way for tonight and into early Wednesday. Here's a look at the futurecast for the rest of the day. Again, cloudy, cool, just kind of a damp day today after the rain we had this morning. And then overnight tonight, notice we start getting more moisture back in here. Light showers at first overnight tonight, and then you might see a few heavier downpours blending in tomorrow morning. So very similar to how we started things this morning. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have to start with some more scattered showers, maybe a clap of thunder. Now, here's the deal. We kind of dry things out a bit around 11 to noon tomorrow, but then as the front's moving through, if we can destabilize the atmosphere, we might see a few isolated showers and storms developing as the front moves through. You can see this 5, 6 o'clock southeast of I-85. You got these little isolated individual storms developing as they shift off to the south and east. And these storms could be on the stronger side. I'm not too concerned about severe weather tomorrow. I think the instability will be low. Wind shear is going to be high enough to produce an isolated strong to severe storm. And if we see anything over our area, it's mainly going to be isolated gusty winds, maybe some hail blended in. That's really going to be the main threat side of the severe weather threat for tomorrow. Otherwise, we're getting just some beneficial rain for the area. About a 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of rain for tomorrow. And then this weekend, still a lot of uncertainty for Saturday, but could get another 1/4 of an inch of rain depending on how that system tracks through this weekend. So you look at Drought Monitor right now. This is the look at the extreme drought that continues to grow over the area. I expect this is going to stay about the same for Thursday. With the Thursday update, I don't expect many changes. That's the good news with this rain, though, is that we're not getting worse. You know, the wildfire threat's getting lowered temporarily, the pollen's washing away, and we're getting kind of a slowdown in this worsening drought trend we've been seeing lately. 50s right now. If we get a little bit of sun this afternoon, maybe we get up to 70, but I'm starting to think we're probably going to be more so towards the mid to upper 60s. Same with the mountains today. Just a cool afternoon, especially with all the clouds around. Lows tonight in the 50s and low 60s, and then tomorrow, I do think we get a bit warmer, mid-70s, also mid-60s in the mountains. I just think that more sun tomorrow afternoon will allow temperatures to get a little bit more higher tomorrow afternoon. Wednesday looking wet for the mountains. Will be in the 50s Thursday and Friday with another chance for rain for Saturday. And then rain will be possible again on Saturday as well here in Charlotte after we get through the rain and storms tomorrow. We are dry for Thursday and most of the day on Friday as well.
Thanks, Brandon. Bailing out Spirit, why the discount airline may be saved after all as it scrambles to recover from financial troubles. The future of flight already among us. A look at the new air taxi that's hitting the skies for the first time this week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored, most local news in Charlotte. United Airlines CEO confirms the merger he pitched to American Airlines was flat out rejected. Scott Kirby released a statement yesterday saying he approached American because he was confident regulators would have approved a deal. Kirby said a merger would have created a global airline to compete with foreign rivals, fly customers to more places, create millions of jobs, and boost the U.S. economy. American declined to comment on Kirby's statement. But last week, American CEO said such a merger would be bad for customers and, quote, anti-competitive. Travel experts say there could be strategy behind the failed attempt.
Well, he put it out there because, remember, Trump loves the deal. Trump loves the idea of mergers. Although Trump has now made a statement that he doesn't think it's a good idea with American and United, saying they're both doing fine. He's more interested in maybe rescuing Spirit, which adds other problems to the mix, because if he does that, all these other low-fare carriers are going to line up saying, what about us? It sets a bad precedent in and of itself.
Two major creditor groups signal they're willing to come to Spirit Airlines' rescue as the company deals with financial troubles. The Financial Times reports the two groups are willing to sign off on President Trump's $500 million bailout plan. So the president has said the administration is looking into bailing Spirit out to sell the airline after oil prices go down. Spirit bosses say they're running out of cash and on the verge of liquidation. If the creditors agree to a deal, Spirit could be in front of a federal bankruptcy court by Thursday. The future of flight is taking off, quite literally, as a new air taxi from a company called Joby Aviation departed JFK Airport in Queens Monday and landed in Manhattan. Joby says the air taxis are quiet and have zero emissions. The company also says the air taxis can connect JFK Airport in Midtown Manhattan in less than 10 minutes. That's a trip that can usually take an hour or more on the ground. Disruptive teens taking over Charlotte area businesses, while some merchants are against a new juvenile curfew at Camp North End. You're watching Queen City News with a live look here over Monroe. Queen City News at noon. Be right back after this. New video shows the moment a driver crashed into Pineville's Town Hall and Library building. It happened last night around 9:30. Authorities tell us the driver, Soleiman Bakayoko, lost control after crossing railroad tracks at a high speed. The 22-year-old was pronounced dead on scene. Officers say no one else was hurt. Our crews there at the scene this morning reported heavy damage to the side of the building, and officials confirmed the vehicle crashed through the building's downstairs area. A death investigation is now underway. A Gastonia man is facing charges in connection with a deadly shooting that happened nearly a month ago. Gastonia police say Elijah Craig shot and killed 19-year-old Isaiah Wilson on April 1st at the Fairhaven Place Apartments on Hine Way. Authorities say an 18-year-old also suffered life-threatening injuries. Craig is charged with first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder. He's set to make his first court appearance this afternoon in Gaston County. The judge has not yet set his bond. And Gaston County is now the latest school district to close schools for students this Friday due to a planned protest in Raleigh involving teachers. Now, school leaders announced the decision to parents last night. Education leaders say they don't have enough substitute teachers or office personnel to cover all of the positions for those who requested leave to attend the rally. Friday instead will be an optional teacher workday. Want to get a live look out over West Charlotte here this afternoon, where we're not seeing much other than clouds all around the area here. It is really a shot of the uptown skyline, but it's so hard to tell here, Brandon, with the sun hitting the clouds the way it is, and with that wind shaking the camera too.
Yeah, got a steady breeze out of the south and just kind of a gloomier day today. The clouds are holding tough, but the big weather story, of course, Savannah, is the rain. I put as many exclamation points on this as I possibly could. We have been desperate for it. We finally are getting some rain. We're gonna, the rain's not necessarily going to end the drought, but here's how the rain helps. The wildfire threat is lowered significantly. Now we still have the burn bans in place for North and South Carolina. We're also washing away some of the pollen that we've been wanting to wash away for weeks now. And this slows down the worsening drought that we've been experiencing here. This means that the drought likely won't get worse this week. Don't think it's going to get better, but at least it's not going to get worse as well. You can see the rain's really cleared out. Queen City News viewing area, we're dry now as the rain shifts to the south and east. I expect temperatures to pick up here over the next few hours. We're in the upper 50s, low 60s right now. I expect high temperatures around Charlotte to at least get close to 70. If we don't get there, we're talking about maybe 68, 69 degrees today. It's not going to be too much of a difference on the temperature scale if we get to 70 or if we're around the upper 60s. But you can see that steady southerly breeze, 16-mile-per-hour wind right now in Charlotte. So that southerly breeze will help us warm up. But we're out ahead of a cold front, so we have that moisture move through this morning. But another cold front is heading our way. That's going to bring more rain chances for us as we get into your hump day tomorrow. We'll time it out for you. Could be up in just a bit, Savannah.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say they're seeing an uptick in certain types of crime as we move into the summer months. Officers made multiple arrests over the weekend for violent incidents across the Queen City. Officers say they arrested a 21-year-old for a shooting outside a nightclub on Independence Boulevard, broke up a large fight involving juveniles at Romeo Bearden Park, and they say they took a suspect into custody for pointing a gun at passing cars near South Tryon Street. Officers also responded to gunfire near the Trulia Amphitheater and a separate shooting on Hackberry Creek Trail. No deaths were reported in these cases. CMPD says they've made strategic plans to address this type of activity, including increased staffing. Officials encourage anyone who sees suspicious activity to call 911. Another retail space is restricting when teens can be there, but some merchants say it's not a good deal. Unsupervised kids younger than 18 are not allowed at Camp North End after 6 o'clock as of 3 days ago. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to tenants who say there has to be a middle ground.
Disturbances similar to this in areas like Birkdale Village and Camp North End have led to new rules for minors under the age of 18. In Camp North End, any minor under the age of 18 must be accompanied by an adult after 6 p.m.
To kind of tell them, like, oh, we're bunching you all together. We're just saying a blanket statement, you can't be here. I think it can cause harm.
There are business owners catering to families, places giving teens an outlet to express themselves creatively, and some say the curfew has shut off another creative outlet.
We are currently in a state where a budget has not been passed. We're in a state where teachers and schools are severely underfunded, and these things have real-world consequences and effects. I think our roaming teens are a consequence of our educational system not necessarily having the funds it needs for proper after-school programming, sports programming, music programming, arts programming.
Business owners admit there are more problems in certain areas, but they say Camp North End should be a gathering place for everyone in North Charlotte, regardless of age. Some continue to talk with Camp North End management and hopefully figure out a way for everyone to enjoy this open space.
Spaces like camp sit at a really interesting intersection of that, where they can provide a third place, provide space, but I think that we're all as well struggling to figure out how to do that.
As Camp North End grows, we can only expect our community to grow. We're bringing in new people, and I mean, yeah, it's just growing problems.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
A Union County teacher is facing drug charges after authorities say he had drug paraphernalia and a dagger-style knife in a classroom. The investigation started when Parkwood High School teacher Gerald Morton was suspected of being impaired. Officers brought in a K-9 unit and say they found a loaded handgun in Morton's car. Morton is charged with possession of a firearm on educational property and possession of drug paraphernalia. North Carolina educators are demanding lawmakers act to address teacher pay. The State Association of Educators held a virtual press conference yesterday. They say legislators don't allocate enough money to public education. On average, teachers in the Tar Heel State make around $16,000 less than educators in other states. The association has protests planned in downtown Raleigh for Friday morning.
School districts from Bladen to Beaufort, from Durham to Vance, from Randolph to Rockingham, are all considering closing schools altogether. And even in more wealthy districts like Wake, Mecklenburg, and Chapel Hill, Carborough, they plan to cut positions for this year.
The advocacy group says North Carolina sits at 46th in the nation for teacher pay and 50th in overall education funding. Staying in Raleigh, lawmakers today will vote on a major overhaul of Medicaid. The bill passed its first round with overwhelming support. It includes a one-time infusion of cash to cover a $319 million Medicaid funding gap. And the legislation also includes adding work requirements for some recipients and shifting to monthly eligibility checks instead of every 3 months. Another North Carolina lawmaker from Mecklenburg County says he's leaving the Democratic Party. State Representative Nassif Majid, whose district covers parts of Northeast Charlotte, says he'll now be unaffiliated. Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber asked if this means that Majid will now be routinely meeting and voting with the GOP.
Many are curious, will you now caucus with Republicans?
Like I said again, right now, I'm not. I'm in the process. Made this move. I'm in the process of evaluating, getting input from people. I haven't made no decisions about that either way.
Former Democrat, now unaffiliated state representative Nassif Majid is not ready to say how he'll vote going forward. He agreed to an interview with Queen City News on Monday, but one thing's for certain, he's no longer a Democrat.
The Democratic Party left me by the actions of what they did, campaigning against me, spending over $500,000 against me. They censored me from the Democratic Party.
Majid lost his primary re-election bid on March 3rd by more than 40 percentage points. Party leadership had thrown their support behind his opponent after Majid voted with Republicans to override a handful of Governor Josh Stein's vetoes.
Would your decision have been different if you had won the primary?
No, I wouldn't be thinking about that. These circumstances drove me to this particular point.
Majid's departure from the Democrats comes days after fellow Met County Rep Carla Cunningham also changed her registration to unaffiliated. Cunningham lost her re-election bid after joining with the GOP to support immigration legislation.
I don't think it's really much of a surprise. Majid and Cunningham both lost their seats because they ran counter to the wills of the Democratic Party.
Western Carolina University political scientist Chris Cooper says as of today, Cunningham and Majid could vote with Republicans on at least 6 more override votes before their terms expire at the end of this year.
I think we would expect them to go with the Republicans on some veto overrides when it comes to things like permitless carry. Those are the kinds of ones I'm just not sure how they're going to go. We'll just have to wait and see.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Virginia State Supreme Court is considering whether to block the state's new congressional districts. Judges are set to decide if the new map should be dismissed due to the process lawmakers used to set the new maps. The new districts narrowly won voter approval last week. A Republican legal challenge accuses the General Assembly of violating procedural rules by putting the constitutional amendment before voters to authorize the redistricting.
We're optimistic that the justices of the Supreme Court will recognize that
The Constitution defines the elections taking place on the Tuesday succeeding the first Monday in November, and every state and the federal courts agree on that.
It's unclear when the court may rule on the case. A North Carolina senator who was blocking Kevin Warsh's nomination for Federal Reserve Chair is now backing away. Tom Tillis says he will now support Warsh now that the Justice Department has dropped the investigation into current Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
This will allow Mr. Warsh to move on with his confirmation on time. And that's the absurdity of this whole thing. If this investigation, which is now closed, had never occurred, we wouldn't be having this discussion. He would have been confirmed on May the 15th. Fortunately, I think, or by May 15th, I think we'll get there. And then Mr. Powell will have to make his own decisions at some point in the future about when and if he leaves the board before the end of his 2028 term expiration.
The Senate Banking Committee is set to vote on Warsh's confirmation tomorrow. Meanwhile, Federal Reserve governors, they'll start their two-day meeting today to decide on interest rates. The Fed's Open Market Committee met last month, deciding to keep the rate it charges banks at 3.75%. And just last week, the Justice Department dropped its probe into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. His term will end May 15th. House Republicans say they have a modified version of the Senate bill to fund most of the Homeland Security Department. The legislation, which passed earlier this month, is part of a two-step process aimed at ending the record-breaking DHS shutdown. Republicans are looking to fund Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Patrol separately through the budget reconciliation process, which would allow them to bypass a filibuster in the Senate. South Carolina Congressman Ralph Norman tells Queen City News he's confident the shutdown will end this week.
When you dig a little bit into the past, you oftentimes find things that maybe you didn't quite expect.
A Belmont teacher has a somewhat spooky side hustle. The tour guide shining a light on some of the dark spots of history coming up in Faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News. The most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It just might be in your yard, and now it's at the Supreme Court. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on News Nation. On Monday, the High Court heard arguments that could end up limiting anti-pesticide lawsuits. Bayer, the maker of the weed killer Roundup, argues that the Environmental Protection Agency has not linked glyphosate, the main ingredient in question, to cancer. But critics blame the chemical for causing cancer and other health issues, saying that people should be warned. The company is asking the Supreme Court to say that failure to warn claims are not valid. The issue also pits the Make America Healthy Again movement against the Trump administration, who is arguing on behalf of Bayer. In February, President Trump signed an executive order aimed at boosting the production of glyphosate-based herbicides, saying they are critical to the agriculture industry. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the News Nation Political Minute.
The city of Belmont is growing, getting lots of visitors. People can even go for a walk with the local man and hear some wild stories about its past. Queen City News storyteller John Lee explores the dark history of Belmont in Faces of the Carolinas.
Outside Primal Brewery in Belmont.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Things are about to turn.
Yeah, glad y'all made it. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, we just have a little kind of basic liability waiver, like trip and fall.
More like a trip down memory lane with sharp and ominous turns. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Every small town kind of has its secrets.
I love learning about ghosts and history and the grisly parts of the history.
I think that Belmont does still kind of have that small town charm. You guys are going to hear stories of true crime, local history. The best way I can say it, I guess, is unfortunate incidents. And yeah.
Step right up. Longtime resident Jamie Monk goes beyond the postcard image of the city with Dark Belmont walking tours. He talks about fascinating crimes and ghosts.
Some people refer to whatever is in this building as Walter. When you dig a little bit into the past, you oftentimes find things that maybe you didn't quite expect. Obviously, textiles are going to be a big part of Belmont's history.
Dark Belmont is a roughly 1 mile, 1 hour stroll that confirms truth is stranger than fiction.
We're doing history, not current events. So it's nice to be able to put Belmont, in that time and place and be able to answer questions about where Belmont was, not just local history-wise, but in terms of like the big picture.
I said, that looks fun. We like ghost walks and like spooky stories.
Revenge is a dish that's best served cold.
He spills the tea about a bloody encounter between two Climax Mill co-workers on Halloween night, 1975.
Dusty Biggers picked up an axe. And then, and this is maybe the weirdest twist you're going to hear the whole night, he picked up a second axe.
He started doing these tours about a year ago. Jamie's a history teacher at Highland School of Technology in Gastonia.
I have a passion for telling stories, which I think most history teachers do. And that makes perfect sense considering he sheds light on some of the most horrific headlines in Belmont history. Young man dies horrible death. And he did.
I love learning about the dark side of Belmont.
I think if you tell the stories the right way and you sort of find like the human side of things, that's what people really relate to.
On the tour, his hometown is his classroom. And if the stories seem intense, well,
you signed up for Dark Belmont.
In Belmont, John Lee, Queen City News.
Many of the Dark Belmont walking tours sell out, but Monk is always adding more. So we have information about his tours in our story at qcnews.com. I'm going to get a live look outside over Monroe as these storms are starting to move out, but meteorologist Brandon Lawson tracking another one. Brandon, the two of the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, right. We've got more showers and even some thunderstorms tomorrow. It's weird waking up this morning to thunder rumbling around the area, and that's what we'll likely experience again tomorrow morning. That moisture's moved out of here. We're drying out. It's just a matter of trying to get rid of some of the cloud cover, which I think is going to be tough to do. We do have a cold front back to the west, though. That's going to be coming in as we go into tonight and tomorrow morning, bringing us another chance for rain. Queen City News viewing area, though, drying out here at this hour. And we'll continue to dry things out. Again, clouds will be spotty. I do expect we'll get some sunshine here and there, but it's still going to be kind of an overcast kind of afternoon and evening. Temperatures should only get to about the 70-degree mark today, if that. Here comes your next round of showers. 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, light to moderate rain moving through. Maybe a clap of thunder by sunrise, 8 o'clock. Still a few showers around the Queen City News viewing area. I do expect the showers to shift off to the east, though, around mid to late morning. So this is 11 o'clock. things are dry, but unlike today, I expect more showers and storms to develop tomorrow afternoon and evening. Notice you've got a few isolated showers and storms developing in the mountains towards late afternoon. Early evening, we've got a few isolated storms firing up towards Charlotte and points east of I-77 before advancing to the south and east and moving out of our area around sunset tomorrow evening. Now, with those storms that develop for the afternoon, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw maybe some isolated gusty winds, potentially some hail as well. That's why we have that level 1 out of 5 risk for some severe storms tomorrow, but it's a very isolated threat, and I'm not overly concerned about it. I think the rain in the morning and the clouds lingering through the day will really limit the instability we'll have for some stronger storms. It's something we'll watch for you tomorrow afternoon. 80% chance of rain tomorrow, and then we get another chance of rain for Friday and Saturday. Now, Saturday's a little up in the air when it comes to rain chances. I know you've been watching us. We're going up and down with the rain chances. You're probably like, what is happening? What's going on? Well, here's Friday evening. We've got another area of low pressure developing down to our south. There's going to be a warm front that lifts up to the north. How far this warm front lifts north is the big question. Some models have this warm front further south. Some models have this warm front up towards West Virginia. And again, that's where the shower activity is going to be. As a Saturday morning, we've got showers moving through the Charlotte area. Saturday afternoon, evening, we're drying things out. So right now, I am thinking Saturday afternoon, evening will be drier, but I expect the day to be pretty cool to start the weekend. About an inch of rain here over the next 7. So, I mean, this is good. We need more than this. I will say, to eat out of the drought, I was doing some numbers, we would need about 2 inches of rain per week to end it in 4 months. So that just shows you how big of a hole we're in. So just this inch of rain is likely going to keep us where we are, not necessarily improve the drought itself. Temperatures right now, 50s, man. It's a cool and kind of chilly lunch hour right now. Low 60s for some, southeast of I-85. If we get some peaks of sun, should get at least into the upper 60s. Would be shocked if we see low 70s later today. Lows tonight dropping to the 50s, low 60s, and then we'll be milder tomorrow with mid to upper 70s and 60s. Up in the mountains. Your 7-day forecast showing more rain and storms tomorrow. Will be cool for Thursday and Friday, mainly dry. I expect the rain, though, to move back in by Saturday morning, and then we're dry for Sunday with a cooler day to end the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now. Director Jeff Johnson getting ready to take us a break here at this hour. We'll be right back right after this.
Hornets fans, this one may sting a little bit, as Cooper Flagg is the NBA Rookie of the Year, even though it was a pretty tight race all season. Flagg came away with 56 first-place votes and 44 second-place votes. Meanwhile, Charlotte's newest star, Kon Knueppel, had 44 first-place votes, 55 second-place votes. Now, Knueppel set several rookie records for three-point shooting this season, but Flagg ultimately beat him out on several other factors of key scoring stats. But of course, big congrats to both Blue Devils. A handful of the Charlotte 49ers are getting ready to experience some opportunities at the NFL level. That includes 3 athletes signing with teams as undrafted free agents. Receiver Sean Brown signing with the Broncos, defensive back Jaquarius Conley inked a deal with the Bucs, and linebacker Reed Wilfers headed to the Ravens as a free agent. 2 other former Niners are getting invites to rookie minicamps. Linebacker Shea Taylor is getting a shot with the Chiefs, and defensive back Randy Franklin will try to make the Broncos' 90-man roster. And Charlotte women's golfer Pinky Shailong-Unleon is getting a huge honor once again. She was announced as the American Conference Women's Golfer of the Year, and it's Pinky's second consecutive season earning the recognition. She was also the American Freshman of the Year last season. Pinky is tied with Southern Cal's Jasmine Koo for the most individual titles this season with 4, her most recent being the American Conference Championship just last week. Next up, the NCAA Regionals, which are May 11th through the 13th. Now, Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news each and every weekday. Here's what we're working on for you, starting with our Queen City News at 4 o'clock. A final vote on Medicaid funding in North Carolina is set for this afternoon. We'll follow the latest from lawmakers in Raleigh. And as educators plan to travel to the state capital this week to call for higher pay, we see where the Tar Heel State ranks nationwide with their compensation. You're watching Queen City News. The most honored news in Charlotte will be back right after this.
Got some rain that is moving out of the area now, but we've got more showers and storms on the way for tomorrow. More so in the morning and then some isolated storms for the afternoon. We'll be drier for Thursday. Then we get another chance for rain on Saturday for the first half of the day. Kind of a cool weekend, only in the 60s on Saturday and Sunday, Savannah. So definitely a cooler pattern and good to have some wet weather around here.
Just a chance to dry out before we get wet again. Brandon, thanks so much. Thanks for joining us here at Queen City News at noon. We'll be back at 4.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome into Morning Edition. You know, we have had some amazing conversations over the last couple of weeks, and some of these become our favorites. We hope that they will become yours as well. And as we're looking back at some of the highlights, one of the top ones that really has caused quite the kerfluffle in Charlotte is the expansion and the addition of possible toll lanes on I-77 to try to get more people going through the city of Charlotte. But are toll lanes the answer? There are people out there that say, no, we're not. Matter of fact, we brought in Shannon Benz with Sustain Charlotte, who says, guess what? There are better ways that we can move more people to the city of Charlotte. And it's not with concrete. Take a look. There's a lot. We know how fast Charlotte is growing as a city, right? Hundreds are coming every single day. How do you adapt to the growth, not be overwhelmed? Traffic is just ridiculous here. But there are ways to do it better. NCDOT on I-77 has said, hey, let's make more toll lanes to go from uptown all the way down to the South Carolina state line. You guys have come along. Everyone's been vocal, frustrations about more concrete, splitting up neighborhoods. So I want to talk to you about Sustain Charlotte, how you are trying to reimagine this corridor, and how do we move hundreds of thousands of people in and out of Charlotte every day, but make it a community? How do we do that?
Well, we have to move people more efficiently. Right? That's the key, is moving people, not just cars. Cars are actually the least efficient way to move people because they require the most amount of space for any mode, right? And you can just simply picture how many people will fit on a bus and how many cars would fit into that same space that the bus takes, right? So you could have 50 people on a bus, and you might fit 1 or 2 cars or 1 or 2 people in their cars in that same amount of road space. So that's why you go to any great city in the world, they have transit, they have trains, they have buses. It's not because there's anything special. You cannot move everybody in a car when you have a lot of people in your city because it's just too inefficient. So as we grow, we have to kind of grow out of this sort of small town mentality where, you know, if you're a small city, it's fine for people to get around by cars. When you hit the big leagues, like we're in now, you have to move people more efficiently. It's the only way that you can continue to grow without people stuck in traffic.
And we're looking at all of these different images and proposals because there has been such pushback from a lot of communities and a lot of interest. Why? Because people drive I-77 every single day. There's neighborhoods that are at stake. There's whole communities that really are taking issue with this. So we've asked the community to submit your designs, right? Like, what would you want to see? We had a kid, you know, make a slide with a blueberry field, and that's our preference.
I like that.
We want that, but not super realistic. So what is realistic from getting all of these designs? And if someone said, hey, I submitted that, what's the chance of that actually being taken into account?
Yeah, well, so I think, so as far as the blueberry fields, right, there was a preschool, there was some 5-year-olds that actually got involved, and they were asked by their teacher to draw their favorite things, what they'd like to see more of in their city and in their neighborhood. And they said things like parks and swings. Someone said a blueberry field. But what was striking is that whether you were a 5-year-old or you were a 50-year, you know, a student or you were a professional, these designs all had basically the same things in common. People wanted more places to play and meet other people, right? Human desire. Like, we want to be with other people. Right? We don't want to be stuck in our cars by ourselves, right? That's how we grew this city, so that many of us are forced into that, but that's not our nature as human, right? We want to be with other people. We want to have fun. We want to play. We want to be outside, right? We want to walk. That's what humans are made to do. Like, there's an expression that, you know, birds fly, fish swim, and people walk. But in America, especially in Sunbelt cities like Charlotte, we have built our cities where walking is very difficult. right? Even though it's our nature as humans to do. So across all of these designs, you see lots of green space. And these are not just parks to look at. These are parks to use for recreation, for connection, for activities, for fun things. So that's what was really striking to me is that independently, all of these people, no matter how young or how professional, came up with basically the same ideas. It just looks a little different.
Shannon, I want to ask you because for those who aren't familiar with the history, right? When we talk about 277 and 77, what they did to the historically black neighborhoods completely separated them, made it hard to do the things you're talking about, walk around, enjoy, and be connected to one another.
Right.
If plans go forward the way they are now, further dividing Charlotte's neighborhoods, further taking away that walkability that you were just talking about, how detrimental would that be?
Well, it's incredibly detrimental. I mean, those neighborhoods already have suffered and continue to suffer for generations, really, right? So as you said, where we decided to put, the state decided to put 77, really did separate our West Charlotte neighborhoods from downtown. And it wasn't just 77, it was 277, right? It was 85, it was 74. We didn't build these roads in Charlotte's wealthier, frankly, whiter neighborhoods. We built them in lower income color because they didn't have the power to stop them back in the 19th. And so the fact that we're considering repeating that same thinking that we had in the 1960s before the civil rights era is really just shocking. What we need to be doing, and cities across America are doing, is repairing what was broken in these roads. Right? They're reconnecting the street grids that used to exist. You used to be able to walk between uptown and these neighborhoods, and neighbors could walk to their neighbors' houses. And once 77 was built, that wasn't possible anymore. These became literal barriers between neighbors. Where I talked to a guy who lived in one of these neighborhoods growing up. He had to change he was 10 years old at the time. He could no longer play with the same 10-year-olds because he couldn't get to their house anymore.
Oh,
he had to find all new friends that he could actually go play with because his neighborhood was so divided by 77. So, repairing and reconnecting is what other cities are doing, our elected leaders to do here in Charlotte. And, the wonderful thing about that is it's not just good for those neighbors. It's going to make our city more vibrant, more fun for everyone who comes to this part of our city. And it's a great from an economic development standpoint as well. And I think that is not highlighted enough either.
One vision, Julian, if you can pull up that one image that was submitted. A lot of images were submitted, by the way, but there's a group, Eric and Megan Orozco. They are local urban planners. You and I have talked about. Actually, can you go to? Let's see, we've got that one right there.
Okay.
So let's look at this one, and I want you to help me pick this apart a little bit, Shannon, because you and I were doing some talking. NCDOT, they don't really spend a lot of time with urban planners. Let's think outside the box. How can we really pull apart I-77? You said something this morning that made my head almost blow up. As we look at this image, there's actually a creek under I-77?
There is, Irwin Creek. It's actually one of the longest creeks in Mecklenburg County. It goes well down into South Carolina as well. It turns into, the original name of Irwin Creek was Sugar Creek. It was actually Big Sugar Creek, was Little Sugar Creek because it's smaller than the actual Sugar Creek, which was, both of them were named after the original Native American tribe. Suga was mispronounced as sugar by, English first. And so Sugar Creek is now called Irwin Creek because it was named after a landowner whose last name was Irwin.
Okay.
But anyway, as you follow Irwin Creek it's actually clear up in North Charlotte. It goes a lot further north than what we're used to seeing west of Uptown.
Yeah.
Starts in North Charlotte, goes all the way through West Charlotte, and kind of curves back towards Pineville. Goes through Pineville, goes down to Indian Land and beyond.
Oh, my man.
And it changed its name. So it's Irwin Creek through all of Charlotte. And then as it gets down into South Carolina, it becomes Sugar Creek again. But it's all the same creek, and it all flows into the Catawba River.
And so as we're going back and forth between two different images here. This one here is the creek on the left, right? That's the one that would be basically uncovered.
Right.
to flow freely. You got parks all around I-77. This is another image that a guy named Matt Weschler, who gave you from Land Design.
Yep.
This is what they're doing in Austin. And so you basically bury I-77, right? It's underground, and then you put parks and greenways on top of it where we can come together. Is it realistic when we look at these?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see it's possible. Other cities have done this all over the country. Austin, Texas has a plan in place to actually add 3 of these freeway caps to reconnect East Austin to downtown Austin. They hope to start construction, I think, in 2029. And so what you see in these visions are at least 2 caps. So I think both of these envision 2 separate caps. 77 on the west side of Charlotte kind of goes over some roads and under some roads. And so some parts of it are going to be easier to cap than others. And so as you see, like in this vision here, a part of it is still above ground and some of it is put below ground.
Yeah.
But it's really kind of flipping things. So when we built these freeways through our city, we built them all above ground. And what that did was that pristine streets. That's why we have so many neighborhood dead-end streets that dead end into the banks along these highways, right? So if we put them underground, we can reconnect all of these neighborhoods and free up all this land, right? So think of the land that 77 occupies, right? It's anywhere between 6 and 8 lanes plus ramps for 11 miles through our city, just south 77.
Yeah.
That's an incredible amount of valuable land that we can do so many other things with if we put the road underground.
And if we did that, because we're talking about adding toll lanes, right, to help get more cars moving through, would we be able to just extend under there too if what we have and just putting it underground, if it's not enough above ground, how would it be enough below ground?
So yes, absolutely.
Okay.
If they put it underground, they would just make a wider tunnel,
Right.
We don't actually think, again, that's going to solve the problem. As I mentioned earlier, the way cities move more people is through more efficient means, which means mass transit.
A light rail under there?
It could be. Or
Okay.
just dedicated bus lanes, right? Like we could take the existing 77.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's between 6 and 8 lanes, where you are. We could take one, and many cities have done what I'm about to suggest here, take 1 lane in each direction and just have it be only for high occupancy bus lanes, carpools, right?
Like what was supposed to happen on Independence.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so if we did that, which we could do for relatively no money, right? We'd have to probably buy some more buses. We'd have to obviously hire some more drivers. But if we ran a bus on 77 South, right, from the suburbs into uptown Charlotte at rush hour, and we had that bus coming every 10 to 15 minutes, and it had its own lane on 77.
Yeah.
People could fly through to get to uptown without having to sit in traffic. And we can literally do that tomorrow.
And we know that is just the beginning of many conversations. We need your input, ideas on how we can better move people to the city of Charlotte. We want your help. All right, we're going to take a quick break. More to come on Morning Edition. We'll be right back. No question, the most out-of-this-world story that we've been excited about, I would say all year, has been the Artemis crew going beyond where humans have been, around the moon. And, of course, we had to sit down with our and self-proclaimed space geek, Mackay Beeler. What is this like? What is it going to be like? What's the future of the Artemis and space travel? Oh, this is a good one. Sit tight. Here it comes.
This is historic. Mackay, let's just start here. How cool has this been to watch?
This was so involved, and think the first time we've gone back to near the moon, because we didn't land, but near the moon since the Apollo program ended in the 70s. So this was huge. And the neat thing is, for young people like you all, who were not alive when we landed in this old Fly Girl, I was watching, and it made a huge impact on me. So I'm hoping it will do to all of you and to the next generation.
Yeah.
Of astronauts. And we have girl astronauts now because we're not this little. I wanted to be an astronaut, but back then it was just male test pilots. And I didn't think I was smart enough.
And we have a female
Hogwash.
astronaut on there. Hogwash, indeed.
Yeah.
Christina Cook, NC State alum. Go Wolfpack.
Yeah. Wolfpack in the house.
It's so cool. And I think we've really been enjoying, I mean, we can nerd out over the distance, the speed, all the statistics. But this crew right here, I think America is falling in love with the crew members because of all of the videos we're getting from them. And we should, I mean, when you think about it, with Apollo and all these past missions, we didn't really get that. Right? Because the camera technology just wasn't there. I don't even know if there was any video in capabilities in there. And
There was.
But it was like really grainy and people on a human level. And we even saw a really touching moment, Mackay, when they went on the backside of the moon yesterday. So, but can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Commander Wiseman, I want to make sure I get the names right because I do pretty much know them by heart. You know, they have a map of the moon. And yes, we have been to the far side of the moon before. The Apollo astronauts orbited the far side of the moon. And we've had a Chinese lander on the far side of the moon. So this isn't the first time we've seen the far side of the moon, but up close and personal and so wonderful. But anyway, Carol Wiseman is the wife, the late wife of the commander. And he was looking at a map and of the craters, and some have names and some don't. And they called down to Houston. And the crew, we can name one of these craters after Carol, the late wife. And so what's so touching about this is that she was a nurse practitioner. She died of cancer. And when she was diagnosed with cancer, her husband wanted to quit the astronaut program. And she said, no. How beautiful it is to have a supportive partner. Yeah. And so that touched everybody. It's like, I'm not crying, you're crying. Everyone was literally crying. Did y'all see it?
Yeah.
Y'all watch the clip?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, you talk about the relationship between the crew members, and you think of, doing a 4 to 6 hour car ride with my family. You need to make sure you're good to go. They're in this small, confined area for a 10-day trip, and they build that relationship. They build a rapport, not just for the trip, but the training together and everything that they go through. So you just imagine really the bond that they've been able to build even before takeoff.
How do you not get excited about that? And Artemis Crew 4 and 5 in the next couple of years, and where we're going to be in a camp on the moon and Mars. It is limitless to where we're going to be going. So I'm glad we got to spend some time and pick Mackay's brain. We got much more of some of our best of Morning Edition coming up after this. So staying with the space theme, it's no surprise. It doesn't take us very much to go off the rails and go down a rabbit hole. What started as a conversation with one of the Artemis crew taking video of the moon with their phone turned into this conversation of, if you had to travel to space with your spouse or your significant other, your partner, could you do it? Would you do it? Would you end up wanting to kill each other, having to be locked up in space for a couple of days or a couple of weeks? So the conversation, whoa, did it take off on a turn. Take a listen to what we had to say about going to space with our spouse. So here's the deal. I would not sign up for a mission to Mars or the moon by myself. I would go with my wife. She is the perfect Amazing Race partner.
Ooh.
Would you go with your spouse, yes or no, good or bad, for better or for worse, Julian? Would it be for better or for worse for your spouse to be your astronaut partner?
We gotta go commercial break.
I'm just saying.
I would 100% go with Jordan. I would. Yeah, I would. I worry because Artemis had problems with the toilet, and my wife needs at least 6 bathroom breaks. Oh no.
Houston, we have.
Just keep the crab face.
We got a problem.
So it melts the ice on the outside. We can't afford a clog.
No. Should have to get a little back. I would go with my husband. Yeah? He's very smart. He's really good at math. I would be the more organized one and maybe like a little bit more of the calm one, but like he could make us a really great spreadsheet about all the things.
Oh,
that we
good.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure there's got to be like spreadsheets that are necessary.
I bet there are.
You were really building Craig up, and then he's like, he could make a really great
I'm
spreadsheet.
thinking like a
Have
spread.
you seen these
Hold
spreadsheets?
on.
I'm like a food spread. He's gonna make a spreadsheet.
We just talked about Hidden Figures. Those spreadsheets are critical.
That's true.
Those are mission critical.
That's true.
They are.
Are we talking about or
Yeah.
for vibes? Like, is it a vibes?
It's up to
person?
you. It depends.
For
The vibes gotta be there, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
definitely vibes,
We're
guy.
stuck in that
If
little
I took
tube.
my wife, she's a necessity.
Yeah.
I'm a vibe.
Okay.
Oh, you're the
I know
vibe
She
my-
would
guy.
listen,
do
I
the
know my role.
actual
I know my
important
role.
Stuff, and you would be like
I would
the
be like
hype
a
man?
ship cruise director.
Oh,
I would
perfect.
be I would be the rocket moon landing director. I got all the activities planned. We're gonna have a good time. And she's gonna be like, that's great. But we got 15 things we got to do before we get to your time. And I'll just sit back and watch, and I'll take videos on my phone.
There we go.
Jason, I can just see Jason loudspeaker is ready for the moon Macarena at 3 p.m. on the southern deck.
I'm already working on an Atmos World playlist. We got good music. So that I know my role.
Harper on the moon.
Yeah. Right now, Harper Blake. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is gone. We got 41 more minutes till we see the Earth again. That blue marble's
Gonna
coming
look
back.
out the right side of the capsule, guys. Look out the right side right now.
Perfect.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. To
I
answer your
would
question,
sign up.
yes, I will be bringing Jess.
Okay.
She's fantastic. She is like every one of my weaknesses is like her strength.
Oh,
and we call her Eagle Eye because she'll spot something before it's a problem. So that is mission
I want her
critical
on
as
board.
well.
I want her on board.
Jeff's on. You know, all of our spouses are a vibe, so we can all go to the moon.
When you guys know I'm a big cruise person with my wife.
Yep.
When they have moon cruises, which are just like, I guess like a space shuttle,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
With all the events and stuff like
Yep.
that. Boom, we're there.
Julia
what I'm
and
talking
Toledo
about.
We're
deck.
there.
I love it.
We got it. All right.
Lunar Lido. Hopefully my wife is not watching. Love you, honey. I'm sure it would be amazing in space. Listen, these are just some of our highlights and some of our favorites from the last couple of weeks. We've got more to come, so many conversations. I'm glad that you're a part of it. If not, hey, join us anytime you want to watch Morning Edition on Queen City Plus or on YouTube. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're catching up with an old colleague, a guy who took what he learned in the TV news trenches to the world's most celebrated football game. I'm lucky he still takes my calls. There's just no telling where a TV camera will take you. Just ask Stephen. Once a lowly photog, Lynch took what he learned behind the lens all the way to the top. It's a long way from Vosot Patrol, but Lynch says he wouldn't be there were it not for what he learned shooting good old local news. Who knew? And joining us to tell us all about it is the man himself, Stephen J. Pierre Merriweather Lynch. I don't know if that's your real name, but I just like the way that it sounds. How you doing, man?
Yes, my government name. Good to be with you, Stuart, man.
Where is it you're joining us from today?
I'm in my office in Tampa, Florida. It's the off season for us, but we're staying busy with a few projects. So it's like I said, man, it's good to be with you. I've listened to, I've seen plenty of your work over the years, but the behind the lens stuff has been super cool to, be able to appreciate from afar these past couple of years.
Well, it's been a fun project, and I'm just getting started because I realized I got a hell of a Rolodex. I know everybody. I know some of the most interesting people in this business from having been in this business for so long. And Stephen, honestly, you're right there near the top of the list. So I do thank you for your time.
I guess the Reader's Digest version of how you and I met, fast forward to the job process. I'm 20. I'm sending out these manila envelopes, which before we started rolling, you and I were talking about, age, and I'm 37. I don't feel like I'm old, but yet as I tell this story, I'm sending out manila envelopes with hard copy resumes and covers. I've got a DVD of my worthless reel. I didn't have a ton of work coming out of college, but I'm doing my best. I've tried my best to personalize everything. I sent out about 50 or so hard copy resumes and covers. And let's call it 50. I call 49 of the stations, and I have one more left. And it is for WGHP in High Point, North Carolina. And I'm like, I don't want to call this place to follow up. I just got done emailing and calling, and all these stations either don't want me or don't need me. So when I call this 50th station, that means I'm going to have to start from scratch. And sure enough, I call, and this sort of hyper British voice answers the phone. Fox 8, this is Keith. And it's our old colleague and boss manager, Keith Hale.
Jolly good.
In my opinion, jolly good. In my opinion, titan of the industry and just an awesome dude to learn from. Chief photojournalist, just to get the titles right here. But Keith was the one who picked up the phone, and I was like, a British guy in North Carolina, like this is a prank. Like it's the last thing I was expecting to talk to. But he basically was like, because you don't have any experience,
right?
We can't pay for your travel up here. You can find a way up here, then I got all the time for you. And so I was just always taught, like, if you want something, you need to go get it. And if you're really passionate about something, then it shouldn't matter the work that goes into it to being able to achieve that thing. And so to me, I was like, this is gas money. I knew a buddy that lived in Charlotte. I stayed with him. He was going to Johnson and Wales at the time, slept over, drove up to High Point the next morning, met all you guys, and the rest is history.
Well, the rest is history. And I remember walking past Keith Hale's office that day, and he pulls me in, and he's like, look at this guy. And it was you. And your tape reel, whatever, didn't have a lot of content on it. but it had you on it, and your passion shone through. And we're like, what the hell called him? And it's amazing why I remember that, but I do. And I'm gonna roll some video right now because this led to a lot. You came on pretty soon after as the newest photojournalist for Queen City for WGHP Fox 8.
Yep.
And you spent about 3 years there shooting news?
Yes. Yeah. And, so shooting news, it was 3 or 4 years, and then I spent about a year and a half ish doing the creative services stuff.
That's right. I remember when you went into creative services, I thought, who'd want to do that?
I know.
But looking back, and I've been in that department myself in the past, looking back, it was a smart move because it gave your product and skills some polish that you went and took that and went on to bigger things. And we're alluding to that by some of the video that we're seeing right now is you in your current iteration. And we're going to go to a break in a minute and get into all this when we come back. But we talked about really briefly how you started out. Tell me where you are now. My first question is this, and I'm sorry to interrupt already. Did you go straight from WGHP Fox 8 to Tampa?
Yes. Yeah. So I started as the photog, as you mentioned, briefly as a I guess producer for the creative services department, and then I was able to get enough of a reel together where the Bucks hired me.
That's amazing. That doesn't happen every day.
It doesn't happen every day. I applied for two. I had no affiliation to Tampa. I had never been to Tampa. I was a football fan growing up and still am, of course.
Sure.
So I knew enough about the Bucks to kind of like work my way through the interview, and I knew enough about the players and all that kind of stuff. And I shout out to this woman, Jessica Larson, who was she no longer works for the Bucks, but the assistant of the boss that hired me. He had so many resumes to work through. He actually tasked her with going through some of the reels, and she was like, this guy seems like there's something here. And sure enough, she was I kind of owe in a way my career to the Bucks to Jessica, because if she doesn't get my reel in front of our old director, right. The job ironically that I have now, I don't ever work for the Bucks.
It truly is an amazing story, and I want to get into it when we come back, because you didn't just stumble into any NFL team. You stumbled into one that did quite well for themselves, and you were there for the whole thing. And I am going to want to hear all about it. But as I try and push these buttons and talk at the same time, I want to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. And this week, just where learning such skills can take you. We're joined by our good buddy, Stephen Lynch. Stephen is a director of production with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is that the correct title? Does that fit on a business card? I mean, that's kind of long and lengthy.
We're working on it. I got to get a business card for it to fit on first. I got to find those bad boys.
How long have you been with the Bucs?
This is going to be my 13th season. Lucky 13, I hope.
That seems impossible that much time has passed since you were out shooting drive-by shootings.
Do you feel like the time I wonder if this applies to news too, where it's like, I always tell people working for the Bucs, or really just the NFL in general, it feels like double the time and half the time at once. Cause it's like, man, you've lived some lives, and then some, but then you're also like, there's an element where it feels like just yesterday where I was doing XYZ.
Yeah. Well, as you get older, time flies by even quicker. I can do a bad afternoon in 10 minutes, man. Things that used to just absolutely crack my skull open, sit quietly, withstand it in a way that I couldn't even at your age. But yeah, get in all you can because life moves fast. And I got to say, by looking at some of your pictures, you, my man, have stuffed a lot into your 37 years. And I'm a little jealous because since I last saw you, man, you become a world traveler, befriended some very impressive people, and I understand why. Tell me what your normal day is like now, because if I tell my wife that you're director of production at Tampa Bay Buccaneers, she's gonna go, okay, a video guy?
Yeah.
What is it you do?
Yeah. I manage a team of 5. We do all the in-house production for the Bucs. Social media, if you follow any of the social media accounts for the Bucs, we do that. If you go to a Bucs game and you see the video content on the big boards, that's us. We do have a local television partner, WFLA, down here, that our content goes on. We will also put out stuff for NFL Network and ESPN and such, and league partners.
Sure.
And yeah, it's a blast. We do long form documentary, we do short form promo, we do highlight packages, all kinds of stuff. And in large part, it's because of the skills that I learned when I was hanging out with you and Keith and all those guys over at WGHP.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about that, because I think that's what you and I really want to talk about. And it's not just your glory that you've achieved since you've left news, and you've done quite well. And we're going to get into what the Tampa Bay Bucs accomplished while you were there. But you would not have gotten that job. You would not have been there, I assume, had you not utilized what it is you learned with us at a mid-market TV station in Central North Carolina. Who'd have thought that would have led you there?
It's cool that I actually think about this often, Stuart, where it's like in many ways, as cheesy and cliche and awful as it's going to sound, I kind of have outlived any dreams that I had for myself. I've always been a passionate person that was, taught hard work and so on and so forth. But a lot of people are. And I think in many ways, I've been incredibly fortunate to be surrounded by, I'm not trying to kiss up, but it's surrounded by people like yourself, where they could look past my youthful arrogance and ignorance and still teach me. And the fact that market 47, I think, is what WGHP still is, top 50 market right out of the gate for me. I didn't know anything. I'm this kid from film school that, I was given this job. Like, I gotta make sure everybody knows that I know what I'm doing, when in reality I didn't. But you guys stuck with me, and I always tell people, my interns, my producers, I'm still teaching a lot of the principles I learned with you guys about shot sequencing, shot composition, nap placement, the basics and the more some of the more complex things with assembling packages or long form doc or whatever, the lessons that I learned with you guys. And I always share with people, and again, this is not lip service. I think that if you want to know anything, just darn near anything about life and life experience working TV news, but also if you want to know about the craft and this idea, you and I would talk about this all the time. TV news is awesome for a million reasons, and one of them is certainly chance tomorrow. Hey, if today was great, awesome. You get another chance tomorrow. If today was not good, all right, we can make up for it. We can make up for it in 12 hours. Like, it's always cool to be able to, the quote that I always tell people from Stuart Pittman, the main quote that sticks in my head, I know you're on bated breath. It's the only, I'm going to edit it a little bit. It's the only job where you can start your day in the crack house and you can end your day in the governor's mansion.
Sure.
And it's so cool. I mean, it was an awesome way. I talk about the, and I'll finish here. The way that I was able to explore my community and be exposed to people, because there's the craft element of it, which I was invaluable. But then there was also the people skill reps and just being able to work a room and talk to the rich and the poor and all everybody in between.
And
it was awesome.
I have to say that you're quite naturally good at that. And that helps because it's that friendly attitude and that humble air that you had that made you a pleasure to teach.
I was not humble, but thank you.
We're humble, but you faked it well, and that counts. On as this brash know-it-all from film school, I wouldn't have even knew the time of day, and you know me well enough to know I'm sincere in that. So the fact that you were fun to be around was all it took. And back in the day at WGHP, we did nothing but snap towels and win trophies. I still talk about what an incredible place that was when I was there. I spent 16 years there. I love that place. Those were my people. Those were my family.
Yeah.
I hope you had the same experience. I feel like you did.
And I mean, real quick, it's naming names. It's Chris Weaver, it's Matt Jensen, it's Kevin Wren, it's Timmy Hawks, it's everybody in between. It's Kevin Daniels, it's Angie Wren, it's all those folks that we knew forever, and we still know they're still with us. But it's like we just don't work with them every day. But it really did feel like, for a 20-year-old kid, the closest thing to family in the workplace.
Sure. No, we've both got lifelong friends that we share among us from that time there. But you didn't stop at WGHP Fox 8 in High Point, North Carolina. You took your act to Florida to the big time, and that's what I want to hear about when we come back, because, man, you've had a decade. I don't even like sports, and I understand what it is you have done. Hold that thought. We're going to be right back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We'll be right back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. Someone who knows what it's like to gather news is today's guest, Stephen Lynch, who's currently the director of production for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, you got to get a shorter title there. Maybe you don't.
I know it's been a cool ride. I started as a humble producer, and now I am the title that you mentioned. So it's been a fun 13 years.
Well, as we mentioned in our previous segments, you have gone on from a 5 some years of shooting news and marketing in a local TV station to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And everyone who knows anything about me knows that I'm not really a sports guy at all, but even I understand who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are and what an illustrious tenure they've had of the past decade or so. Footage that I didn't mean to queue up already shows you were there for the whole thing. This is the famous Lombardi Trophy toss in the boat parade following the 2021 Super Bowl. Did I get that right?
It's absolutely right. The Bucs defeated the Chiefs, and we won the Super Bowl. Everybody's jacked up, and then the next 24 hours, our chief marketing officer's like, "Hey, we're about to get onto a Zoom call with the mayor so we can plan this boat parade down the Hillsborough River." And to my knowledge, I think we're the first full-on boat parade. I know Boston has the duck boats, but
yeah,
I mean you can't go anywhere with people still talking about. It's kind of like I remember where I was kind of thing.
Sure. And that's
where I was that white T-shirt that was standing next to Tom as he threw the trophy across. And I look at him after, and we're talking about Tom Brady, and I look at him after, and I'm like, "You're a wild man." And he's like, "This tells you how measured Tom is in everything that he does and how smart he is and everything." I'm like, "You're a wild man." He's like, "Not really, because one of two things happens: we catch it, and Cam Brate's the hero, or he drops it, and you got 10 drunk dudes jumping in the Hillsborough River. Like you're gonna win regardless."
It's a heck of a photo op, no matter what happens.
I know, and you're almost kind of like, "Man, I wish he dropped it just to see what that would have looked like." But the good guys won.
Well, I know it's not something you can tell me in 2 sentences, but what is it like to and I kind of know this as well, but those outside our business don't. What's it like to be around globally famous people like that? Are they just regular people? I assume they are to some degree.
To some degree, they are. I think everybody's a little bit different. I think that, starting with Tom, he is among, if not the most famous person that I'll have ever worked with.
Sure.
And the kindness and the time, I sat with him 30 minutes a month, and he was good enough to be able to, and it's during COVID, so no networks can come into our building. Nobody has access to us. And
right.
He was kind enough to sit with me and give us, whether it was social media stuff, documentary stuff, whatever we needed for that 30 minutes, he was with us. And I would say we established a really nice relationship. We weren't going out for beers on Friday night, but at the same time, it was cool to I never thought, growing up watching that guy, I never thought that I'd be in a position. The coaches I've come in contact with, the players, to a certain extent, I feel like there's been some celebrities along the way.
Right.
But I think you're right. I mean, yesterday with Bert Kreischer, who's a comedian, and awesome dude. He spent 10 hours with us shooting on the beach at Treasure Island, and it was just great to see a guy who has achieved his own level of fame. And we were like, hey Bert, we set the green room up for you. It's got your food and your Gatorade and water and all that stuff. And he's like, "Why do I want to go to the green room when all you guys are out here?" And so he sits on the beach with us. He's got his little beach chair, and I was so pleasantly, it was my first time working with him in that capacity. And he was so kind and generous with his time, and just one of the people.
That's awesome. we're showing some of these clips as you speak, and I have looked at these clips all morning long because I edited them together. And there's that shot of you shaking the president's hand. Tell me about that. I mean, you took this all the way to the White House. Come on.
I know. That was another thing, kind of like the parade where you're like, oh yeah, we won the Super Bowl. That means we get to go to the White House. And it was a there and back trip, same day. We took a private charter up there, and because of the nature of my job, I was up there documenting it, and our photographer Kyle was like, hey, do you want a photo? Because everybody, after the ceremony's over, it's just kind of, people shaking the president's hand,
Sure.
but he gets mobbed. Like everybody's on top of him. And so security, and Kyle, our photographer with the Bucks, is like, do you want your photo? And I'm like, nah, I'm good. I've got the memories. I'm here. And then I'm like, at the time, I think I was 32, 33. And I throughout the course of the few minutes go by, and I'm like talking to myself, I'm like, dude, get over yourself. Go down there and shake the man's hand.
Yeah.
Like, you don't necessarily need a photo, but go down there and shake the man's hand. Like, when are you going to be back here?
Exactly.
And then kind of the Red Sea sort of parted, and Joe's all of a sudden kind of, by himself.
True.
And
There he is right there.
yeah, there you go. And that's the photo. I kind of just go up, shake his hand. He's like, in typical sort of like older man fashion, he's like, are you with the outfit? And he's got his super cool sunglasses on, and I shake his hand, yes, sir. And it was a quick interaction. Thanks for coming. Thanks for having us. And I look to my left, and Kyle's there, and he's like, gotcha, dude. And he sends me that photo, and like, I could have cried. It was so cool because you're like, I know deep down I wanted that photo, and I'm glad that I got it. It's framed right here in my office. It's cool. We had like on the little White House stationery, they also sent us little like just a thank you for coming and congrats, basically, and then he signs it.
Well, as your unofficial drunk uncle, when I saw that photo, I was just so pleased and proud, not because of politics or football or any of that, but just where you let your skills take you. And I talk all the time about what a magic ticket to everything a television camera on your shoulder can be. You might as well put it on my tombstone because that's about what I've learned in this life. And
and for you, and I think for you, I'm interrupting you rudely, but I think for you, like you have seen much more than I have, and I think for you, you nailed it in the fact that a TV camera, a video camera, and the ticket that it gives you to be able to find yourself in rooms that I know I would never be in otherwise. I'm not a business student. I don't have a law degree. I'm not someone that's important enough to run the country and intelligent enough. And it's like, I'm just kind of this person that was able to pass together, and it served me well.
Well, man, that is an incredible way to wrap up this episode because we're running out of time. But it certainly is, as you well know, a thesis I very much believe in. A television camera, being a part of the media, can provide you access to the good, the bad, and everything in between. And you are proving that. As we wrap things up, though, I've got a very short question, which may have a long answer, but keep it brief. And that is, what's next?
I don't know. I'll get married and get back to you.
Good enough, man. Congratulations on those impending nuptials. Thank you so much, Stephen, for coming on and sharing some of what you know and really helping out an old photog. I appreciate it. I love you, and we'll talk at you soon.
Love you too, Stuart. Thanks for having me, man.
Anytime, we'll have you back. And we will be back next time with an episode that I haven't given any thought to yet, but we'll come up with something, and it'll be engaging, and I hope you come back and join us. So thank you, and we'll see you next time.
What's up with all those mysterious flying objects that have been reported over sensitive military installations and bases with nuclear weapons? It's been happening a long time, but just recently, Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana reported swarms of drones of supposedly unknown origin that the military says they couldn't disable. And reports of flying objects go back to the 1940s. And today we're going to talk about a pretty well-known one that happened during the Cold War in 1967 at an air base in Montana. And if you're familiar with this UFO, UAP community, you know. And if you're new, you need to know about Captain Robert Salas. He is our guest today, and he was there involved firsthand with this incident at a Montour space, which is known as the Maelstrom UFO incident. And we welcome in Captain Robert Salas, joining us from California. Captain, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mary Kay, for having me. Looking forward to it.
Well, you know, it's a pleasure. Want to brag about you just a little bit. You are a graduate of the U.S. Air Force, majored in the Air Force Academy, excuse me, Air Force Academy. You majored in aerospace engineering. You served as a missile launch officer who witnessed UFOs disabling nuclear missiles at Maelstrom Air Force Base in Montana in 1967. Since then, you worked for the FAA. You ran for Congress. You're an author of quite a few books about UFO and nukes. You are a ufologist, but from what I read, you're not a UFO junkie. You just want answers to what you saw that night in Montana. So can you take us back to 1967 and briefly tell us what you were doing and what happened?
Yeah, I was part of a two-man crew. We were located at one of the what we call launch control facilities, which is about 100 miles, the one we were at, 100 miles to the east of Maelstrom Air Force Base. But it was one of 15 we had throughout the state of Montana at the time. About sometime in the evening, 9:30, I got a phone call from my topside guard. We had 6 guards upstairs. I was in a capsule about 60 feet underground with my commander, who was taking a rest break because one of us had to be on alert at all times during the 24-hour period we were down there. During this call, the security guard said, "Sir, we've been seeing strange lights in the sky, flying very fast and then stopping in midair, making 90-degree turns." And he kept repeating, he said, "These are not aircraft, sir." And which was for him to say, but I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, there's no engine noise. They're making very unusual maneuvers, and I've never seen an airplane do what these lights are doing. So I just wanted to report it." And I said, "Well, okay." I didn't know quite what to tell him. I might have joked about could have been a UFO, but because we had had reports of UFOs in the city of Great Falls all that week.
Interesting.
And
So
anyway,
you didn't think he was crazy. You kind of thought, well, maybe it's related to that.
I took it as a serious report. He was not joking. He was. He told me, I'm not joking or anything. I'm just wanting to report these lights just above us, and so I said, "Okay, thanks, and let me know if anything happens from that." And we hung up. And then about 5 minutes later, he calls back. This time he's extremely frightened. I could tell by his voice. He was shouting into the phone, babbling, not making much sense. And then I calmed him down a little, and he said, "Sir, we're all out here with our weapons drawn. We're looking at a glowing red-orange light that's hovering just above the front gate. And what do you want us to do, sir?"
Oh my.
I was, again, a little bit shocked by this report. I didn't know what to tell him, except that I said, it's your responsibility to make sure the facility is secure up there. Do whatever you have to make sure nothing enters the fenced area. So that's essentially what I told him. And we hung up the phone. I went to tell my commander about these phone calls. I woke him up, and just as I was about to tell him about the calls, we get a large horn go off in the capsule. We know what that means. It's one of the missiles had problems. We had 10 missiles that we were monitoring. We look over at the board, and very quickly, all 10 of them go from green to red. So
Oh my goodness. Oh my
all of
goodness.
them were disabled while this object was up there. So we jump up, go through our checklist. He had to call back to command post at Malmstrom. I noticed that there were 2 of the that had incursion lights, meaning it was possible that 2 of the launch facilities where the missiles are located, they were about a mile or 2 away from where we were. And so it's possible that somebody or something was trying to enter those sites. I called up to send guards out there, security people, to check it out. Of course, first I asked about this red-orange light, and he said it just flew. I called.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Did he just, Captain, did he describe it? Did he say just a light, or was it a saucer? Did it make a noise? Did he give you any other details?
I asked him if he could give me a better idea of what it looked like, and he said that he could barely make out the oval shape inside the light. The light was very bright. It was hard for him to look into it, and but that's about the best he came up with. In my book, Fated Giant, that's the first book I wrote, there's a drawing by a guard from a previous incident, and you can see it's clearly a shaped object.
Interesting. Interesting. And your job was to monitor the Minuteman I missiles, just to make sure they were able. If you needed to launch them, you could, but you were to monitor them to make sure they were online, so to speak. Is that correct, Captain?
Of course.
Right. Had anything like that
Monitor
happen?
and the launch, you've given the order. of
And
course.
launch of given the order, so you had an incredibly top secret clearance. How long were they disabled? Do you recall?
Well, we had a way a readout of what the problem was, and they were all reading guidance and control system failure. So we had to send maintenance people out there, and that's what they did. And we have contacted that man, and he's become a good witness for us. I gave a long testimony and an affidavit. But basically, he had to go retarget each of the missiles manually. So that probably took a day to do that, and bring them back up on alert. So they were probably off alert for about a day.
So that's pretty serious.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty serious to be offline for that long. So what happened so that happened at night. I believe from what I've read about your accounts, the next day you were told to zip it and not talk about it. Can you share that with me? And then years later, what gave you the confidence to know that I'm going to talk about this and not feel like I'm going to be thrown in jail?
Yeah, as soon as we were relieved the next morning, we were ordered back to the base. They actually brought a helicopter out for us and took us back, ordered to go see the squadron commander. I walked in there, and there was a man from AFOSI, Air Force Office of Special Investigations there. Shoved a piece of paper at us, signed here. He said, you're never to talk about this to anyone, not even anyone in the Air Force. And so we were basically ordered to sign a non-disclosure statement on penalty of spending a lot of time in prison if we ever talked about this.
I mean, what did you think
was
about that?
serious.
Because I know you surely already had a top secret clearance. Well,
That's what I told him. I said, all you have to do is tell me not to say anything, and I won't. I've got a top secret, above top secret clearance, and et cetera. But he said, no, we need you to sign this.
Captain Salas, had you ever heard of this happening before? In other words, shocked by this, or where you thought, well, okay. Did it surprise you at all? Did it scare you at all? How did this incident affect you at the time?
Well, at the time, of course, I asked my squadron commander if this was some kind of an Air Force exercise or anything like that. And we were never briefed on this possibility of some light our missiles. So no, we had never heard of anything like this before. However, when I started researching this later on, I realized that there were other incidents. In fact, 8 days earlier, another facility had the same thing happen to it. That was the Echo flight shutdown. Echo flight, very similar to ours, and they had UFOs come over at the missile sites, and all 10 of their missiles were shut down. We've got that witness who has also come forward, and well, I'll go on here. So I never did talk to the guards again about this incident because I was ordered not to.
Yeah.
They called me at home, begged me to come and see them. I couldn't. I had to turn them down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were
They were scared to death, I would imagine, just totally shaken up.
Well, they were also told not to talk to anybody about it.
Sure. Okay.
But they were scared. They were frightened of what they had seen. Couldn't explain it to themselves. So they thought I had some answers, but of course I didn't have it.
Captain, what do you think it was? What do they think it was?
Well, it wasn't one of ours. It wasn't anything the U.S. Air Force had ever constructed, and I very quickly eliminated any other country. So it had to be something from off Earth. I've concluded from all my research.
From reading about this, I understand that the skeptics say that it was Mars. What? What? It was Mars.
Or Mars doesn't fly like this thing.
Yeah.
At any rate, I never talked about it until 1994. I was in a bookstore, picked up a book called Above Top Secret by Timothy Good just to look at it, and happened to turn to a page that described what I thought was my incident. It sounded like what I had recalled after some 27 years. So I got excited about that. I went home and told my wife this was my incident. And it looks like the Air Force must have declassified it because it's here in this book, publicly available. Next thing I did is contact MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, to get an investigator. I found James Klotz, very, very capable investigator. We decided the Freedom of Information Act requests the Air Force about this incident, but not mention anything about UFO. Simply see if we get any information. And they wrote back and said, you know, this is classified, but since it's been so long, we're going to declassify it and send you documents. And that's exactly.
Interesting. Interesting.
So these documents had been secret, but they were marked declassified or unclassified.
Captain,
So that's when I started speaking openly, thinking
okay.
that this was my incident. It turns out I was mistaken about this because I didn't realize there had been another incident 8 days earlier, and that was the one they had declassified. So, but at any rate, I gave interviews to people like Art Bell and the Great Falls Tribune. I gave an interview to that paper, which was published, and other interviews about this. And it wasn't until 1996 when I contacted Fred Mywald, who was my commander in the field at the time, in the capsule. And he said, we weren't at Echo Flight, we were at Oscar Flight, which was a different location.
Oh. Okay. Oscar Flight. Okay. Okay.
So at that point, I realized I had violated this NDA.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness.
I had to make a decision. And I decided just to keep talking because the Echo incident was so similar to ours, and it involved UFOs. And we had the witness. Now I located the commander and his deputy, and he was willing to speak about it publicly. So I made that decision back. I'm still talking about it.
So
I've never been hassled.
that's what I was going to ask you. No one ever hassled you.
No.
I'm surprised, but I am. You were never threatened. Were you threatened?
Not directly. I mean, they have they tried to discredit me in different times, different ways. But I think the reason they don't come after me legally to stop me from talking is because the Air Force and the DOD did not want any publicity around this. And we can see because they probably don't have the answers. They probably can tell the public, well, we've taken care of this in this way. And I can imagine that they're still looking for answers to these kinds of incidents.
On a personal note, what did your wife think? When were you able to tell your family? So
You know, I
when
told my wife the next day.
you did, you told her right away?
Well, after I picked up that book and read
Oh,
that
okay,
book.
after you picked up the book, okay.
Yeah, not the next day of the
Okay, I
incident.
didn't know if, what it's like with families. You can't tell anybody, right? Oh,
Well, I wasn't supposed to talk to her or anybody else,
yeah, yeah.
but my wife was very supportive. She's always been supportive of me.
Wonderful.
She's passed now, but
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
I could
sorry.
really count on her support always.
Did she share your thoughts that human intelligence?
Oh yeah, yeah, because we've had other incidents.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we've had other visits, let's say, from our space brothers and sisters.
Yes. So what did you think about UFOs before this experience? Like as a kid or a teenager before you joined their service? And by the way, thank you so much for your service. Did you believe in UFOs before this incident? What were your thoughts about it?
I never gave it a thought, honestly. Of course, we saw the movies E.T. and Close Encounters, but that was later. I had, I didn't discount the possibility that we were being visited, but I didn't dwell on it.
You didn't dwell on it. Our producer has a question, Austin, that he wants to ask you.
Robert, just last year there was a Pentagon report that said that the Malmstrom incident was caused by or they claim it was caused by an electromagnetic pulse device. Do you have any thoughts about that?
That's ridiculous. There's no way they could have put up a device to produce some 7 million volts of electricity at one time. And if they had done that, I'm sure it would have fried some of our equipment that we had. We didn't have integrated circuits like they have now on chips, things like radio tubes in 1967.
Right, right.
So the Air Force would never have done a test like that on operational equipment. And like I said, I asked my commander about any kind of an exercise or test that they were doing, and he said absolutely not.
But did this incident change you and the way you saw the government and the world? Did it change you in any way? Are you different today because of that incident in 1967?
Yes, absolutely. It changed me about my confidence in what the government is doing about this issue, of course.
So I read somewhere that you do not consider yourself a UFO junkie, but you're curious and you want to know. Tell us about your books and the takeaway from these books, UAPs and the Nuclear Puzzle. You have several really excellent books out there. What motivated you to write them, and what are the biggest takeaways from these books that you want people to know?
Well, the first book, Faded Giant, has a lot of the documentation we received from the Air Force under the Freedom of Information Act. I want the public to know that we have documents supporting mostly the Echo flight incident. However, there were a couple of other incidents that are described in that book. Of course, the second book was more in detail on other similar incidents. I've identified over 13 or 15 other very similar incidents that have occurred over the years. And again, I want the public to know that this is a recurring issue. So much so that I think our visitors, let's call them, wanted to send us a message about nuclear weapons, and that's my main.
Do you think
And,
are they trying to protect us, Captain Salas? Do you think they're just concerned and that's why they're turning them off and then on again? Because can't they just turn them on? I mean, we're just in such a scary time right now in the world. Do you think they would totally interfere with us, or do you think they're just kind of letting us know, hey, we're here?
Well, I can only speculate about that. I have no idea. But what I have concluded is that they are concerned about us having nuclear weapons and the potential or the risk of using them obviously is high. I mean, we've all felt that. Even in this latest episode with Iran, when our president says, we're going to completely abolish a civilization, it sounds like he may or possibly use a nuclear weapon. And by the way, the request by generals in different wars, such as the Korean War and the Vietnam War, requests were made to use nuclear weapons in those wars. So it's not out of the question that those weapons could be used in the future, and if they are, we're headed for massive destruction.
Captain Salas, in closing, this is a time when many of us feel helpless. Like all this chaos is going on and mayhem is going on, and the average person feels helpless. Do you have any words of advice or help or inspiration or anything you want us to know?
Well, we're not helpless. We've all got a voice. We can speak out, and that is disclosure. What I'm telling you today is the truth, and it's disclosure. And any other witness that comes forward to tell their truth is also disclosure. If we do keep doing that, we will put more pressure on government to tell us what they know.
Excellent. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time today. Very insightful. Bless you, sir. Keep using your voice.
Thank you, McKay.
A pleasure. Hope to have you back as a guest again. And please be careful. Okay, please be careful.
I try.
Okay. So thank you all for joining us today. McKay Beeler here with We Are Not Alone here at Queen City News Plus. We appreciate your time, and we'll look for you next time.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. This week we're talking golf. A lot of people know this guy right here, Jon Rahm, professional golfer. He's won the Masters. He's won, I think, more than one major. Pretty accomplished. But what about that guy walking up to him? Adam Hayes has made the headlines recently, along with his real estate agent, Ben Bowen, with Premier Sotheby's International Realty. Ben, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey.
Morgan, thank you for having me. My pleasure.
So, Adam is a new client of yours. Is he new, or did you know him before?
So I knew Adam's wife, Brandy, before.
Okay.
But they are new clients. We just listed their home for sale last week.
So it's making headlines. Everyone is talking about the caddy who's been on the bag for Jon Rahm for forever, it seems.
About a decade.
Listing his home, Iron Station, North Carolina, for roughly $14 million.
Correct.
That's a pretty price tag. I will say a lot of the comments that I've received have been, wow, a caddy has a $14 million home is pretty impressive.
Well, they've done well for themselves, and there's a backstory to how they got there.
Mm-hmm.
Happy to share some of that with you.
Yeah,
if you like.
I'd love to. Yeah.
So when Adam began caddying. He was struggling and not making a ton of money. His wife, Brandy, had a very successful real estate business. And so I think Brandy kind of carried them through the early years. And as Adam's career grew, and he came more on Rahm's bag about 10 years ago, and Rahm was at one point the #1 caddy in the world. So when she was a realtor, she has a very keen sense of design and taste and style. And they have bought and flipped a couple of homes on Lake Norman that
Okay.
they lived in, fixed up, sold. So they made some very wise real estate investments, and they built some wealth through real estate on Lake Norman. And after a while, it got to be just kind of a busy lifestyle on the lake. And when Adam was home from traveling, I think he wanted some space and serenity. And so they decided to acquire this property they put together. And then they worked with one of the top architects and great custom home builder and built this property that they call Stone Falls Farm. So it's evolved process through the years of a joint partnership between the two of them.
Well, it's a beautiful home. It's a beautiful area. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 136 acres, something like that?
So correct. They are selling the home on 100 acres, and they're going to retain the other 36 for themselves for a potential smaller home there.
Okay. I thought maybe when you listed it that a lot of times with these bigger properties that are more expansive, you'll see that the home is listed with acreage and then the acreage is listed separately, and then the buyer has the opportunity to purchase the acreage as well. I guess it's just more marketable that way. I thought maybe that was the reasoning for that, but it sounds like it's different in this circumstance.
Yeah, in this circumstance, they would like to keep the property next door to it. If the right buyer comes along and the numbers match up, they would be willing to consider selling it. But at this time, they're planning on keeping the 36 acres for the opportunity to have a smaller home.
So you always seem to have the listings that everyone's talking about, the hat to just you're talented and people want to work with you. And I think we've talked about this before because I've had you on turnkey for another property, and you're just yourself. Is that the magic to getting these listings? Is people know what they're getting with you and they know the personality and the person?
I hope so, Morgan. I had somebody tell me recently that I was the same person in person I was on my videos, and I certainly hope that I am. I don't try to come across somebody that I'm not, but the only way I know how to be is myself, and so that seems to work. But yeah, I love what I do. And the prior person I was on here for today is his birthday.
Wait, whose birthday is it?
Shaq's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, because one of the other properties that it's Shaq's birthday today
so
while
happy
we're
birthday,
recording
Shaq.
this
You're awesome.
this episode. So happy birthday to Shaq Thompson. So obviously personality is just one part of listing a property like this. It is so involved. I'm going to run a clip of yours that I pulled from some of your listing videos, and I would love to what goes into that whole part of listing a property. So why don't we play that and then we'll kind of break it down.
So your home and gardens have been featured not one magazines. Tell me what makes this place so special.
I really enjoy gardening and all of my animals. What kind of animals we have? We have alpacas, chickens, and guardian livestock dogs that are Great Pyrenees.
I think what I find so interesting, Ben, about this video in particular is very rarely, if not ever, do you see the seller in the videos. Especially times they don't even want anyone to know their name.
Sure.
So what was that conversation like? Did you have this idea that you wanted to put Brandy in the video? How did that come to be?
So a big part of what makes the property special are the gardens. That's Brandy's passion. That's her hobby. That's her love. And I told Brandy I could never tell that story as well as she could, and asked if she'd be open to me just talking with her for a few minutes about the gardens and what makes it so special. And she's very personable. Brandy knows a lot of people in the area. She's a real estate agent herself. Brandy has a website or a Instagram page for Stone Falls Farm, the property. She has brought children out there, people out there. They have alpacas. and they've had sheep out there.
And you got to use the gym equipment, I see.
Use the gym equipment. Yeah.
I noticed that you put the what do you call it when you select the weight? I noticed you put it all the way at the
Heavy
bottom,
setting, yeah.
but then you lifted it with such ease.
I've been working out regularly.
Okay, that's you always put something kind of fun in your videos too.
You can't take yourself too seriously.
Mhm.
Morgan, I mean, we're selling dirt, we're selling land, and it's improvement.
Mhm.
But I love what I do. But I thought it would be great to have Brandy in there. She's very personable, and she could explain the gardenings and how all that stuff works. And the way they built the gardens is you can really spend a lot of time doing that, or it can be pretty self-maintaining if you want it to. So if somebody's not a huge gardener, they could buy it and still maintain all the gardens without a ton of work.
So, question then. Brandy's got a background in real estate.
does.
Why wouldn't she think, okay, I'm gonna sell this myself?
So Brandy sold her last couple homes herself, I believe, but
Mhm.
they knew this needed somebody with a bigger global reach, more experience marketing these types of homes. When you get into a certain price point, Morgan, it's a whole nother level of marketing and expertise that you need to have. And Brandy and Adam recognized that, and they knew to stay in their lane of what they knew and did best and hire somebody to do this for them.
And that's a huge thing when you're looking at, working with clients. A lot of times they have their own idea of how something's going to go, but it's maybe not the best approach. And the fact that they recognize that, I mean, Premier Sotheby's has that international reach, right? I think that's one of the main real estate companies that people think of when they think of luxury listings. When you list a property like this, what goes into it time-wise, monetarily? How do you plan out the marketing strategy for something like that?
So enough money to scare me if it doesn't sell. Time-wise, it's tons of hours. I mean, it's tons of hours. It's about creating a marketing plan and platform and who we think the buyer is. One person that I'm very fortunate to have on my team is Elise Raymer. She is the public relations director for Premier Sotheby's International Realty. She was named one of the top 50 women in PR in America, not just real estate, but in America, and she is phenomenal. But the power that she brings to the table is she has contacts at the Wall Street Journal and all kinds of places. So we spoke with a writer from the Wall Street Journal, and she interviewed Adam Hayes for the article. It was published Saturday in the Wall Street Journal. And when you get a real estate listing picked up there, it's picked up all over the place. It's been in all kind of golf magazines, Golf Week. I've been in contact with the New York Post this week and tons of publications that are wanting to ask and write about the story. So our PR department gives us the ability to have a reach way broader than I could ever have.
And I know as the real estate agent, you want it to be all about the real estate, but there is that one part about the golf that makes the headlines, and that's what does it, right?
It does. So we had a Randy about that.
Mhm.
They are very private, and they would prefer to have stayed private.
Mhm.
But his relationship with John Rahm was going to create exposure for them. And the reality is, in real estate, if you list a home this expensive, the media is going to look at the listing, do some research, see who owns the house. They're going to look up the owner, and they can tie that person to anything that's public knowledge.
The LLC.
LLC,
Yeah.
anything that's of interest to the public, they're going to run and create a story. So what we decided together as a team was to let's cut off the narrative and create the story. If you don't do that, then the media creates whatever story they want to create.
Mhm.
So Adam was at least able to share his side of the story
Mhm.
with the Wall Street Journal.
That's nice, and I know I get both sides of it. I understand, them wanting to have their privacy. This is their house, and now everybody is looking at every single picture, and probably noticing the master's bag that's hanging at the front entrance when you walk in. But there is that marketability aspect of it when you let people in a little bit, and it's a beautiful house. I would love to hear more about it. We talked about the gardens a little bit, but this is an expansive property. I mean, the gym, of course, you got to have the golf simulator,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
How many shots did it take you?
So they didn't show my best shot. It's like they showed me a shot where it
I
didn't hit the
noticed it
green.
trailed
It's
off
like,
a little bit, and I thought that too. I thought, wow, I thought Ben would have picked one that was a little straighter.
So yeah, I should have done a few more. But so I think there's a trend more.
Humanizing.
We used to have a man cave where the guys got this room for
This is like a
ball
man
games.
house. It's more than a man
So
cave.
it's becoming into the whole barn dominiums are
Mhm.
super popular and stuff. And this is basically a barn dominium. One half of it is an active working barn. There are 2 animal stalls.
Mhm.
There are places for tractors and all the lawn equipment, gardening, farming equipment that you'd want to have. And the other side of that's a 3,000 square foot recreational area
Mhm.
with a full fitness center, baseball. So there's a regulation baseball batting cage.
I figured there had to have been some sort of tie because that's
Yeah.
not something that someone just puts in. Baseball,
Yeah.
golf, yes, but a batting cage area, that's not something that you're just gonna install. Yeah,
So
okay.
I think if the buyer doesn't play baseball, have any draw there, that would make a phenomenal big putting green. They're a golfer.
Right.
Then of course the golf simulator. There's a bar there. There's a table there. You can sit there and hang out and watch your friends play. So with the simulator, you can
Mhm.
practice, or you can play Pebble Beach and other famous courses there. But I think their kids have a great time while their friends over hanging out, just
Mhm.
playing courses, and Adam can practice there as well. So,
Yeah, I mean, how can you not have a great time as a kid with all of those toys at your at the disposal? The property itself, I mean, 100 plus acres. There's plenty of room for whatever you want to do. Tell me about the I saw that you were on, four wheelers at one point.
So the first cool thing about the property is I've seen homes on a lot of land that sit near the street. They don't have a ton of privacy
Mhm.
from the road. Their driveway is about 3/10 of a mile long. So you meander through the trees and woods to get to the house, and it just once you get there and see it, it's beautiful. So there's total privacy around the house. They have trails in the woods for hiking, for four-wheelers. You can ride horses on the property. You could shoot skeet on the property. There's all kind of they built a large fire pit out beside the barn, and they can have 20 people there, 30 people there hanging out at the fire pit in the evenings, just cooking out and hanging out. And I think they have invited a lot of their family and friends there to use the property.
Mhm.
But the land gives you so many opportunities, and for them, the animals are a big part of it. They have alpacas there,
Mhm.
which are super cool. I have learned a little bit. The Great Pyrenees are guard dogs, so they guard against coyotes and foxes.
Okay,
So they
interesting.
protect the chicken and the sheep. And one of the really cool features that just shows you the detail of the home is in the backyard. There's a pool, but in the backyard there's a chicken house, and the chicken house is split by the fenced-in backyard.
Mm-hmm.
So the chickens can come in from the barn side of the chicken house, lay eggs. They can walk in from their backyard in the chicken house and gather them.
Oh,
So
interesting.
it's pretty
Okay.
cool. They just thought out everything.
A lot of detail, obviously, with this home. Who was the builder?
Corbin Holmes was the builder, and Smith Slovic was the architect.
Okay. So you mentioned that it takes a lot of time. When did they approach you to list this property, and how long did it take you to get it to? I mean, it's only been on the market for a few days now, but how long did it take you to get to finally hitting submit on MLS?
So I started talking to them about 6 months ago. So this has been a discussion for a while, and decided to do it in the springtime. So as far as actually getting the house photographed, getting the videos edited, that's been probably a 3 or 4 week process. When I met with them, they needed almost no staging advice. Their house is beautiful, but a lot of times we have to meet with the seller and help them show them how to make it show better. But their home looked great, but so it took about 3 to 4 weeks to get one.
What am I reading? What am I reading about? There's an accent wall sourced from the Biltmore estate.
So they've got a wall of some wood reclaimed beams that are 200 years old. That's from a Virginia barn. That's in the area between the family room and the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably 4 feet wide. It's a big, wide opening.
That's
Not sure if that's what you're referencing, but
yeah.
yeah.
Accent wall, sourced from the Biltmore estate. It sounds like, there's a lot of detail, and I think a lot of times when people are looking through the pictures online, which is of course why you do the videos as well, but it's you don't get all of those details unless you read the description. How many people are a part of your team? You mentioned that you've got top PR gal in the country, essentially. How many people work to get this listing to market?
So I have specifically 2 assistants that work. But part of my team includes my photographer and videographer, my home measuring people, staging people. And then I'll lean into our brand for help and guidance on marketing, creative, here for the house. Getting exposure through the PR part. So I kind of count all those people for my.
Just enough time and money, comfortable if it doesn't sell. I think that's the part that a lot of people miss. They're like, they get their calculator out and they're like, how much could this person make on a sale like this? Which, it's profitable if it works out, but if it doesn't, then you're in the red quite a bit.
Yeah, that's fine. And now I'm at a point where I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
There's a point early on in your career where you kind of are sweating bullets if it doesn't sell.
Yeah.
But it's I think too often agents skim the marketing it takes to sell a house, But if you really do everything right for a client and you're successful selling their house, it's going to give you more opportunities. You said I seem to land on a lot of these homes like this, and that's true, but
I know it's not by luck.
it's because I've had success selling other homes like this that I get in front of the next. And I think part of the success is I'm not afraid to spend whatever it takes to do everything right. We did videos in this house of the gardens, of the trails, of the animals, recreation area in the barn, in addition to that.
How many days, full day of shooting, or did you come back multiple days?
Well, we shot this in 2 different sets.
Okay. Because obviously you have the sunset pictures as well. You can do all of that at once.
And those are the money shots. That's what you put on the cover picture. That's what gets fed out to all the Zillows and realtors and all the news sources is the cover shot from MLS a lot of times. That's what somebody's got to click that. And
Let's talk about that because, you know, a lot of times you'll see listings, and it doesn't have to be a luxury listing like this, but you'll see listings and it's, you know, someone's living room furniture. How important is that first picture?
so I'm very specific with how I showcase the house.
Mhm.
If there's a pool, for example, I'll probably showcase that in the first couple pictures just to show there is a pool in the house. But then I like to circle back to the front of the house and walk a buyer through the house,
Mhm.
then end up at the outdoors. But we strategically go with best, and if it doesn't sell in a few weeks, we'll mix those up.
Okay. So then whoever is getting that into their inbox, all of a sudden it's a fresh look at a home and maybe this time they click on it. Yeah.
There's a new house.
Yeah.
Maybe they like the aerial, other front shot.
I know you've had a lot of like fan interest in this home,
yeah.
but have you had initial buyer interest? Have you had any showings yet? I know it's early.
We have been on the market for about 5 days. We've got 2 people that have expressed interest in it so far and seen the house. So looking forward to getting them out there and seeing it. It's not going to be a buyer that runs out there and sees it the first day and purchases it.
Right.
But I think we've got some local buyers that would have an interest. Lake Norman has exploded. The home values have gone up tremendously. And I think you've got for 10, 20 years, and they've kind of been there, done that.
Mhm.
Maybe they want more privacy. And,
Well, you pay for the shoreline.
pay for the shoreline. And maybe they've done that, and they want to have a little bit of privacy and space. So I think there's an opportunity for a local buyer to buy it. But there's also, people moving to the Carolinas for the mountain areas and stuff that want land. This could be a second home for somebody from South Florida that wants to get up here in the summertime. I don't know.
And I know most of our viewers who watch Turnkey are probably like, did you just say second home?
So this is
But
probably
it's true.
it's probably the primary home for.
Yeah.
But this buyer likely has other homes somewhere else.
Right.
But we are seeing people from South Florida specifically with tremendous wealth. And in South Florida, in Naples, $14 million is
Right.
sold all day long.
Right.
So
What do you think? What's with the South Florida connection? What do you think it is?
So our company is based out of Naples, and every time I'm in South Florida they're always like, "Oh, you're from North Carolina. We love it there." All right, really? I'm kind of thinking the palm trees and the white sand.
Sounds nice.
That's a pretty nice.
The hurricane insurance.
But they they want out of there in the summer. A lot of the people, it's hot. The insurance is extremely expensive down there, especially if your property has been flooded and if you've had a pool where a storm's brought water in from your pool into your house. I mean, I have a friend of mine had a $4 million home there, and his clients were carrying $100,000 a year for insurance on the property.
Mhm.
And so it's gotten expensive, and some of the South Florida people want to get out of there,
Mhm.
and others just want a place to leave in the summertime.
Mhm.
A place to go to in the.
Yeah, I used to live in Fort Myers for 3.5 years, and those summers they do get pretty hot.
Yeah,
And it's humid, it's right on the Gulf there.
Yeah, it's just hot when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah, it is. It was hot after we had I covered a hurricane there, and it was Hurricane Irma, I believe, and being post hurricane without that AC, that is a whole different level of hot.
Yeah.
So, when you've got interested buyers, because I know there are a lot more who probably contacted you than the legit ones.
Sure.
How do you vet these people? Because I'm sure there are people who say, yeah, here are my proof of funds. I'm good for it.
Yeah.
How do you do the deep dive?
So we verify the proof of best we can. If it's a letter from a financial advisor, we may call the advisor and say, "Hey, did you write this letter for the people on this date?" But we need more than just something saying, "Hey, got this much money." There are times when a known person wants to see it. If it's a known person that we know is in the NASCAR community or somebody like that.
Someone you actually know,
Yeah,
right?
we may say, "Hey, don't worry about that." But for everybody else, we need a proof of funds. I'm present for showings, and so the buyer's agent has no real knowledge of the house or the property, and it's part of what Adam and Brandy are hiring me for is to show and sell the property. So when I'm there, I can point out all the features of the property, how they could use the property, talk to it about it being a one-of-one property, and we're trying to sell the property. And our competition for a house like this is beyond Lake Norman. There's Lake Eowyn in South Carolina. It could be that. It could be they're looking at buying a home at the coast, it could be in the mountain. So, the competition for it goes beyond just Lake Norman.
How involved then, since you're the one who has all the knowledge on the property, how involved is the buyer's agent then? Because, I mean, I'm sure they read up on it, but you're kind of the expert.
Yeah, and I think they appreciate that. I go to the house to meet them, and I tell the buyer's agent they don't have to know everything about the house. They're everything with their clients, and of course they are there. But I don't expect them to know all the details of.
Any final, mentions of this property that you wanted to say? Anything that I missed?
I think the unique thing is location-wise. You're about 20 minutes from Lake Norman, 30
Right.
minutes from Uptown Charlotte.
Iron Station, right?
Yep, Iron Station. There is a private airport about 5 minutes away, which
Okay.
could be useful for buyer. And I've joked with the sellers, they're only 5 minutes to Chick-fil-A. So it's not that far out.
That's more important than the Carolinas than people think.
Yeah, it is. So if you've got kids, you're not far from Chick-fil-A here, but it's pretty close, Morgan, to conveniences for shopping and restaurants.
All right.
Yeah, you have your own private seclusion and total privacy and escape.
I think you may have just sold it with the Chick. Then thank you so much for coming back on Turnkey and
Thanks so much.
for choosing to come on our show for this property. You're always welcome to.
Yeah, you're awesome. I appreciate it. I hope I have another opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to everyone else out there for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Good Tuesday afternoon to you, and welcome to Queen City News Plus live here, live from the Blue Room. As we've got anchor Brian Blakely with you, and anchor Morgan Francis, Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joining us today, talking a little bit about this weather, a little bit of rain that's popping up our way, and producer director Austin McCullum running the show today on a lot that we got to get to. And first off, Morgan, let's talk about the King of England is in town today, and he is getting ready to address Congress in Washington, D.C.
I mean, this is a historic visit. It's been almost 20 years since the reigning monarch has visited the U.S. Obviously, it comes as America is celebrating its 250th anniversary of independence from the British crown. There was a lot of pomp and circumstance this morning. They came out of the White House and Trump gave a brief speech before going to the balcony.
Very complimentary of the
Mm-hmm.
history of the two between Great Britain and America.
Trump
over the
saying,
years.
I believe that his mom even at one point had a crush on the king.
Yeah, and
It's a
that
little bit of
Trump
humor
may
there.
be connected in some way to the king. It's some sort of genealogy type of thing,
right.
as they were going through. So a lot of good. Hospitality that's been addressed to it. And it comes as there's been some U.S. tensions here recently when it comes to the tariffs over the war on Iran. So this is a feel-good type of ceremony that's been happening, as we saw the military ceremony that was outside earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump has been clashing with the British Prime Minister, which is obviously different side of government with then King Charles and Queen Camilla, But they're still going to have conversations and talk, and there's a great relationship between the two countries. King Charles had a meeting in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, and I believe he is just about, it's set for 3:00. He's supposed to be addressing Congress, For just the second time in history, a British monarch has addressed U.S. Congress. The first was Queen Elizabeth during post-Gulf War in 1991. So it's been a while since
It's
this
certainly been a
happened.
while. You see Vice President J.D. Vance and House Speaker Mike Johnson there up on the stage right there, the dais, as they're waiting on King Charles to make his arrival. We were hoping to dip into that, but not right now at this point. At
Never quite on
3:02.
time.
No, it was supposed to be speaking at 3 o'clock. And in his speech this afternoon, King Charles is expected to emphasize the long history of the democratic values that his country shares with the U.S. And it does come at a time, as I was mentioning, just the relations between the allies have been strained since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran. Trump has criticized, as you were saying, Prime Minister Keir Starmer for the refusal to provide any kind of military assistance during the Iran war, which the European Union argues that Trump never told them in advance that they were going to do anything with in advance about the invasion or the attack on Iran.
Right. And I mean, now there's been documentation through, I believe, the Pentagon that they're reassessing NATO allies and whether or not some should be removed or punished within NATO. And so, yeah, there's a lot of turmoil happening right now, but this has been, seemingly a nice visit. It's going to be a 4-day visit. There's a lot on the schedule. Later on tonight, there's going to be a state dinner with Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. So lots to do.
Yeah, and that's always the great fun and pomp and circumstances. You're watching a lot of that today. 500 members of all the different branches of the military were in attendance, and we're giving them a great big show today, and look forward to seeing the rest of that and what happens and transpires with the king speaking a little bit later on. One of the other stories we want to get to, Morgan, today, that is that was a post that James Comey, former FBI director, had made in the sand. That got quite a little bit.
I believe it's 2025. It was just last year.
8647.
Right.
Well, now that we understand from the Department of Justice that they're filing criminal charges against James Comey for that.
So 8647, 86, some have taken to indicate that it means eliminate or even kill. Restaurants use that when they kill orders or
well, they just eliminate. It's just an eliminating
exactly.
type of thing.
But when associated with 47th, which has been linked to President Trump as the 47th president, some critics of this post believe that it meant to, a call to kill or eliminate President Trump. Others say, that is taken out of context, that maybe it was indicated to, get rid of him as president or indict him. Comey posted the picture with the caption, "Cool shell on my walk." This is on a North Carolina beach. He later deleted it amid scrutiny that there could be violent rhetoric.
Yeah, he doesn't think that people would be associating this with violence. Remove is more what the term 86 means with the restaurant industry. 47, obviously, it's used a lot in slang now with 86. But anyway, the Justice Department has indicted him now, is what we're understanding from widespread reports, for a second time now, because you remember he was also indicted earlier.
That was in regards to the Russian investigation in the 2016 election. And I wonder if any of this was that quick of a turnaround. President Trump just had his third assassination attempt. There's a lot of talk about the Jimmy Kimmel comments. And now you have this 8647 that has resurfaced in the form of an indictment against James Comey. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has been talking about just the political speech and political violence in this country, and I don't know if we'll hear more from the Justice Department about why now.
And Trump has also long pressed for his
political enemies
adversaries to be charged as a retribution campaign continues here. And in James Comey, a lot of people say they don't think that these charges will stick. Because of free speech.
Hey guys, I'm going to interrupt real quick. It seems like they are now welcoming in King Charles into Congress, so just going to listen for a moment.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet, too, in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those.
All right, you were just listening to King Charles III addressing Congress for the first time since Queen Elizabeth did it many decades
1991.
ago. 1991. He thanked the American people, as expected, a lot of applause, right?
Sure, and I think the last line there that he just delivered is one of the most poignant of his speech that he's going to be talking about today, and that is the preserving democracy as the relationship that they have between the United States and the United Kingdom, and how they're forging that relationship to keep going forward. And so he will also visit 9/11 tomorrow in New York and honor the victims there, the memorial there from 9/11 attack.
Let's keep it moving to some of the other stories that we want to get to today. The latest out of Minneapolis when it comes to the investigation into the fraud that is happening there regarding child care facilities. Federal officials have executed warrants tied to this fraud investigation. They raided more than 20 child care locations. You may remember a lot of this was brought to national attention by the blogger Nick Shirley, who visited several child care centers wanted to register a child. And a lot of them were not friendly, wouldn't open the door. And as a result, there's been this huge investigation into these
Yeah,
facilities.
and they brought this to light, and it's come about since the ICE raids that they've had, ICE operations that they had back earlier this year. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has gone on record and says, look, wasn't a fan of all of the raids that were committed, but he said if you commit fraud in Minnesota, you get caught. That's exactly what we saw today. Is what he's talking about. So he's trying to go after some of the agencies, and many of those
changing his tune a little bit.
But yeah, and also it's also President Trump has made it known that he's and the Republican lawmakers that they're focused on the attention on the Somali community there with Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman, who has been very adamant in her attacks on President Trump, and President Trump is attacking her in a lot of ways with the rhetoric that he's had. And so the Somali community there is the heaviest Somali immigrant community here in the Minneapolis area.
Yeah, and federal investigators have said this investigation is not related to immigration. Tim Walz said that they caught irregular behavior and reported it. You know, initially he caught scrutiny for downplaying this, and once it came out that there were billions of dollars potentially in missing funding across multiple social service programs, acknowledged that it was a larger crisis than initially thought. He eventually dropped his reelection campaign in response to this scandal. But again, today they raided more than 20 childcare locations, so quite the investigation there in Minneapolis.
I want to go now to Pineville from last night. Take a look at this video. That is a car screaming across 51 right in downtown area that just lost control and went right through the middle of this is right through the Pineville branch of the Mecklenburg County Library that
right there
happened
on
South Main Street,
yeah.
right next to the police department in Pineville. So the guy who just lost control was a Honda passenger there driving at a high speed, and then crossed the railroad tracks and then just lost control.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the 22-year-old died from this crash. Officers tried to save his life, but just weren't able to. I think the driver, they know, was at a high rate of speed when it crossed the railroad tracks and lost control. But the security footage of this incident, it's not often that police release something like that so quickly to give us such a clear picture of what happened of the crash. Obviously, the Mecklenburg County Library is closed.
That car went all the way into the middle of the building as 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko was killed in that. He was alone in the vehicle. Nobody else got hurt. And they it just kind of destroyed a lot of the downstairs of that library. It's just a very sad and unfortunate situation. We carried this on Queen City News yesterday live.
Yeah. I want to get to the latest out of Georgia. The wildfires there have now been the most destructive in state history. There's one wildfire in northeast Florida, southeast Georgia, that firefighters are still trying to battle the flames. It's the Highway 82 fire that is now expanded into Wayne County. It's 32% contained, so you know, officials there don't have a great grasp on things, but conditions are not looking great. 120 homes so far have been destroyed because of this fire.
And that's a scene that you normally see out west with wildfires and up in Canada or something, but not normally that you would see here in South Georgia, the southeast. So it just shows you
here.
how dry it is.
Yeah.
And let's go ahead and bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane right now and talk a little bit about that, because they got rain yesterday, but it wasn't enough to help out. And you can just understand just how, because they're under exceptional drought there, correct?
Right. I mean, even worse. And you remember late last week, we had some of that wildfire smoke that was drifting into our part of the world here in the Carolinas with that hotter southwest wind. And we no longer have that. We're definitely on the cooler side, more of a wind shift happening. So we're not getting some of the smoky conditions from the wildfires. But I know just a terrible situation. Again, just a reminder that that's something that we're trying to prevent here in the Carolinas with the burn bans that continue across both Carolinas until further notice. Now, we have had some relief when it comes to this rain, and we had a nice steady rain, even a few loud thunderstorms that maybe woke some of you up earlier this morning, too. Rainfall totals only adding up to kind of around the quarter-inch range for the most part. We did get some higher amounts, around half-inch or a little more up at the mounds earlier today. That rain is long gone, so we're done with the rain for the rest of the day if you have some outside plans. Definitely running cooler. But look at Boone, now up to 71, warmer, 10 degrees warmer than where we are in the Queen City, because we have a little more sunshine coming out. We'll see some breaks of sun, a little more of that before the sun goes down here. But tomorrow, you know what? We're going to do this same thing all over again. watching for another round of scattered downpours and storms in the morning, and then possibly a few isolated stronger severe storms. Can't be ruled out. It's a low risk, but it's not zero. For tomorrow afternoon, damaging wind, hail, even a brief tornado just can't be totally ruled out across the region. So let's get you a look at the timeline here. Again, still dry for the rest of this evening, but a little earlier in some cases, mountains and foothills starting to see that rain by, say, 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. Look at that heavy swath coming in there by 7 a.m. So another wet go of it for that morning drive for a lot of you. Things kind of wind down a little bit here, late morning, early afternoon. But then if we get enough of that sunshine and instability, late afternoon and evening, that's where we're going to be watching for some of those possible strong to severe storms once again. An additional couple tenths of an inch of rain possible here with this next round tomorrow. More showers and storms possible as we head into the weekend in the mountains and everywhere else too. 50s to near 60 tonight. We'll get a little warmer tomorrow afternoon. We see enough sun approaching 80 degrees. Thursday is drier. There's that next round coming in for Saturday, and then we have a little more of a drier stretch for a couple of days after that.
Well, we need the rain, that's for
Yes.
sure. My
Yep.
car doesn't hate it either. It needed a car wash. So
Nice rinse.
that one was for free. Thanks, Tara.
All right, we're going to have some more coming up here on Queen City News Plus Live. When we come back here from the Blue Room, you're watching Queen City News Plus Live. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. King Charles speaking before Congress. Let's go ahead and listen in a little bit.
In the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom. Our shared
All right, you're listening to King Charles III addressing Congress in what's expected to be a lengthy speech with a lot of applause. The two countries, have a long history together, talking about maintaining that friendship.
That long history together, 250 years, Americans celebrating its independence, but the two long-standing allies. And King Charles has been talking about that bond and moving forward with that bond going forward. Coming up, we're going to be talking about delivering a baby on a plane.
Why experts and health experts say you shouldn't fly after being 36 weeks pregnant. There's a reason. That story is coming up next. We'll be right back. Welcome back. A Delta flight into Portland International Airport was 20 minutes early, Brian, but one of the women on board was 2 weeks early and ended up delivering right there on the plane.
That is Brielle Renee Blair. Let's go ahead and listen to a little bit of what Eva's had to say about that.
We had her lay down. I asked for an OB kit, which they did not have. I asked for blankets, which they did not have. So I was like, okay, we need to get blankets from passengers. I need some shoestrings. So the flight attendant took his shoestring out, cut it for us, then
Those are two paramedics that were on their way back from the Dominican Republic vacation. Hey, we're going to spring into action and help deliver this baby, and they did.
They used the shoelace to tie off the umbilical cord. Again, they didn't have the medical kit that they would typically use. It's sometimes, airplanes have it, sometimes they don't. But they were actually helping someone in the back of the plane who was having some sort of medical emergency. And then they had to rush up to the front because someone was about to deliver her baby. She wanted to be with her mom in Portland.
Of course.
For when she delivered. But they don't recommend that you fly after 36 weeks pregnant. This is kind of the reason why. Because
you chastising this beautiful newborn
no,
now.
I mean,
this family.
Kind of, yeah.
They left with 153 passengers and arrived with 154 passengers.
Yes.
So congratulations
Healthy
to
baby
those
girl,
two
Brielle Blair.
paramedics. That's
five,
just awesome.
5 pounds, 5.5 pounds.
5.5, 2 weeks
I think
early.
Delta Blair sounded maybe more appropriate.
That's good, right. Hey, thanks for watching today on Queen City News Plus Live. Hope you have a great day.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Ground Control, where we talk about all things outer space here on Queen City News Plus. I am your co-host, meteorologist Andrew Brightman, and of course, I have joining me my other co-host, executive producer Matt Campbell. How are you doing today, Matt, after an historic mission?
I am very happy. I'm just glad that it all went well. There was only one problem that they recurringly had on the flight, but we'll probably get to that. I'm just glad everybody is home safe, and they've sent back so much to Earth, not just knowledge, but feeling.
Feeling is a great way to describe kind of what we experienced on that mission here around the moon and back, with the capsule the Orion spacecraft touching back down off the California coast here near San Diego at approximately 5:07 Pacific time here this past Friday. After a successful mission, but as you were alluding to, Matt, a couple of hiccups there. And also, this is one of those times when we splashdown here is off the coast of California. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think previous Apollo missions, they would be much farther out in the Pacific.
They could be out towards Samoa. They could be mainly just out in the Pacific, far out in the Pacific. And they would have all kinds of ships strung about the Pacific, but usually they were targeting for one spot. But they had plenty of real estate, watery real estate though. But they would splash down out in the Pacific because they figured that would be the easiest way to get their ship back.
That's yeah, and it's just nice they didn't have to take such a long journey to get back home here like our previous Apollo missions. But with Artemis 2 being back and complete, it's time to kind of recap what we saw. Obviously, this is the deepest. One of the big stories here was the deepest humans have ever gone into space here, because unlike previous Apollo missions, they were on what was called a free return trajectory here, which means they're not trying to actually get into lunar orbit, but they're just trying to go around, test the systems, have 4 people in the space capsule like that, and coming on back here, Matt. But let's kind of get into a little bit of what we saw here with the Artemis mission. Some of the interesting things there is obviously the Orion spacecraft coming back down, splashing down. What we saw here on Friday, I felt like it was almost a scene out of a movie watching that, Matt. But as we kind of get back to what we kind of learned here during the mission, can you take us into kind of what was going on with the toilet here a little bit? That was the big story here with the in terms of any hiccups out there with the Artemis mission.
This was a $30 million piece of plumbing where it was going to be similar to what we do on Earth. You could sit down and do your business.
but they kept having an issue with the valve that lets the urine out of the space capsule. It kept freezing. And because it froze up, kind of like, pipes do during winter, they had to turn the ship where that side was in the sun, bring in some heat, melt the urine, and let it go out the valve. But they had to do that repeatedly because space is cold.
Space is cold, man. And yeah, that was kind of one of the biggest stories I saw out there in the news from this particular mission was kind of the issue with the toilet. But other than that, Matt, really, as we look back on this mission, for the most part, there were obviously the hiccups there, but it was a really successful mission, and really has me kind of I was going to say optimistic for the future. I was getting my O words mixed up here, but really optimistic for the future of what we have going on for human space flight. So, we're done here. We'll talk a little bit more about if our NASA Administrator Jarek Eisman has been talking about that. Actually, Artemis 3 is going to be on the way next year here. And what kind of things we're going to be testing out with Artemis 3?
One of the big things to be testing out in Artemis 3 is the lunar landers that they're hoping to fly to the moon. And they're also hoping it'll be 2. They're hoping to test out the SpaceX spaceship, which looks like something out of Buck Rogers serials from movie serials from the 1940s. And then Blue Origin is going to have its own version of a lander. They want to try both out in Earth orbit to make sure that they can rendezvous with those spacecraft, that they can do the dockings, that they can operate with these spacecraft out there. That'll be a very big test. And, it's going to be a long flight too, so it'll be a duration thing for them, But of course, we have astronauts who spend up to a year or more on the International Space Station, so we're used to that. But these guys are going to be in a place that's no bigger than 2 minivans.
Wow. Just impressive. And really going to, and you can see it kind of here in this image. They, I don't think I could ever personally be an astronaut here, man. It's it's very cramped in there. In that capsule, and you were talking about the issues going to the bathroom here, but they don't have a lot of space or privacy when you're on a spacecraft. I mean, they don't have a ton on the ISS, but I mean, in the Orion spacecraft, and this is bigger than what they had with Apollo, because you have four people in there. But this is obviously very very kind of cramped and small space.
They found ways to stow parts of their seats, the couches as they are. They can stow parts of that seat to give them more available movable space. One thing you can do is that it's not just you're not lying on the floor. You can lie above the instrument panels. You can lie behind behind a couch, and that was one of the things that really helps. But again, it's 4 people in a very limited amount of space for 10 days. It got cramped.
Yeah, no, got very, very cramped. That's just something I admire the most here. Is that you're in the spacecraft you're over a week here, going around the moon and coming back, and you're in very, very kind of tight quarters with people. Hopefully, they were best friends going into on the moon, because that's who you got to deal with and spend very, very, very close period of time with during the duration of this mission.
That was something. I mean, these people have been training for 3 years. They were named to this crew in 2023, so they know each other. They have become friends with each other, and closer than many other friends. And that's one of the reasons why, as they were passing by the moon, they named one of the craters for the late wife of Reed Wiseman, the commander. They named one of the craters that they had seen the first time that they had seen this crater. They called it Carroll, Carroll, and it was they were breaking up. They were crying.
Yeah.
While talking about that, and that was something that just touched the hearts of a lot of people.
Yeah, and it really showed kind of that bonding they had with the astronauts together to do that, and that was definitely a very moving part of the mission. And Matt, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking more about some of the dramatic images that we saw from Artemis 2 going around the moon, the first time humans have left low Earth orbit since the days of Apollo. We're going to be talking more about that in the historic Artemis 2 mission coming up right after the break here. You're watching Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman with my co-host Matt Campbell, executive producer. Matt Campbell, we're talking, of course, about the historic Artemis 2 mission that went around the Earth here and is now around the Earth, around the moon, came back to the Earth, and now splashed down off the coast of San Diego on Friday. Matt, just getting some of the facts here. And I know you're a big facts guy, and we'll get into that a little bit later here in the show. But some of the big facts here, the total distance traveled here, almost 700,000 miles total going around the Earth, going to the moon and back. Maximum distance, this is the deepest, and surpassed the record set by Apollo 13, traveled more than 250,000 miles into outer space, roughly about 252,000 approximately. Then you talk about as this capsule is coming back, how hard and fast these things can hit Earth's atmosphere, hit Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles. Just
Moving.
Just slamming. And just what were sort of the kind of the most breathtaking things that you remember here from this mission? Matt, I'll pull up some of the images here from the Artemis 2 mission. It's just kind of always takes your breath away every time, really.
One of the great things about Artemis is that they have cameras out on the solar panels of the spacecraft that can shoot the spacecraft and whatever body that they're looking at. So you can see part of the spacecraft and the moon, and it kind of gives a little bit of perspective to it. But it was amazing the detail that we could see on the lunar surface. It was amazing when we could see the Earth looking back towards our own home planet. We could see that. And I know a lot of people were comparing some of the images of Earth from this mission to the ones taken back in Apollo, and they were wondering, well, it's different. Well, you know, one thing that they did back then is they used cameras that had film. These were digital cameras this time, and really high-end digital cameras, some of the best that you can get. And so they were taking very clear, very sharp images. And I remember the day when they were doing the flyby, and they had cameras stationed at every window inside the capsule. And they were trading off people who were taking photos and people who were getting cameras ready for them. It was just stunning what they did.
Yeah, and some of the astronauts actually were using, kind of just an unintentional ad for iPhone here, but some of the astronauts were using their iPhones to take pictures. Obviously, back in the 70s, that was not something that existed, Matt.
No. Isn't that one of the benefits of space travel?
That
is the kind of technology that we take for granted now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, and just how much smaller the chips have gotten and everything. And the closest, I mean, again, we've talked about it, was not going a full orbit, but a free return trajectory was still the closest it got to it was about just under 4,100 miles here from the lunar surface, and then coming back fairly quickly here. And it's just amazing. I think it was the first ever solar eclipse from the perspective
Yes.
of
Yes.
the moon, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to see it and it was absolutely amazing. You could see the corona. You could see a little bit like of how the sun flares out when it's completely obscured by another body, and it was very clear. And they're going to learn a lot from that. Even though it was just like a photo, I mean, those photos can give them knowledge about how the sun works its lifetime. And I'm really looking forward to what we can learn from the images that are still being processed.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to that too, Matt. Just kind of thinking about what do you think some of the most important things that they're going to have learned from this mission when it comes to Artemis 3 and Artemis 4? Obviously, kind of testing out the systems, having the crew together, using the Orion capsule. But what are some of the most, obviously making sure that the lines don't get frozen with the toilet, but what are some of the most important things when they kind of look forward to maybe the actual crewed mission to land on the moon? What are some of the big data points you think they're going to be taking away from?
Well, they've learned a lot about the surface and the different places. I mean, at some point, we're not going to be just going to the side of the moon that we face.
Yeah.
We will be. The Artemis 4 is supposed to go close to the south pole of the moon because that's where we believe there is water. Water from comets and other things has collected in the craters and the cavities and the crevices there on the moon. And that water can be used to keep people alive on the moon and in sustained environments. It can be used as fuel for future missions that will go beyond the moon out to Mars. So I think they have a better idea of what is there. And they've also looked at places where, we could eventually land on the back side of the moon, the far side of the moon. And we did have somebody call last week and say, don't call it the dark side.
Yeah, it's just because obviously when we have a new moon, that side of the moon is actually completely lit up. Because we obviously have just always one side of the moon that is that is facing Earth. And it's just really, really fascinating. Just thinking about, I still can't believe it was over 50 years from the last time we left low Earth orbit. But I was just really blown away for the most part how smooth really the mission went and how little there were in terms of problems. It's just a testament to the preparation that the astronauts had been doing over the course of the past years, getting ready for this mission here. And it's still interesting because in the age of, you've got SpaceX, you have Blue Origin. This is still, truly NASA with the SLS and the Space Launch System, sort of that, the government-funded version of space travel, still kind of leading the way in that respect.
Yeah, there was one other hiccup that they did have on the flight. They needed help with Microsoft Outlook.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, that was like the first couple of days. They were not able to get their email properly, so they had to call down to NASA IT and get the Geek Squad on the phone and help them fix that. That's another thing that we're getting from this mission is the communication.
Yes.
It's just how important it is to be in touch with Earth, and not just for information, not just to monitor the mission, just for humanity, just to be able to talk to people.
Yeah.
One of the things that was great was when they did basically a phone call from the Artemis spacecraft to the International. And there were crew members who had been in space. Christina Koch had, I forget what her name is, had a friend, a fellow astronaut who was aboard the International Space Station. They were over on the International Space Station the last time that they were together, and they did spacewalks together. Jessica Meir, I want to say, or Jennifer Meir. I forget. I'm sorry. I don't know this off the top of my head. But it was just cool how they could talk to each other and say things like, "You've got the mango salad. We've got the mango salad too."
Yeah, I know they had better food than what they had on Apollo. Much better food. Yeah, just because obviously it was expected to lose context as they're going around the far side of the moon, but obviously they have problems just like the rest of us here, man. You're not getting the right emails during the mission. So that was really, just fascinating in that respect. But Matt, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking more about what lies ahead for the Artemis program here as we get ready for what's going to be eventually Artemis 3, which is going to be kind of a testing phase. And then, of course, Artemis 4, that planned first lunar landing since Apollo 17. We're going to be talking about all that and more coming up here on You're watching Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. I am your co-host, meteorologist Andrew Brand, my co-host, executive producer Matt Campbell. We've been talking all about the Artemis 2 mission, having the astronauts back here on Earth safely, and for the most part, the mission was a complete smashing success. But now it's time to look ahead a little bit here, Matt. We have got right now the next Artemis mission is Artemis 3 here. Originally, this was supposed to be the mission that actually takes us back to the moon and we land on the moon. But our new NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, changed and actually upped the cadence of launches and wanted to use Artemis 3 here as more of a testing phase for some of these landers. What was kind of the main driving factor here, Matt, for kind of changing the cadence here of these missions as we but still keeping that same date for when we land back on the moon?
They want to make sure that all the equipment works. And the one thing that hasn't been tested, the thing that hasn't been completed, is what we're going to use to land on the moon. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. They've got to make sure that equipment is working. And so they have given the two companies, SpaceX and Blue Origin, time to get one built for next year so they can try these things out. They can move them in space, work when they finally do land. That's one of the big things that they have to do, is they have to make sure that landers are ready, because the only thing you can do if you don't have a lander is to just do another flyby like we just did. So you've got to test out that equipment. You've got to test out EVA equipment. They're going to be making sure, because they're going to be walking on the moon at some point. You have to make sure that those suits work too. That's similar to what they did with Apollo 9 and Apollo 10, those two missions back in the 1960s. They were dress rehearsals for lunar landings. Apollo 9, they used the lunar module in Earth orbit. Apollo 10, they took it down to within 50,000 feet of the moon's surface.
They're like so close. They're like, shouldn't we just go for it? No. But yeah, I remember, because I was trying to think. I know Apollo 10 got extremely close, 50,000 feet here. That's roughly, they're about 10 miles off the surface of the moon here. And one of the interesting things is they're still working on exactly where in Earth orbit they want to test out some of these different landers here with the mission. They're considering low Earth orbit or high Earth orbit here, kind of trying to work that out right now. But it was really interesting for Administrator Isaacman. He's like, hey, we're completely kind of rebooting what we do here. We're actually going to make this work because one of the former NASA administrators, I think during the Trump administration, was like, hey, I don't think it's possible for us to actually land in 2028 here. I think these systems that we're using are extremely complex, and I don't know if we're going to be able to really make this happen here. Jim, I'm sorry if I'm saying his name, Jim Bridenstine was one of those things when he was testifying in front of Congress. He was like, these systems are extremely complex. We've never tested them before. I don't know if it's even possible for us to land in 2028. And I think that was, probably some of the impetus for Administrator Isaacman coming in here after it was confirmed. Right before Artemis 2 was supposed to launch, he did this whole revamp of the missions. And he's like, we want to get back to where we were during the Apollo period, which is we're doing one launch here. Well, actually, during Apollo, I think they were doing more than once a year. But they, at least once a year of testing out and making sure kind of are ready here for going back to the moon. As someone who, loves the space program, I'm sure I'm not quite on your level, Matt, but it's really exciting to know that they are really committed here to getting us back onto the moon by 2028.
They're trying to just test out the hardware to make sure it's ready to go. They don't want to do anything flying by the seat of their pants on this. They want to make sure everything works. Because when they do get to Apollo 4, which is going to be hopefully in 2020.
You mean Artemis 4, a little Freudian.
All right, yes, Artemis. Yeah, forgive me. Artemis 4, when they finally do get to that in 2028, that's when we're finally going to set foot on the moon again.
Yeah, and that's when we're going to sit back on the moon. And then, we start talking about, there's many more kind of in the planning stages after that, Artemis missions after that, where we kind of start getting in this cadence where they want to build up basically a research station on the moon. It's going to be really fascinating to watch that happen. And obviously it's going to take, successive administrations here to be really committed to that goal. That's the thing. You can go through 2028, but then after that, there'll be potentially a new presidency, a new administration, and maybe a new NASA administrator. And it's kind of really the fascinating thing here is, one of the things that still unites people out there is the space program.
Yes.
To kind of get that buy-in and be like, hey, are we actually going to start to maybe build a more permanent presence on the moon? How do we get ready to go in the future? I just think right here, we are right at the beginning, sort of the true, the genesis of this new space program here as we're going to be developing going out in the forward. And that's something I'm personally really excited on that. And I just hope it keeps kind of going on this path of the success that we saw with Artemis.
It will be very important. And this helped because we got to know a lot about these astronauts on Artemis 3. We got to know a lot about them. We got to feel their personality.
Yeah.
Victor Glover was very effusive about his spirituality.
Yep.
That touched a lot of people. Again, just getting out into the space of the moon and the feelings that these people had and sharing, and they were in awe. They were just and one of the things that they said, how does this mission make you feel? What word would you use? Humility.
Yeah.
Was their thing. And if we can keep people excited for this and keep people interested in this, it will get us farther. We have to keep people's interest. We have to tell them why we're doing this.
Yeah.
And, that's one of the things why I wanted to bring up was, we have modern computers because of the space program back in the 1960s and 70s. We have global communications because of the space program back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. All of these things have transferred into our lives, and they were developed because it got its start with the space program.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important.
No, it's extremely important. And again, just for me being the optimist, I just love the idea of humans going farther and farther out, really into the universe here, man. I'm looking online. I don't think they've even announced the crew yet for Artemis 3.
I don't remember. I don't think they have.
I've been doing a little bit of a search here. Yeah, I don't think they'll be I'm very excited to see when they announce actually the astronauts that are going to be Artemis 3, that crucial testing phase of the landers here as we get ready for that. And of course, and then it'll be the big moment when they announce the Artemis 4 astronauts here that are actually planning to land on the moon again. Hopefully, plan is for 2028. So that's going to do it all for us here with this episode of Ground Control. But Matt, it's time for everyone's favorite part of the show. It's time for this week's version of Matt's Fact.
Yeah, and the Matt's Fact this week is going to be about what we were just talking about, how much we get from space programs. The Artemis program is expected to have cost about $100 billion. The Apollo program from 1962 to 1972, about $109 billion. And we spent $199 billion. This is all adjusted for inflation, about $199 billion on the space shuttle, which flew for 20 years. That's where the investment goes. Those are the number facts on that.
Got our accountant here this week.
I thought those are my taxes.
For this week's edition of Matt's Fact. Loved it, Matt. And that's going to do it all for us here on Queen City News Plus. For my co-host here, executive producer Matt Campbell, I am meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We will see you right back here on the episode of Ground Control right here on Queen City News Plus. Take care.
Driver dies after his car goes airborne and then crashes into the Pine Bills Library and Town Hall complex. The aftermath of the crash and how it's now impacting a town business.
I know the rain this morning made for a messy morning drive and tough to get out of bed, but it was much welcome, much needed across the region. And you know what? We have another round set for tomorrow, a couple rounds that could involve some stronger thunderstorms as well. I'm timing that out coming up.
All right, and state lawmakers now open their own investigation into the death of a Charlotte 6-year-old. What officials tell us that they're looking for from both police and social services. Well, good afternoon to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First and four right now, Pine Bills Town Hall and Library remain closed after a car crashed into the building Monday night. So surveillance video that you're looking at here shows the car go airborne moments before plowing into the side of the building, killing the driver. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the aftermath of the wreck.
Outside Pineville's Library and Town Hall, cleanup crews were busy Tuesday picking up dozens of bits and pieces of a car, including a tire after Monday night's crash. This video shows a car go airborne before colliding with the side of the library community room.
I live in Pineville and I just wanted to come down and see where it happened.
Libby White was one of several people who stopped by to check out the aftermath of the crash. It left cracks in the brick, and the Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal's office put notices up saying the building is unsafe to enter.
Neither way coming on the street, it seemed like it could have hit the building without you actually turning the steering wheel, you know. But I had no idea it came across the yard.
Police say the driver was going pretty fast over these railroad tracks, and despite all of the obstacles you see behind me, he did not stop until he was inside the building.
I just can't believe it, honestly. It's just so far. It's at least a football field that the car traveled, and maybe hit a couple things, but there's a lot of other things that it could have hit along the way.
Hannah DeGorder and her son visit the library frequently, but they'll have to use other branches for now, as the building is closed until officials say it's safe to reopen.
There's a terrible car wreck. There was a terrible car wreck, yes.
Police say 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko died even after they tried to save him.
I feel bad for the person that passed away, but I can't imagine going that fast in Pineville.
No details have been released on what led to the crash. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Wow, just scary moments there. All right, let's take a live look here over at South Park.
This is looking at Charlotte from our Hyatt camera. So this morning's wet weather has now cleared out, but there is a chance for some much more needed rain to our area. 61 degrees outside right now. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. So Tara, you're in the Pinpoint Weather Center right now, and we are expecting more showers later tonight and tomorrow morning, or which one?
Yeah, so you got it, Alicia, late tonight. So this is mainly after midnight, kind of really similar timing to when the rain moved in earlier today, too. Even prior to sunrise, like the mountains and foothills first, maybe waking up to some of those loud rumbles of thunder outside. And then it started to overspread more of the Charlotte metro a little bit later in the morning around the drive time. So yes, expecting kind of a similar setup for the next round coming in early tomorrow. How much rain do we pick up? It may seem like a lot more than this, but only a couple tenths of an inch, kind of right around that quarter-inch range according to radar estimates. But notice for you all in the mountains and even down through the foothills a little bit and outside of the higher terrain of, say, Burke and Caldwell counties, even closer to, say, the half-inch range or a little bit more. As we said, the rain is long gone, but the front is still back off to the west, and that has yet to come through for tomorrow. That will bring us the next round of rain and some possible stronger thunderstorms in the afternoon. We have got a cool 63 right now. We're actually warmer up in the mountains, close to 70, some 70s off to the east now that we're breaking out with more sunshine in those areas. So coming up, my Pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you a look at the timing on the next round of rain into tomorrow and when and where we could see some of those stronger storms breaking out. That's heading a few.
Thank you, Tara. Well, tomorrow will mark 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers lost their lives during a shootout in Charlotte's Shannon Park neighborhood. Well, state corrections investigators William Alden Elliott, Samuel Pelosi, Charlotte Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and also Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were all shot and killed while serving a warrant on April the 29th. This happening in 2024. So 4 other officers were also hurt during this shootout, and it's considered one of the darkest days here in Charlotte's history. A Marshall's Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant to Terry Hughes when he opened fire. Hughes was shot and killed by police. In the wake of the shootout, support from all over the country poured in from members of the departments who lost colleagues as well as the Charlotte community. So memorials have now since been established in honor of the 4 law enforcement officers who died. We're also hearing from one of the North Carolina lawmakers who's now requesting a deeper look into the 2025 death of a Charlotte girl. Authorities say the 6-year-old was abused for more than a year before her death. Right now, as reporter Matt Stell discovered, it's actually the state's obligation to find out what went wrong and why apparent signs of abuse were caught and not caught earlier.
I think one of the greatest things we can do as elected officials, as agency officials, is protect and preserve the life of children.
And that's why North Carolina State Representative Alan Chesser and the State House Oversight Committee want answers into the December 2025 murder of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in Charlotte. Officials say the little girl was violently abused by her 3 caretakers and deprived of basic needs like food and clothing for at least a year and a half, eventually leading to her death.
DSS and the whole foster care program there is to promote child safety, child welfare. So whenever we have a tragic death of an individual, we know that there was a failure at some point.
Chesser and the 3 chairs of the committee have now sent letters to CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services, demanding records, reports, and any communications related to Moody's case to see how clear signs of abuse might have been missed after repeated reports that abuse was happening in the home on Gwynn Hill Road.
Our goal is to dig in, figure out where that fail point was, and if there's legislative fix needed to address that failure.
Child abuse experts say social workers missing those signs can happen much more often than we think.
Abusers are really convincing and very manipulative. So I am sure there was a level of manipulation there that caused a DSS worker to think that, there really wasn't anything to be concerned about.
But in this case in particular, Lindbergh says there are some things that just cannot be ignored.
This little girl, I pray, receives justice because she was completely vulnerable and defenseless.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A North Carolina grand jury has now handed up an indictment against former FBI Director James Comey. So he's accused of threatening President Donald Trump on social media. So federal prosecutors now investigating the photo posted by Comey on a North Carolina beach of seashells arranged in a pattern reading 8647. So in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, 86 is slang for to get rid of. And prosecutors are now inferring 47 is in reference to President Trump being the 47th person to hold office. The Department of Justice says this was a call for violence. Comey maintains that he thought it was a political message, not a threat. So this is the second time Comey has been indicted by the DOJ. The last case was thrown out. Members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board now set to vote tonight on the district's proposed budget for next year. Administrators now propose a nearly $2 billion operating budget, with 78% of the funding going towards salaries and benefits. So the plan calls for 3% raises for teachers based on the projected state funding. However, officials say that's not guaranteed because lawmakers have not yet passed a budget. The meeting begins at 6 o'clock. Well, people looking to be able to keep teachers in North Carolina classrooms have a solution: pay them more. A recent report ranks North Carolina toward the bottom of the U.S. for teacher salary. And Queen City News anchor Will Lewis has the details and the anticipated pay raise that teachers could get if a state budget is passed.
It's budget time in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, and Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill knows the key to improving the district is dependent on who is in front of the classroom.
You will see continued priority on the investment in our educators, an investment representing not just a budget allocation, but a value statement that our community believes educators are the most important factor in student success.
In a recent report by the National Education Association, North Carolina ranks 43rd out of 50 states in teacher pay. Hill is hoping to give CMS educators a 3% raise, but she is still unsure of how much money the district will get from the state. Low teacher pay is a main driver behind this week's rally in Raleigh, headed by the North Carolina Association of Educators.
As school districts are getting stretched, our kids are getting less and less of the resources and attention that they need and deserve.
Many districts have canceled class on Friday because of the Kids Over Corporation rally. State legislators haven't passed a budget since 2023, and without it, more teachers could leave the state for a different classroom.
Every single bordering state pays significantly more. But one of the things that we think is really important, and part of the reason why we're having this demonstration, is every single neighboring state also has a higher corporate income tax rate.
88% of teachers' salary depend on state funding, according to CMS, and the total $2.1 billion budget is a slight increase from last year. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
So Gadsden County Schools are joining 2 other local districts in making Friday a teacher workday. Officials say the change is due to a lot of teachers planning to call out so they can attend the protests in Raleigh for higher teacher pay. Classes are also canceled Friday for Kannapolis City schools and Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools.
Well, the rain from earlier today is long gone, and now the sun has been coming out in several of our neighborhoods, including up in the mountains as we're looking live behind me there along King Street in Boone. Temperatures warming up around 70 there. We're going to keep those numbers still on the cooler side as we've got more rain on the way for tomorrow and the possibility of some stronger storms. I'll show you a timeline next.
All right, love to hear it, Tara. So, historic address to Congress, the rare and symbolic moment on Capitol Hill. King Charles pays lawmakers a visit. Plus, a flower that smells like death is blooming in the Queen City, so where and when you can go see it for yourself. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:11, 61 degrees outside. Very dreary out there, of course, because a lot of us experienced the rain this morning. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. The North Carolina State Board of Elections says about 34,000 voters who have died are still listed on voter rolls. So the findings come after officials compared more than 7.3 million records with a federal database. So it's part of a broader effort right now to verify voter eligibility and clean up outdated records, including people who may have moved out of the state or who have died. So the board stresses that this does not mean fraudulent votes were cast, but highlights the need for regular updates. Well, it's a day of diplomacy aimed at emphasizing the bond between the U.S. and the U.K. in the nation's capital. King Charles III addressed a joint meeting of Congress today, and Maddie Beertemple tells us the message of the King's speech.
King Charles was the first British monarch to address a joint meeting of Congress in nearly 4 decades. His message highlighted the friendship between the two nations while acknowledging differences.
His Majesty, Charles III.
In a nearly 30-minute address, King Charles III highlighted the shared values and traditions that tie the U.S. and U.K. together.
Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together.
He recognized the political turmoil straining the relationship.
In times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community.
And addressed the shooting Saturday at the White House Correspondents Association dinner.
Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed.
The King's speech comes in the middle of a 4-day diplomatic push, marking the 250th anniversary of America's independence. Hours earlier, pomp and pageantry at the White House as President Trump and the First Lady welcomed the King and Queen.
What a beautiful British day this is.
In his remarks, the president reflected on the past and looked toward the future.
Our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way.
President Trump didn't attend the speech, but says he was watching from the White House. Tomorrow, the royals head to New York before ending their visit in Virginia. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
Thank you, Maddie, for that. All right, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham now leading a push for a bill to be passed to fund construction of a secure White House ballroom. Graham and other Republicans say that the project is essential to national security after a gunman tried to be able to storm the White House Correspondents Association dinner over the weekend.
But if this is not a wake-up call, what would be? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to introduce legislation that would authorize $400 million to be spent to secure to build the presidential ballroom.
So Graham is now pushing for a military complex beneath the ballroom in case of emergencies. And he says that the cost of the project would be offset by national park user fees and custom fees. Take a live look here over at Beech Mountain. A quiet afternoon after a rainy start to the morning, but don't put away your umbrella just yet. All right, wait for it. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joining me live right now. So, Tara, we could see another round, round two. I mean, this is much needed rain. So many of us, especially just experiencing the drought and everything, it's welcomed. I mean, we know that we need this.
Yes, it was such a nice sight to see. I mean, before the rain over the weekend, it was going on 20 consecutive days without measurable rain in the Queen City. So we had such a dry stretch, and we've been talking about it. I mean, for months now, the extreme and severe drought widespread. So this is not going to end the drought, but definitely helping with that situation here. And beneficial rain coming up for tomorrow morning. And unfortunately, we want the rain. We don't want the threat of severe storms. We could be tracking a few isolated, stronger, and possibly a severe thunderstorm into tomorrow afternoon. So unlike today, when the rain ended for the afternoon, tomorrow it could still be a little turbulent at times going through the afternoon. So we'll be tracking it the whole time along with you here. As we look live over Independence Boulevard heading into East Charlotte, we have some breaks in the cloud deck, some peaks of Carolina blue sunshine, or Carolina blue sky rather, and some sunshine. We're seeing more of that in a few other neighborhoods, so temperatures are responding. Again, it's a clean sweep on radar. No rain coming out of those clouds, even though in some parts of the area with some of that thicker cloud cover, it still looks like maybe it could start to rain at any point in time. But notice on the visible satellite imagery, we have more of the breaks in the clouds happening and some of that sunshine shining down over, say, parts of Highway 74, Anson, Richmond County, down to Chesterfield and Lancaster County and up into the mountains as well. And so temperatures have been a little bit warmer in those parts, close to 70. It saw a 71 degree reading earlier up in Boone. It's warmer there than it is over most of the Piedmont and the Charlotte Metro. Only 63 in Gastonia. Lincolnton's at 62, but then with the help of more sunshine, we've got those high 60s to around 70 there, more to the east of Charlotte. So more Wednesday rain and thunderstorms on the way. Here's a system tracking in from the west. It's a cold front, so you can see all the widespread and heavier rain that will continue to advance in after midnight tonight. So again, it's just not going to be an easy drive weather-wise, getting the kids back to school and heading back to work. Just a messy go of it on the roads tomorrow. So plan for that 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so. Then we see that widespread heavier stuff moving out, and then with the help of a little more sunshine tomorrow afternoon as the actual cold front advances in from the west. At that point in time, we could see some of those stronger storms trying to get going. So tomorrow, chance of showers and storms at any point in time from the morning through the afternoon, early evening. Later we get into the evening, the drier it will be as that system starts to push out. So the severe risk is low, but not zero for tomorrow. It's level 1 out of 5 and covers most of our area here. You can see the darker green, and all modes of severe weather will be possible. Damaging wind gusts and some small sized hail, the two main threats, but we just can't totally rule out a brief spin up tornado as well. So let's check it out on Futurecast through 11 o'clock tonight. Things are still dry, but here we go again after midnight. By 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, mountains, foothills, and even parts of the Piedmont will get some of that widespread heavier rain pushing in from the west through about 8 a.m. or so, and then it starts to lighten up the later we get into the morning. So there's that little bit of a break I was talking about. But as long as we break out with more peaks of sunshine, destabilizing the atmosphere a little more, we could see some of those flare-ups of downpours and a few hit or miss strong or severe thunderstorms, especially from near the I-77 corridor. Charlotte points east through about 6 to 7 o'clock or so tomorrow evening. Not worried about it for tomorrow night, and in fact Thursday, much drier day, back to beautiful sunshine with those temperatures up around 70 or so degrees. And yeah, no major warm-ups on the way anytime real soon. We're going to keep those numbers generally on the cooler side here for a little bit. So we're going to show you that 7-day forecast, and you can see what's going to be happening here after we get that couple tenths of an inch of rainfall with this next round coming in tomorrow. It may seem like a lot more than that, but again, only adding up to a couple tenths of an inch, around a quarter of an inch range like we had today. So there's that 7-day forecast. Temperatures back in the mid to upper 70s. The next couple of days a little bit cooler to wrap up the week, and the weekend, look at that, mid to upper 60s. We get another round of some needed rain for Saturday, much like last weekend. Sunday's a drier half of the weekend, and look how much cooler it's going to get by Sunday morning. Those lows in the low 40s.
Look at that. All right, thank you, Tara, for that. Years of financial issues leads to a North Carolina college filing for bankruptcy. So what's next for students at St. Augustine's University? And you're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, 2 more teenagers are now facing charges in connection with a mass shooting at a North Carolina park. So authorities in Winston-Salem announced charges against 2 16-year-old girls yesterday, Carissa Gomez and also Grady Mendoza Sobrinio. Also, both teens are now charged with adults, are now being held without bond. So 3 other suspects were also arrested last week. Police say that 2 people were killed after 2 teen girls met up at a park to be able to fight. So several other people were also injured in this whole situation. North Carolina University now filing for bankruptcy after years of financial trouble. St. Augustine's University in Raleigh filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy Monday. Court records now show the school now owes between $50 to $100 million to creditors. So in total, there are now more than 20 creditors listed in the university's filing. A Chapter 11 bankruptcy is now filed so an organization such as the university can keep operating while developing a plan to be able to pay off its debts. South Carolina lawmakers now facing increasing pressure to address the state's liquor liability law. Business owners report the cost of required liability insurance has now become just unsustainable. So state law requires businesses that serve alcohol to carry at least $1 million in liability insurance, a measure only put in place after a serious crash involving an uninsured driver. So business owners say that right now those rising costs are now pushing some businesses to the brink at this point, and in some cases forcing them to close. So state senators voted last week to suspend part of the insurance requirement, but the proposal still needs an approval from the House. Low teacher pay in the Tar Heel State. How well North Carolina educators are being paid compared to the rest of the country. And also, Fort Bragg Special Forces soldier accused of using classified intelligence to win a bet. The new developments after he faced a New York judge for the first time. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Of course, you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Pineville's town hall and library remain closed after a car crashed into the building Monday night. The surveillance video you're looking at right here shows the car just go airborne moments before plowing into the side of the building, killing the driver. So Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the aftermath of the wreck.
Outside Pineville's library and town hall, cleanup crews were busy Tuesday picking up dozens of bits and pieces of a car, including a tire, after Monday night's crash. This video shows a car go airborne before colliding with the side of the library community room.
I live in Pineville and I just wanted to come down and see where it happened.
Libby White was one of several people who stopped by to check out the aftermath of the crash. It left cracks in the brick, and the Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal's office put notices up saying the building is unsafe to enter.
Neither way, coming on the street, it seemed like it could have hit the building without you actually turning the steering wheel, you know. But I had no idea it came across the yard.
Police say the driver was going pretty fast over these railroad tracks, and despite all of the obstacles you see behind me, he did not stop until he was inside the building.
I just can't believe it, honestly. It's just it's so far. It's at least a football field that the car traveled, and maybe hit a couple things, but there's a lot of other things that it could have hit along the way.
Hannah DeGorder and her son visit the library frequently, but they'll have to use other branches for now, as the building is closed until officials say it's safe to reopen.
There's a terrible car wreck. There was a terrible car wreck, yes.
Police say 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko died even after they tried to save him.
I feel bad for the person that passed away, but I can't imagine going that fast in Pineville.
No details have been released on what led to the crash. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
All right, taking a live look here over at South Park, Charlotte, from our Hyatt camera. So this morning's wet weather is now cleared out, but there's a chance for much more needed rain coming our way. So Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, so we're expecting more showers later tonight, also tomorrow morning, right?
Yes, we are. So after midnight tonight, Alicia, we're going to start to see that next round of widespread and heavier batches of rain moving through, a few embedded thunderstorms as well. And that's not it. Unlike today, when the rain was pretty much out of here after the morning and through about lunchtime or so, tomorrow afternoon could involve actually some even stronger storms that could be in the mix. So we'll talk all about it here over the next 15 minutes or so. But rainfall totals from earlier today still only adding up, according to radar estimates, to kind of around the quarter-inch range. We had about 1,500s over northern Mecklenburg County, about a quarter of an inch over parts of eastern Lancaster County, and heading into York County, a little more than that, even just over half of an inch of rain reported in some of the higher elevations. But the rain is long gone. Clouds continue to linger here in parts of the area, so still keeping a lid on those temperatures, definitely on the cooler side today with that 63 degrees in the Queen City. But on the visible satellite, we can see more breaks of sunshine in the mountains and areas south and east of Charlotte. So temperatures for you all a little bit warmer. We've got 72 at Cheraw and close to 70, especially earlier we had 71-degree reading up in the mountains at Boone. So more rain and stormy weather on the way. I'll show you a closer look at that timeline coming up in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Tara. Tomorrow will mark 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers lost their lives during a shootout in Charlotte's Shannon Park neighborhood. State corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Pelosi, Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Officer Joshua Iyer, and also Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were all shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29th in 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. It's considered one of the darkest days in Charlotte's history. A Marshall's Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant to Terry Hughes when he opened fire. Hughes was shot and killed by police. And in the wake of the shootout, support from all over the country poured in from members of the departments who lost colleagues, as well as the Charlotte community. Memorials have now since been established in honor of the 4 law enforcement officers who died. A Gastonia man is facing charges in connection with the deadly shooting that happened nearly a month ago. Gastonia police now say Elijah Craig was taken into custody yesterday evening. Now he's charged with murder and attempted murder and is being held in jail without bond. Well, the shooting happened back on April 1st, and police responded to an apartment on Hindway in Gastonia. Officials say 19-year-old Isaiah Wilson was found dead at the scene. An 18-year-old was also injured in the shooting. Now, Craig is also facing a stolen vehicle charge in Mecklenburg County. All right, we're hearing from one of the North Carolina lawmakers right now who's requesting a deeper look into the 2025 death of a Charlotte girl. Authorities say that the 6-year-old was abused for more than a year before her death. And reporter Matt Stell discovered that it's actually the state's obligation to find out what went wrong and why apparent signs of abuse were not caught earlier.
I think one of the greatest things we can do as elected officials, as agency officials, is protect and preserve the life of children.
And that's why North Carolina State Representative Alan Chesser and the State House Oversight Committee want answers into the December 2025 murder of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in Charlotte. Officials say the little girl was violently abused by her 3 caretakers and deprived of basic needs like food and clothing for at least a year and a half, eventually leading to her death.
DSS and the whole foster care program there is to promote child safety, child welfare. So whenever we have a tragic death of an individual, we know that there was a failure at some point.
Chesser and the 3 chairs of the committee have now sent letters to CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services, demanding records, reports, and any communications related to Moody's case to see how clear signs of abuse might have been missed after repeated reports that abuse was happening in the home on Gwynn Hill Road.
Our goal is to dig in, figure out where that fail point was, and if there's legislative fix needed to address that failure.
Child abuse experts say social workers missing those signs can happen much more often than we think.
Abusers are really convincing and very manipulative. So I am sure there was a level of manipulation there that caused a DSS worker to think that, there really wasn't anything to be concerned about.
But in this case in particular, Lindbergh says there are some things that just cannot be ignored.
This little girl, I pray, receives justice because she was completely vulnerable and defenseless.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A Special Forces soldier based at Fort Bragg is pleading not guilty to several charges right now. So Gannon Van Dyke entered the plea in a New York federal court today. He's accused of using classified information from his involvement with the capture of the Venezuelan president to win $400,000 in a prediction market. Van Dyke also posted a $250,000 bond and is due back in court in June. Well, today is Workers' Memorial Day, and the fiance of Charlotte Duke Energy line worker who died after being electrocuted on the job joined community advocates to call for better worker protections. Federal officials say that Zach Jones was one of the 196 North Carolinians who lost their lives on the job in 2024. An OSHA report now also found that Jones should have been given proper equipment by Duke Energy, which would have prevented his death. We'll hear from his fiance coming up on Queen City News tonight at 10. Some members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board are set to be able to vote tonight on the district's proposed budget for next year. Administrators proposed a nearly $2 billion operating budget, with 78% of the funding going toward salaries and benefits. The plan now calls for a 3% raise for teachers based on the projected state funding. However, officials say that is not guaranteed because lawmakers have not passed a budget. The meeting begins at 6 o'clock. People looking to keep teachers in North Carolina classrooms have a solution: pay them more. So a recent report now ranks North Carolina toward the bottom of the U.S. for teacher salary. And Queen City News anchor Will Lewis has the details and the anticipated pay raise teachers could get if a state budget is passed.
It's budget time in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, and Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill knows the key to improving the district is dependent on who is in front of the classroom.
You will see continued priority on the investment in our educators, an investment representing not just a budget allocation, but a value statement that our community believes educators are the most important factor in student success.
In a recent report by the National Education Association, North Carolina ranks 43rd out of 50 states in teacher pay. Hill is hoping to give CMS educators a 3% raise, but she is still unsure of how much money the district will get from the state. Low teacher pay is a main driver behind this week's rally in Raleigh, headed by the North Carolina Association of Educators.
As school districts are getting stretched, our kids are getting less and less of the resources and attention that they need and deserve.
Many districts have canceled class on Friday because of the Kids Over Corporation rally. State legislators haven't passed a budget since 2023, and without it, more teachers could leave the state for a different classroom.
Every single bordering state pays significantly more, But one of the things that we think is really important, and part of the reason why we're having this demonstration, is every single neighboring state also has a higher corporate income tax rate.
88% of teachers' salary depend on state funding, according to CMS, and the total $2.1 billion budget is a slight increase from last year. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Thank you, Will. Gaston County schools are now joining 2 other local districts in making Friday Teacher Work Day. Officials say that the change is due to a lot of teachers planning to call out so they can then attend the protest in Raleigh for higher teacher pay. Classes are also canceled Friday for Kannapolis City schools and also Charlotte Mecklenburg schools. Gaston County commissioners will now consider a potential sales tax to be able to help fund the public school district. So it would be a 1.25% tax, with the money reportedly going into teacher supplements. So it comes as Gaston County school leaders are discussing layoffs and budget cuts. So a group of supporting the education tax is now asking people to attend the county commission meeting that begins at 6 o'clock tonight.
The rain may be over with for now, but we're not totally done yet with the rain chances for the rest of this week. We've got another round on the way for tomorrow morning and the possibility of some stronger, even severe thunderstorms in the afternoon. I'll show you a closer look at that timeline. That's next.
And a dark history in a small town. The Belmont Tour giving folks a spooky trip down memory lane. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:40. Right now, 63 degrees outside. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The city of Belmont is growing and getting lots of visitors, and people can even go for a walk with a local man and hear some wild stories about its past. Queen City News storyteller John Lee explores the dark history of Belmont in Faces of the Carolinas.
Outside Primal Brewery in Belmont.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Things are about to turn.
Yeah, glad y'all made it. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, we just have a little kind of basic liability waiver, like trip and fall.
More like a trip down memory lane with sharp and ominous turns. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Every small town kind of has its secrets.
I love learning about ghosts and history and the grisly parts of the history.
I think that Belmont does still kind of have that small town charm. You guys are going to hear stories of true crime, local history. The best way I can say it, I guess, is unfortunate incidents. And yeah.
Step right up. Longtime resident Jamie Monk goes beyond the postcard image of the city with Dark Belmont walking tours. He talks about fascinating crimes and ghosts.
Some people refer to whatever is in this building as Walter. When you dig a little bit into the past, you oftentimes find things that maybe you didn't quite expect. Obviously, textiles are going to be a big part of Belmont's history.
Dark Belmont is a roughly 1 mile, 1 hour stroll that confirms truth is stranger than fiction.
We're doing history, not current events, so it's nice to be able to put Belmont, in that time and place and be able to answer questions about where Belmont was, not just local history-wise, but in terms of like the big picture.
I said, that looks fun. We like ghost walks and like spooky stories.
Revenge is a dish that's best served cold.
He spills the tea about a bloody encounter between two Climax Mill co-workers on Halloween night, 1975.
Dusty Biggers picked up an axe. And then, and this is maybe the weirdest twist you're going to hear the whole night, he picked up a second axe.
He started doing these tours about a year ago. Jamie's a history teacher at Highland School of Technology in Gastonia.
I have a passion for telling stories, which I think most history teachers do.
And that makes perfect sense considering he sheds light on some of the most horrific headlines in Belmont history.
A young man dies horrible death, and he did.
I love learning about the dark side of Belmont.
I think if you tell the stories the right way and you sort of find like the human side of things, that's what people really relate to.
On the tour, his hometown is his classroom. And if the stories seem intense, well,
you signed up for Dark Belmont.
In Belmont, John Lee, Queen City News.
Good stuff there. All right, so many of the Dark Belmont walking tours, they sell out, but Monk is always adding more. So we're gonna have much more information about his tours and the story on our website at qcnews.com. Check it out. Oh, J. Cole getting involved in World of Soccer. So the rapper and North Carolina native, his record label Dreamville Records has a men's soccer team called Dreamville FC. So the team will play in the soccer tournament in Cary, which will then feature top talent from all around the world. Players will be announced on social media over the next few weeks. The tournament takes place next month. Very exciting stuff, J. Cole. Well, Smelvis, the Titan, has made its debut to the world at UNC Charlotte Botanical Gardens. So the corpse flower is known for its scent, and the odor is compared to decaying flesh. Goes right with John Lee's story, right? A natural strategy to attract beetles and flies for pollination. So the flower is actually expected to be at its peak in the late evening hours. Anyone interested in getting a whiff of the Smelvis can do so at the Botanical Gardens through 11 tonight.
It's really big, too.
It is huge. Yes. I mean, kind of surprising there. All right, looking live here over Uptown from our Arlington camera. Today's wet weather has now cleared out. More rain headed our way. Let's talk about it now with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, this is good news for us, but there is also a threat of severe weather coming tomorrow.
We don't want to see that, obviously. We need the rain without the severe weather. We'll just have to watch for a few hit or miss downpours and maybe some of those stronger storms. It's not going to be a widespread outbreak of severe storms, but something to monitor as we go into the afternoon. We'll be tracking along with you, but just rain mainly, maybe a few rumbles in the mix to start the day tomorrow. So another messy drive into work out there. And yeah, it's a much drier evening drive, obviously, out there today, but that may not be the case everywhere. 24 hours from now, we still could be tracking some of those scattered storms, and still plenty of cloud cover too, helping to keep a lid on those temperatures today for a good part of the Piedmont. Only 63 degrees outside of our studios as we look live from our West Charlotte Tower camera, but you can see some hints of maybe a brighter sky in the distance, and some neighborhoods are seeing a lot more in the way of blue sky and sunshine, more breaks in the cloud deck, like up in the mountains and headed out closer to the sandhills. The rain today only added up to around the 1/4 inch range. We had a little more than that, around 1/2 inch or even a little more up in the mountains, but out of the airport in Charlotte, officially about 19/100 of an inch. So far this month of April, we're trying to get there closer to the 1 inch marker here, but that still keeps us well below the normal amount of rainfall we should have picked up by this point in time in the month. Should be just over 3.5 inches. And check out that yearly deficit since January 1st. We have a deficit going now, which is just over 8 inches of rain. But we're going to get more, a couple more chances tomorrow and then again as we head into the weekend. Dry scan as we look around right now on radar. The lingering scattered showers pushing pretty far away at this point to our south, but we still have that front that will continue its approach from the west, and that's what's bringing us the next round of rain and stormy weather for tomorrow. Only ended up, yes, 63 degrees, the official high today. We'll see if we can increase that just a little more before the sun goes down, breaking out with some more peaks of sunshine. But yeah, definitely well below the average of 77 for this time of the year. We do have 70 out there in Richmond County, Chesterfield County, where it is a little brighter and a little closer to 70 degrees. Nice little warm up today, mid and upper 60s up in the mountains. So this evening, temperatures will be hovering basically not far from where they are right now. Kind of coolish feeling outside before we get the next round of rain and stormy weather coming in for tomorrow. So it's just basically one of those days where it's off and on periods of rain and storms. It's not going to be raining all day everywhere. We'll get some breaks, especially late morning through about the early part of the afternoon before we'll be watching for that chance of a few scattered storms later in the day. 77 degrees with the help of some breaks of sunshine again. Southwest wind at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. So it's a low risk of severe weather tomorrow, but not zero. So we just can't totally rule it out. That's what that darker shading of green shows us, covering most of the area here. And if we do get any stronger storms, main threats are damaging wind gusts. We're talking about 60+ mile per hour wind gusts, maybe some smaller hail, but a brief spin up tornado can't be totally ruled out at the same time. So let's check things out on Futurecast. There we are at 5 a.m. Here comes that swath of just heavy rain outside, maybe waking some of you up out there. Some rumbles of thunder could be in the mix. Breezy conditions. 8 a.m. it starts to move out and it lightens up. That round is out of here, moving off to the east. And so we get that break late morning, early afternoon, but then by 3 p.m. and beyond for a few hours heading into early evening, notice those clusters of storms that could try and break out with enough instability and sunshine in parts of the area, especially from Charlotte points east. And then that moves out. So it's definitely going to be much drier tomorrow night. And Thursday is a totally dry day. But then by late Friday and heading into Saturday, we get the next system that could bring in more showers. Thing is, this is going to come in from the south and west ahead of a warm front. So by Friday night, we could start to see some showers. A lot of the widespread heavier rain may end up staying more south and east of Charlotte, so we'll be kind of right on the edge of some of that shower activity. But still, it's another chance of some of that much needed rain. Sunday is drier and a little bit cooler. Look at that low in the morning, 42.
Brr. Okay. Jacket weather. Thank you, Tara. Struggling to find storage, a new problem Iran is now facing with the U.S. blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. We'll talk about it next. Also, you have to know, you're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. right, in world news now, Iran dealing with an oil storage problem amid the U.S. blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. So officials now say that their export capabilities are now about 25% of what they were before the blockage happened. And Iran's crude oil shipments have now dropped from almost 2 million barrels a day to just over 500,000. So a new analysis by Kepler now says that the country will run out of storage in 12 to 22 days, forcing a production cut that will have a major economic impact, but it's not clear right now if it'll be enough to move peace talks forward. Well, the conflict in the Middle East is impacting gas prices here at home, which have now increased recently. According to AAA, look at this. The current average for a gallon of gas in the U.S. is now at $4.17, up 6 cents from yesterday. North Carolina's average also jumped by 6 cents overnight to $3.94. In South Carolina, a 5-cent increase, with the average now there at $3.86. New on Queen City News Plus. So when it comes to dating, sometimes the one thing you need is a bit of confidence. So the host of Unhinged talked with an expert who's now helping people find their spark before getting back out there.
What about that confidence when you've been on a lot of bad dates online? The confidence to get back out there and be like, okay, I'm going to keep trying, because I think we've all been there where you're just like, I'm good right now.
I am there and I still remain positive because I'm good with me. And I think that when you have that energy that's positive, literally like everything amazing will happen at the right time. And I don't know, I just feel like free right now. I just feel like I'm not concerned about men not necessarily biting at the chance to go out with me, because I am glowing. And literally that's what it comes down to. Taking care of yourself, respecting yourself, valuing yourself, and then the guys will flock.
Okay, I used to say I'm single and loving it. All right, so you can be able to watch this full episode of Unhinged right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app. That sounds like such a great conversation right there, ladies. And you can do this on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 5, low teacher pay in the Tar Heel State. What a new report now reveals about how well North Carolina educators are being paid compared to the rest of the country. And tomorrow marks 2 years since the Shannon Park shooting. How the officers who lost their lives are now being honored, and how communities from across the country have come together to support Charlotte. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. 1 Queen City News. A driver dies after his car goes airborne and crashes into Pineville's library and town hall complex. The aftermath of the crash and how it's impacting town business.
So nice to see some of that rain earlier today. And while we're done with it for now, we're not done with it for the rest of this week. We have another heavier round coming in as early as tomorrow morning. Once again, unfortunately, by tomorrow afternoon, could be tracking a few severe thunderstorms. All the details on that, my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And state lawmakers opened their own investigation into the death of a Charlotte 6-year-old. What officials tell us they're looking for from both police and social services. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at 5, Pineville's town hall and library remain closed after a car crashed into the building Monday night. Surveillance video shows the car going airborne moments before plowing into the side of the building, killing the driver. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the aftermath of the wreck.
Outside Pineville's library and town hall, cleanup crews were busy Tuesday picking up dozens of bits and pieces of a car, including a tire, after Monday night's crash. This video shows a car go airborne before colliding with the side of the library community room.
I live in Pineville and I just wanted to come down and see where it happened.
Libby White was one of several people who stopped by to check out the aftermath of the crash. It left cracks in the brick, and the Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal's office put notices up saying the building is unsafe to enter.
Neither way, coming on the street, it seemed like it could have hit the building without you actually turning the steering wheel, you know. But I had no idea it came across the yard.
Police say the driver was going pretty fast over these railroad tracks, and despite all of the obstacles you see behind me, he did not stop until he was inside the building.
I just can't believe it, honestly. It's so far. It's at least a football field that the car traveled, and maybe hit a couple things, but there's a lot of other things that it could have hit along the way.
Hannah DeGorder and her son visit the library frequently, but they'll have to use other branches for now as the building is closed until officials say it's safe to reopen.
There's a terrible car wreck.
There was a terrible car wreck, yes.
Police say 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko died even after they tried to save him.
I feel bad for the person that passed away, but I can't imagine going that fast in Pineville.
No details have been released on what led to the crash. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
All right, let's take a live look now over South Park, Charlotte from our Hyatt camera. This morning's wet weather has cleared up. You can still see that the clouds are hanging over us. There is a chance for more much needed rain. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, I mean, great, storm that came through this morning. Yeah. We're expecting more showers later tonight or tomorrow morning, right?
Yes, we are, Morgan. Similar timing, too. Most of it starts to move in after midnight, and by the time a lot of you are waking up, getting ready for work or out there on the roads, it's going to be raining pretty good in several of our neighborhoods, like it was maybe for some of you heading out and about if you were up and at it that early this morning. How much rain did we get? Well, according to radar estimates, we were kind of right around that quarter-inch range for most. We had a little less than that, areas around Anson or Richmond County. And again, according to radar estimates, some of your backyard rain gauges may have picked up a little more. And we did see a little bit more piling up in the mountains earlier today, just over ½ of an inch of that rain. All of that is long gone. Any showers pushing off to the south. We just have the leftover cloud cover helping to keep temperatures definitely on the cooler side today. Only 64 right now in the Queen City. But a look at the visible satellite imagery shows more breaks in the cloud deck that have been happening up toward the mountains. You can see more dark areas there and off to the east, Anson, Richmond, Chesterfield County. So temperatures there have been a little warmer, low 70s right now at Cheraw, and even close to 70 up toward the mountains and foothills. Coming up, my Pinpoint Weather Forecast, I'll show you a more specific look at the timing, that track of the next round of rain and the possibility of severe storms tomorrow afternoon. All details in a few.
Tomorrow will mark 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers lost their lives during a shootout in Charlotte's Shannon Park neighborhood. State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Poloche, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29, 2024.
4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. It's considered one of the darkest days in Charlotte's history. A Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant to Terry Hughes when he opened fire. Hughes was shot and killed by police. In the wake of the shootout, support from all over the country poured in for members of the departments who lost colleagues, as well as the Charlotte community. Memorials have since been established in honor of the 4 law enforcement officers who died. We're hearing from one of the North Carolina lawmakers who is requesting a deeper look into the 2025 death of a Charlotte girl. Authorities say the 6-year-old was abused for more than a year before her death. And as reporter Matt Stell discovered, it's the state's obligation to find out what went wrong and why apparent signs of abuse weren't caught earlier.
I think one of the greatest things we can do as elected officials, as agency officials, is protect and preserve the life of children.
And that's why North Carolina State Representative Alan Chesser and the State House Oversight Committee want answers into the December 2025 murder of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in Charlotte. Officials say the little girl was violently abused by her 3 caretakers and deprived of basic needs like food and clothing for at least a year and a half, eventually leading to her death.
DSS and the whole foster care program there is to promote child safety, child welfare. So whenever we have a tragic death of an individual, we know that there was a failure at some point.
Chesser and the 3 chairs of the committee have now sent letters to CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services, demanding records, reports, and any communications related to Moody's case to see how clear signs of abuse might have been missed after repeated reports that abuse was happening in the home on Gwynn Hill Road.
Our goal is to dig in, figure out where that fail point was, and if there's legislative fix needed to address that failure.
Child abuse experts say social workers missing those signs can happen much more often than we think.
Abusers are really convincing and very manipulative. So I am sure there was a level of manipulation there that caused a DSS worker to think that, there really wasn't anything to be concerned about.
But in this case in particular, Lindbergh says there are some things that just cannot be ignored.
This little girl, I pray, receives justice because she was completely vulnerable and defenseless.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A North Carolina grand jury has handed up an indictment against former FBI Director James Comey. He's accused of threatening President Trump on social media. Federal prosecutors are investigating this photo posted by Comey on a North Carolina beach of seashells arranged in a pattern reading 8647. In the Merriam-Webster dictionary, 86 is slang for to get rid of. Some have argued it can imply violence. Prosecutors are inferring 47 is in reference to President Trump being the 47th person to hold office. The Department of Justice says this was a call for violence. Comey maintains he thought it was a political message, not a threat, and eventually took the post down. This is the second time Comey has been indicted by the DOJ. The last case was thrown out. Members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board are set to vote tonight on the district's proposed budget for next year. Administrators proposed a nearly $2 billion operating budget with 78% of the funding going towards salaries and benefits. The plan calls for 3% raises for teachers based on projected state funding. However, officials say that's not guaranteed because lawmakers have not passed a budget. The meeting begins at 6 o'clock. People looking to keep teachers in North Carolina classrooms have a solution: pay them more. A recent report ranks North Carolina toward the bottom of the U.S. for teacher salary. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis has the details and the anticipated pay raise teachers could get if a state budget is passed.
It's budget time in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, and Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill knows the key to improving the district is dependent on who is in front of the classroom.
You will see continued priority on the investment in our educators, an investment representing not just a budget allocation, but a value statement that our community believes educators are the most important factor in student success.
In a recent report by the National Education Association, North Carolina ranks 43rd out of 50 states in teacher pay. Hill is hoping to give CMS educators a 3% raise, but she is still unsure of how much money the district will get from the state. Low teacher pay is a main driver behind this week's rally in Raleigh. headed by the North Carolina Association of Educators.
As school districts are getting stretched, our kids are getting less and less of the resources and attention that they need and deserve.
Many districts have canceled class on Friday because of the Kids Over Corporation rally. State legislators haven't passed a budget since 2023, and without it, more teachers could leave the state for a different classroom.
Every single bordering state pays significantly more. But one of the things that we think is really important, and part of the reason why we're having this demonstration, is every single neighboring state also has a higher corporate income tax rate.
88% of teachers' salary depend on state funding, according to CMS, and the total $2.1 billion budget is a slight increase from last year. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Gaston County Schools are joining 2 other local districts in making Friday a teacher work day. Officials say the change is due to a lot of teachers planning to call out so they can attend the protest in Raleigh for higher teacher pay. Classes are also canceled Friday for Kannapolis City Schools and Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools.
Plan for another wet drive into work and getting the kids back to school tomorrow morning. Once again, I'm tracking yet another round of some heavier rain and possible storms moving in, and potentially another round coming in tomorrow afternoon, which could involve some severe weather. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
A historic address to Congress, the rare and symbolic moment on Capitol Hill as King Charles pays lawmakers a visit. Plus, a flower that smells like death is blooming in the Queen City. Where and when you can go see it for yourself. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Workers at the University City Topgolf are cleaning up thousands of dollars in damage after a driver's weekend joyride. Take a look. Cell phone video shows the incident, which happened early Sunday morning. A man caught on camera driving his vehicle on the range as people were hitting golf balls. A police report says the nearly 10-minute joyride caused $5,000 worth of damage. The suspect is also accused of threatening employees. One witness says he saw the driver at the bar earlier that night.
The bartenders had to cut him off, and obviously they made the right choice. It was pretty surreal. Everybody had to stop and not hit golf balls anymore.
Witnesses say Topgolf employees eventually guided the wayward driver off the range. A spokesperson for the company says the location is back up and running and the nets have been temporarily repaired. The North Carolina State Board of Elections say about 34,000 voters who have died are still listed on voter rolls. The findings come after officials compared more than 7.3 million records with a federal database. It's part of a broader effort to verify voter eligibility and clean up outdated records, including people who may have moved out of the state or died. The board stresses this does not mean fraudulent votes were cast, but highlights the need for regular updates. It's a day of diplomacy aimed at emphasizing the bond between the U.S. and U.K. in the nation's capital. King Charles III addressed a joint meeting of Congress today. Maddie Beertemple tells us the message of the King's speech.
King Charles was the first British monarch to address a joint meeting of Congress in nearly 4 decades. His message highlighted the friendship between the two nations while acknowledging differences.
His Majesty Charles III.
In a nearly 30-minute address, King Charles III highlighted the shared values and traditions that tie the U.S. and U.K. together.
Drawing on these values and traditions time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together.
He recognized the political turmoil straining the relationship.
In times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community.
And addressed the shooting Saturday at the White House Correspondents Association dinner.
Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed.
The King's speech comes in the middle of a 4-day diplomatic push, marking the 250th anniversary of America's independence. Hours earlier, pomp and pageantry at the White House as President Trump and the First Lady welcomed the King and Queen.
What a beautiful British day this is.
In his remarks, the president reflected on the past and looked toward the future.
Our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way.
President Trump didn't attend the speech, but says he was watching from the White House. Tomorrow, the royals head to New York before ending their visit in Virginia. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
All right, you're looking live at Beech Mountain right now. A quiet afternoon after a rainy start to the morning, but don't put that umbrella away just yet. Maybe not the best day to be out on the golf course, unless you're a diehard and you go out regardless. But yeah, kind of rainy out there to play some golf. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. Hey, it's great that we got some rain. It sounds like we have more on the way.
We do.
Hopefully putting a dent in the drought meter.
I mean, a little bit of relief, but it's not going to end the drought or anything like that. So, but we'll just take what we can get, pile up as much as possible here at time of the year. But unfortunately, tomorrow we could be tracking a few stronger storms as we go into the afternoon. So we'll wait and see if we see enough peaks of sunshine popping out and kind of destabilizing things just a little bit more. That could lead to the low chance, but not zero risk of severe weather for a little bit later tomorrow by around 24 hours from now. But we don't have any rain or stormy weather out there right now. And look at that. You can see a little bit of brightening sky in the distance looking live over Independence Boulevard. Still plenty of clouds hanging tough over a good part of the Piedmont and the Charlotte Metro. But others of you have been seeing, like up there in the mountains, Beech Mountain, more breaks of that Carolina blue sky and sunshine today, and allowing temperatures to warm up a little more up that way. And they ended up around 70 up toward Boone today and areas east of Charlotte. Right now, again, dry scan as we look around on radar. And here's a look at that visible satellite imagery. You can see the sunshine and just more of that clearing, the clouds breaking apart anywhere from Asheville there down toward Greenville and Spartanburg, South Carolina, and points east along Highway 74 into Anson, Richmond County, Chesterfield County. So temperatures have responded, and we've got some low 70s out that way, 72 currently at Sherrod, but we're still only at 63 in Chester and Concord and Statesville, 64 degrees in the Queen City, but closer to 70 up in the high country communities right now. So more Wednesday rain and storms ahead. Here's a system coming in from the west. It's cold front, so that's going to help push in some widespread and again heavy batches of rain. A few rumbles of thunder could try and wake you up again early tomorrow morning, and that's in and out pretty quick. So late morning we'll already start to get in on some brief drying before with the actual front starting to push into the Carolinas from the west a little bit later in the afternoon. Again, we could start to be tracking a few isolated spotty downpours and potential for some of those severe storms. So just know that the chance of rain or a thunderstorm is possible just about any point in time tomorrow, from the morning into the afternoon and through about early evening. If we see enough breaks of sunshine, temperatures recover back up into the mid to upper 70s. So here's a look at that severe risk covering most of our area where you see the darker green, level 1 out of 5. So we're not expecting a major outbreak of severe weather, but if any of those stronger storms do develop, damaging wind, hail will be possible, even maybe a brief spin up tornado. We just can't totally rule that out. So let's check it out on Futurecast. Nothing happening through about midnight tonight, but once we move past midnight, look at this round of some heavy rain rolling in by around 6, 7 o'clock or so in the morning. So yes, going to be difficult driving out there on some of the major highways and any roads out there, getting the kids back to school and getting yourself back to work if you're doing that early tomorrow. By 11 a.m., most of it's over and done with. There's a brief dry break before, again, we see some breaks in the clouds, some sunshine helping to heat things up a little bit, and that could help lead to, especially from Charlotte south and east, a few of those isolated, strong and possible severe storms through about 6 p.m. or so. No worries about that tomorrow night, Thursday. Besides maybe a few leftover sprinkles early in the morning, it's back to plenty of sunshine into the afternoon. Rainfall forecast, much like today. Going to expect an additional 1/10 or 2 of an inch, about 1/4 of an inch around the Queen City and off to the east. And then that's it for a couple of days. But by the time we get into the weekend, we'll be tracking another chance of some of that needed rain for you all in the mountains too. There's scattered showers and storms for tomorrow. Thursday is dry, but by late Friday and heading into Saturday, more showers are a possibility moving in from the south. And notice temperatures getting even cooler heading into the weekend. 51 degrees for that high on Saturday. And we're going to be kind of on the cooler side this weekend too, after 70s for a few more days. Only mid to upper 60s for Saturday and Sunday. Check out that low Sunday morning, upper 30s and low 40s. Morgan.
Burr. All right. Thanks, Tara. Years of financial issues leads to a North Carolina college filing for bankruptcy. What's next for students at St. Augustine's University? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Two more teenagers are facing charges in connection with a mass shooting at a North Carolina park. Authorities in Winston-Salem announced charges against two 16-year-old girls yesterday, Carissa Gamez and Greedy Mendoza Soriano. Both teens are charged as adults and are being held without bond. 3 other suspects were arrested last week. Police say 2 people were killed after 2 teen girls met up at a park to fight. Several other people were injured. A North Carolina university is filing for bankruptcy after years of financial trouble. St. Augustine's University in Raleigh filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy Monday. Court records show the school owes between $50 and $100 million to creditors. In total, there are more than 20 creditors listed in the university's filing. A Chapter 11 bankruptcy is filed so an organization such as the university can keep operating while developing a plan to pay off its debts. South Carolina lawmakers are facing increasing pressure to address the state's liquor liability law. Business owners report the cost of required liability insurance has become unsustainable. State law requires businesses that serve alcohol to carry at least $1 million in liability insurance, a measure originally put in place after a serious crash involving an uninsured driver. Business owners say those rising costs are pushing some businesses to the brink and in some cases forcing them to close.
Because they can't make ends meet. We're seeing operators pivot to different concepts that have lower alcohol sales in an attempt to keep their head above water.
State senators voted last week to suspend part of the insurance requirement, but the proposal still needs approval from the House. Low teacher pay in the Tar Heel State, how North Carolina educators are paid compared to the rest of the country. And a Fort Bragg Special Forces soldier accused of using classified intelligence to win a bet. The new developments after he faced a New York judge for the first time. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Pineville's Town Hall and Library remain closed after a car crashed into the building Monday night. Surveillance video shows the car going airborne moments before plowing into the side of the building, killing the driver. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the aftermath of the wreck.
Outside Pineville's library and town hall, cleanup crews were busy Tuesday picking up dozens of bits and pieces of a car, including a tire, after Monday night's crash. This video shows a car go airborne before colliding with the side of the library community room.
I live in Pineville and I just wanted to come down and see where it happened.
Libby White was one of several people who stopped by to check out the aftermath of the crash. It left cracks in the brick, and the Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal's office put notices up saying the building is unsafe to enter.
Neither way, coming on the street, it seemed like it could have hit the building without you actually turning the steering wheel, you know. But I had no idea it came across the yard.
Police say the driver was going pretty fast over these railroad tracks, and despite all of the obstacles you see behind me, he did not stop until he was inside the building.
I just can't believe it, honestly. It's so far. It's at least a football field that the car traveled, and maybe hit a couple things, but there's a lot of other things that it could have hit along the way.
Hannah DeGorder and her son visit the library frequently, but they'll have to use other branches for now, as the building is closed until officials say it's safe to reopen.
There's a terrible car wreck.
There was a terrible car wreck, yes.
Police say 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko died even after they tried to save him.
I feel bad for the person that passed away, but I can't imagine going that fast in Pineville.
No details have been released on what led to the crash. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
All right, turning toward our weather now with a live look over South Park, Charlotte from our Hyatt camera. This morning's wet weather has cleared out, but there's a chance for some more much needed rain. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, we're expecting more showers later tonight or tomorrow evening, right?
You got it. Yes, Morgan. We have the similar timing coming up with this next round of rain. For tomorrow morning, we get one round, heavy at times, could involve a few thunderstorms in the mix too. The difference from today is that tomorrow we could still have a few downpours and storms developing and tracking through into the afternoon and evening, say around this time. So that's a change from today. How much rain did we pick up earlier today? Well, maybe it seemed like a lot more than this, but according to radar estimates, kind of around that quarter-inch range. We had a little less than that, about 1,500 reported in northern Mecklenburg County, about 1/10 of an inch in parts of Anson County and down into sections of upstate South Carolina there, and just over 1/2 of an inch. Some of those higher totals up toward the mountains and down toward the foothills earlier today. All of that rain, as we said, long gone. We still have just the lingering cloud cover, and we still have the front that's back off to the west, a cold front. And so with the approach of that system, that's why we get that next round of showers and storms into tomorrow. Lingering clouds today, keeping temperatures on the cooler side, only 64 right now in the Queen City. That's the highest temperature of the day. But where we have seen more sunshine is off to the east of Charlotte with the low 70s, and up in the mountains too, in the mid upper 60s. I saw a 71-degree reading up in Boone earlier today. So tracking more Wednesday rain and storms, and the change for tomorrow too is that we do have a low risk of severe weather. I'll talk more about that in a few minutes.
Tomorrow will mark 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers lost their lives during a shootout in Charlotte's Shannon Park neighborhood. State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Sam Peloche, Charlotte Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29, 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. It's considered one of the darkest days in Charlotte's history. A Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant to Terry Hughes when he opened fire. Hughes was shot and killed by police. In the wake of the shootout, support from all over the country poured in for members of the departments who lost colleagues, as well as the Charlotte community. Memorials have since been established in honor of the 4 law enforcement officers who died. A Gastonia man is facing charges in connection with a deadly shooting that happened nearly a month ago. Gastonia police say Elijah Craig was taken into custody yesterday evening. He's charged with murder and attempted murder and is being held in jail without bond. The shooting happened back on April 1st. Police responded to an apartment on Hine Way in Gastonia. Officials say 19-year-old Isaiah Wilson was found dead at the scene. An 18-year-old was also injured in the shooting. Craig is also facing a stolen vehicle charge in Mecklenburg County. We're hearing from one of the North Carolina lawmakers who is requesting a deeper look into the 2025 death of a Charlotte girl. Authorities say the 6-year-old was abused for more than a year before her death. As reporter Matt Stell discovered, it's the state's obligation to find out what went wrong and why apparent signs of abuse weren't caught earlier.
I think one of the greatest things we can do as elected officials, as agency officials, is protect and preserve the life of children.
And that's why North Carolina State Representative Alan Chesser and the State House Oversight Committee want answers into the December 2025 murder of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in Charlotte. Officials say the little girl was violently abused by her 3 caretakers and deprived of basic needs like food and clothing for at least a year and a half, eventually leading to her death.
DSS and the whole foster care program there is to promote child safety, child welfare. So whenever we have a tragic death of an individual, we know that there was a failure at some point.
Chesser and the 3 chairs of the committee have now sent letters to CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services, demanding records, reports, and any communications related to Moody's case to see how clear signs of abuse might have been missed after repeated reports that abuse was happening in the home on Gwynn Hill Road.
Our goal is to dig in, figure out where that fail point was, and if there's legislative fix needed to address that failure.
Child abuse experts say social workers missing those signs can happen much more often than we think.
Abusers are really convincing and very manipulative. So I am sure there was a level of manipulation there that caused a DSS worker to think that, there really wasn't anything to be concerned about.
But in this case in particular, Lindbergh says there are some things that just cannot be ignored.
This little girl, I pray, receives justice because she was completely vulnerable and defenseless.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A Special Forces soldier based at Fort Bragg pleaded not guilty to several charges. Gannon Van Dyke entered the plea in a New York federal court today. He's accused of using classified information from his involvement with the capture of the Venezuelan president to win $400,000 on a prediction market. Van Dyke posted a $250,000 bond and is due back in court in June. Today is Workers' Memorial Day, and the fiancé of a Charlotte Duke Energy line worker who died after being electrocuted on the job joined community advocates to call for better worker protections. Federal officials say Zach Jones was one of 196 North Carolinians who lost their lives on the job in 2024. An OSHA report found Jones should have been given proper equipment by Duke Energy, which would have prevented his death. We will hear from his fiancée coming up tonight on Queen City News at 10. Members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board are set to vote tonight on the district's proposed budget for next year. Administrators proposed a nearly $2 billion operating budget, with 78% of the funding going toward salaries and benefits. The plan calls for 3% raises for teachers based on projected state funding. However, officials say that's not guaranteed because lawmakers have not passed a budget. The meeting begins at 6 o'clock. People looking to keep teachers in North Carolina classrooms have a solution: pay them more. A recent report ranks North Carolina toward the bottom in the U.S. for teacher salary. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis has the details and the anticipated pay raise teachers could get if a state budget is passed.
It's budget time in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, and Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill knows the key to improving the district is dependent on who is in front of the classroom.
You will see continued priority on the investment in our educators, an investment representing not just a budget allocation, but a value statement that our community believes educators are the most important factor in student success.
In a recent report by the National Education Association, North Carolina ranks 43rd out of 50 states in teacher pay. Hill is hoping to give CMS educators a 3% raise, but she is still unsure of how much money the district will get from the state. Low teacher pay is a main driver behind this week's rally in Raleigh, headed by the North Carolina Association of Educators.
As school districts are getting stretched, our kids are getting less and less of the resources and attention that they need and deserve.
Many districts have canceled class on Friday because of the Kids Over Corporation rally. State legislators haven't passed a budget since 2023, and without it, more teachers could leave the state for a different classroom.
Every single bordering state pays significantly more. But one of the things that we think is really important, and part of the reason why we're having this demonstration, is every single neighboring state also has a higher corporate income tax rate.
88% of teachers' salary depend on state funding, according to CMS, and the total $2.1 billion budget is a slight increase from last year. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Gaston County commissioners will consider a potential sales tax to help fund the public school district. It would be a 1/4% tax, with the money reportedly going into teacher supplements. It comes as Gaston County school leaders are discussing layoffs and budget cuts. A group supporting the education tax is asking people to attend the county commission meeting that begins at 6 o'clock tonight.
Heading back to school or work tomorrow morning, you're probably going to have to break out the umbrella once again, or the rain jacket, and plan for maybe a few extra minutes for that morning drive with the wet conditions on the roads. Even though it's dry right now, look at that sunshine up along King Street in downtown Boone, warming things up close to 70 today. I'll track the rain when the next round moves in, and the risk of severe weather when we could be seeing that. That's next.
A dark history in a small town, the Belmont tour guide giving people a spooky trip down memory lane. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. The city of Belmont is growing and a lot of visitors. People can even go for a walk with a local man and hear some wild stories about its past. Queen City News storyteller John Lee explores the dark history of Belmont and Faces of the Carolinas.
Outside Primal Brewery in Belmont.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Things are about to turn.
Yeah, glad y'all made it. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, we just have a little kind of basic liability waiver, like trip and fall.
More like a trip down memory lane with sharp and ominous turns. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Every small town kind of has its secrets.
I love learning about ghosts and history and the grisly parts of the history.
I think that Belmont does still kind of have that small town charm. You guys are going to hear stories of true crime
local history. The best way I can say it, I guess, is unfortunate incidents. And yeah.
Step right up. Longtime resident Jamie Monk goes beyond the postcard image of the city with Dark Belmont walking tours. He talks about fascinating crimes and ghosts.
Some people refer to whatever is in this building as Walter. When you dig a little bit into the past, you oftentimes find things that maybe you didn't quite expect. Obviously, textiles are going to be a big part of Belmont's history.
Dark Belmont is a roughly 1 mile, 1 hour stroll that confirms truth is stranger than fiction.
We're doing history, not current events. So it's nice to be able to put Belmont, in that time and place and be able to answer questions about where Belmont was, not just local history-wise, but in terms of like the big picture.
I said, that looks fun. We like gift swaps and like spooky stories.
Revenge is a dish that's best served cold.
He spills the tea about a bloody encounter between two Climax Mill co-workers on Halloween night, 1975.
Dusty Biggers picked up an axe. And then, and this is maybe the weirdest twist you're going to hear the whole night, he picked up a second axe.
He started doing these tours about a year ago. Jamie's a history teacher at Highland School of Technology in Gastonia.
I have a passion for telling stories, which I think most history teachers do.
And that makes perfect sense considering he sheds light on some of the most horrific headlines in Belmont history.
Young man dies horrible death. And he did.
I love learning about the dark side of Belmont.
I think if you tell the stories the right way and you sort of find like the human side of things, that's what people really relate to.
On the tour, his hometown is his classroom. And if the stories seem intense, well,
you signed up for Dark Belmont.
In Belmont, John Lee, Queen City News.
Many of the Dark Belmont walking tours sell out, but Monk is always adding more. We have information about his tours in our story at qcnews.com. J. Cole is getting involved in the world of soccer. The rapper and North Carolina native's record label, Dreamville Records, has a men's soccer team called Dreamville FC. The team will play in Carey's The Soccer Tournament, which will feature top talent from around the world. Players will be announced on social media over the next few weeks. The tournament takes place next month. Smelvis, the Titan, has made its debut to the world at UNC Charlotte Botanical Gardens. The corpse flower is known for its scent. The odor is compared to decaying flesh, a natural strategy to attract beetles and flies for pollination. The flower is expected to be at its peak in the late evening hours. Anyone interested in getting a whiff of Smelvis can do so at the Botanical Gardens through 11 o'clock tonight. I think they like to have fun with the name of the corpse flower every year.
Yeah. And all the people in the video, I don't know if the video is taken when it's actually when you can smell the smell, but no one was like holding
covering their nose. You would think, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to find out, if I want to go view or smell this, but yes. I'll trust the description.
Certainly an interesting looking flower. Yeah,
it is. Yeah. I'm sure it likes today's weather. A little bit of rain never hurt, but we're expected to get more rain. We need the rain. You mentioned earlier, not enough to make a dent in our drought situation, but we'll take all we can get, right?
Exactly, especially this time of the year. This is a time we need to stockpile that rain in the spring season before we get into all the heat and humidity of the summer, and we mostly just count on those hit or miss spotty pop-up storms in the afternoon and evening. And you know what? Some of those we could see some spring-like, some spring-summer-like, however you want to say it there, thunderstorms getting going into tomorrow afternoon and early evening, along with the next round of widespread heavier rain coming in for the morning. We don't have any rain or storms out there right now, and even some breaks of sunshine and blue sky. Not too much as we were looking live there from our West Charlotte tower camera, but up in the mountains and areas east of Charlotte, definitely seeing a little more of that sun today, helping to push temperatures up around that 70-degree mark. But rainfall stats here. Now, so far this month of April, we're trying to climb toward the 1-inch range here. We had about 19/100ths of an inch of rain officially reported out of the airport in Charlotte, but still running behind. Normally at this point, final week in April, we should be piling up just over 3.5 inches. And check out the yearly deficit, which has now grown to just over 8 inches. We're running behind. So yes, definitely more needed. We've been talking about the drought situation, some of those voluntary or mandatory in some cases water restrictions. We've got more coming for tomorrow morning. morning. Dry scan right now as we look around on radar. Still some areas of showers and storms back off to the south and west. We still have that front that has yet to push into the area, and that's what's going to help bring us the scattered showers and storms into tomorrow. Visible satellite shows more of the breaks in the cloud deck there, especially west of Charlotte now. We're seeing more of that sun showing up there toward Hickory and out into Cleveland County, Asheville zone, and areas east of Charlotte along 74 and down into Chesterfield County. So temperatures have responded, but we only made it up so far, 64 for that top reading at the airport in Charlotte, well below the average of 77. We have made it, though, with the help of more of that sun into the low 70s east of town, 69 right now in Morganton, and mid and upper 60s up in the mountains. We'll warm up to about 77 tomorrow afternoon with some more breaks of sunshine after that first round of rain moves out in the morning. And it's going to be one of those days we're just tracking periods of rain and storms, meaning it's not raining the entire day, just all the time everywhere. But we start with the rain in the morning, and then we'll get another round of possible storms in the afternoon. Southwest wind about 5 to 15. But severe risk is low tomorrow, but not zero. Level 1 out of 5, covering most of the area where you see the darker shading of green. If we do get any of those storms popping up, damaging wind gusts, hail, even a brief tornado just can't be totally ruled out. So let's show you the timeline here on Futurecast. 1 o'clock in the morning, still mostly dry, but then here comes that widespread round of heavy rain. Some rumbles of thunder could try and wake you up again if you're still trying to be asleep at 6 a.m., 7 o'clock in the morning. Just a messy go of it out there on the roads. But then that all pushes out there by 9 a.m., 9, 10, 11 o'clock. So we get a little bit of a dry break before, again, some sunshine breaks out. And notice, we don't get the storms trying to fire up everywhere, but hit or miss downpours, a couple of isolated strong to severe storms will be possible, especially from Charlotte, south and east along, say, Union County, Highway 74 zone, Wadesboro, Rockingham, and down toward Chesterfield County through about 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. No worries about that tomorrow night as you go to bed, and Thursday is looking like an overall drier day. Back to some sunshine. But then the rain chances return, so that's some good news. Late Friday into Saturday, we'll get at least some scattered showers trying to work in from the south and west ahead of a warm front. Show you that timeline. So still Friday, plenty of dry time, but by Friday night, we could start to see some of that rain pushing in. And we'll be kind of right on the edge of some of the heavier stuff there and the borderline between the lighter rain and some of the heavier rain to the south. So it's going to try and move up toward the Charlotte metro in the morning on Saturday and then try and push away with the front sliding off to the east in the afternoon. Sunday will be the drier half of the weekend once again. So this is what you're going to be waking up to tomorrow morning with the rainy conditions, just cool outside. 50s to lower 60s tomorrow afternoon. If we see enough of that sunshine, warming up to 77, 75 on Thursday, and dry. We're going to be cooler this weekend, mid to upper 60s. Check out those chilly lows. Waking up Sunday morning, for example, back in the low 40s.
Quite the roller coaster ride. Thanks, Tara. Struggling to find storage, the new problem Iran is facing with the U.S. blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Iran is dealing with an oil storage problem amid the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Officials say their export capabilities are now about 25% of what they were before the blockage. Iran's crude oil shipments dropped from almost 2 million barrels a day to just over 500,000. A new analysis by analytics platform Kepler shows the country will run out of storage in 12 to 22 days, forcing a production cut. That could have a major economic impact, but it's not clear if it will be enough to move peace talks forward.
Oil is shut down, and it's eventually going to be corrosive to the oil production that they're doing, and they don't care about the suffering of their people or even the impact on their industry.
The analysis predicts that Iran will start to really see the financial pressure from the U.S. blockade on its oil in about 3 to 4 months. The conflict in the Middle East is impacting gas prices here at home, which have increased recently. According to AAA, the current average for a gallon of gas in the U.S. is $4.17, up 6 cents from yesterday. North Carolina's average also jumped by 6 cents overnight to $3.94. South Carolina has a 5-cent increase, with the average there now at $3.86. New on Queen City News Plus, when it comes to dating, sometimes the one thing you need is just a bit of confidence. The host of Unhinged talks with an expert who is helping people find their spark before getting back out there.
What about that confidence when you've been on a lot of bad dates online? The confidence to get back out there and be like, okay, I'm going to keep trying, because I think we've all been there where you're just like, I'm good right now. I am there and I still remain positive because I'm good with me. And I think that when you have that energy that's positive, literally, like, everything amazing will happen at the right time. And I don't know, I just feel like free right now. I just feel like I'm not concerned about men not necessarily biting at the chance to go out with me, because I am glowing. And literally, that's what it comes down to. Taking care of yourself, respecting yourself, valuing yourself, and then the guys will flock.
Like a moth to a flame. You can watch the full episode of Unhinged right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 6, lower teacher pay in the Tar Heel State, when a new report reveals about how North Carolina educators are paid compared to the rest of the country. And tomorrow marks 2 years since the Shannon Park shooting, how the officers who lost their lives have been honored, and how communities from across the country have come together to support Charlotte. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, a driver dies after a car goes airborne and crashes into the Pine Hills Library and Town Hall complex. The aftermath of the crash and how it's impacting town business.
Another round of rain down. We had the rain over the weekend, then we had the rain earlier today, and we've got more to go coming in tomorrow morning and possible severe storms that we could be tracking tomorrow afternoon. I'll show you a timeline on that, my Pinpoint weather forecast.
State lawmakers opened their own investigation into the death of a 6-year-old from Charlotte. What officials tell us they are looking for from both police and social services. Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 6 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at 6, Pineville's Town Hall and Library remain closed after a car crashed into the building Monday night. Surveillance video shows the car go airborne moments before plowing into the side of the building, killing the driver. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the aftermath of the wreck.
Outside Pineville's Library and Town Hall, cleanup crews were busy Tuesday picking up dozens of bits and pieces of a car, including a tire, after Monday night's crash. This video shows a car go airborne before colliding with the side of the library community room.
I live in Pineville and I just wanted to come down and see where it happened.
Libby White was one of several people who stopped by to check out the aftermath of the crash. It left cracks in the brick, and the Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal's office put notices up saying the building is unsafe to enter.
Neither way, coming on the street, it seemed like it could have hit the building without you actually turning the steering wheel, you know. But I had no idea it came across the yard.
Police say the driver was going pretty fast over these railroad tracks, and despite all of the obstacles you see behind me, he did not stop until he was inside the building.
I just can't believe it, honestly. It's just it's so far. It's at least a football field that the car traveled, and maybe hit a couple things, but there's a lot of other things that it could have hit along the way.
Hannah DeGorder and her son visit the library frequently, but they'll have to use other branches for now, as the building is closed until officials say it's safe to reopen.
There's a terrible car wreck.
There was a terrible car wreck, yes.
Police say 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko died even after they tried to save him.
I feel bad for the person that passed away, but I can't imagine going that fast in Pineville.
No details have been released on what led to the crash. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
To the weather now as we take a live look over South Park, Charlotte, from our Hyatt camera. This morning's wet weather has cleared out, but there is a chance for much more needed rain. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane of the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, we are expecting some more showers later tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yes, so after midnight tonight, you got it, Brian, and early tomorrow morning. Similar timing to what we had with this round earlier today, where after midnight and a few hours after that, it started to move into the mountains and foothills, maybe waking some of you up living in the higher elevations and even around the Charlotte metro with some of those embedded thunderstorms earlier today. But then it moved out. Now the change tomorrow is that we could be tracking some stronger storms going into the afternoon and evening. So we'll talk all about that coming up. But rainfall totals from earlier today, according to radar estimates, a couple tenths of an inch or so. We had just over half of an inch. Actually, some of those higher totals reported up in the higher elevations, about 1,500ths. Northern Mecklenburg County had about 2/10 of an inch around the airport in Charlotte. And again, similar numbers all around and points east and down to South Carolina. So just looking at some of the lingering cloud cover for now, but the front is still back off to the west, and that's what's going to help spawn the additional rain and stormy weather we're expecting into tomorrow. Visible satellite imagery shows more clearing, more breaks in the cloud deck happening. We've been seeing that since earlier today up across the mountains and south and east of Charlotte. Temperatures have responded, still sitting in the low 70s out towards Cheraw, right at 70 in Richmond County, and even not far from 70 degrees up in the mountains. Warmer in Boone right now compared to the 64 that we still have in Charlotte, 62 checking in Salisbury. But we do have a warmer day tomorrow. Again, unfortunately, that could lead to some more stronger storms, some more intense weather going into the afternoon. I'll show you the timeline on that and more details in my Pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
Tara, thank you. Tomorrow will mark 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers lost their lives during a shootout in Charlotte's Shannon Park neighborhood. State corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Peloche, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29, 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. It is considered one of the darkest days in Charlotte's history. A Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant on Terry Hughes. When he opened fire, Hughes was shot and killed by police. In the wake of the shootout, support from all over the country poured in for members of the department who lost colleagues, as well as the Charlotte community. Memorials have since been established in honor of the 4 law enforcement officers who died. We are hearing from one of the North Carolina lawmakers who is requesting a deeper look into the 2025 death of a Charlotte girl. Authorities say the 6-year-old was abused for more than a year before her death. And as reporter Matt Stell discovered, it is the state's obligation to find out what went wrong and why apparent signs of abuse were not caught earlier.
I think one of the greatest things we can do as elected officials, as agency officials, is protect and preserve the life of children.
And that's why North Carolina State Representative Alan Chesser and the State House Oversight Committee want answers into the December 2025 murder of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in Charlotte. Officials say the little girl was violently abused by her 3 caretakers and deprived of basic needs like food and clothing for at least a year and a half, eventually leading to her death.
DSS and the whole foster care program there is to promote child safety, child welfare. So whenever we have a tragic death of an individual, we know that there was a failure at some point.
Chesser and the 3 chairs of the committee have now sent letters to CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services, demanding records, reports, and any communications related to Moody's case to see how clear signs of abuse might have been missed after repeated reports that abuse was happening in the home on Gwynn Hill Road.
Our goal is to dig in, figure out where that fail point was, and if there's legislative fix needed to address that failure.
Child abuse experts say social workers missing those signs can happen much more often than we think.
Abusers are really convincing and very manipulative. So I am sure there was a level of manipulation there that caused a DSS worker to think that, there really wasn't anything to be concerned about.
But in this case in particular, Lindbergh says there are some things that just cannot be ignored.
This little girl, I pray, receives justice because she was completely vulnerable and defenseless.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A North Carolina grand jury has handed up an indictment against former FBI Director James Comey. He is accused of threatening President Trump on social media. Federal prosecutors are investigating a photo posted by Comey on a North Carolina beach of seashells arranged in a pattern reading 8647. In the Merriam-Webster dictionary, 86 is slang for to get rid of. And the prosecutors are inferring 47 is in reference to President Trump being the 47th person to hold office. The Department of Justice says this was a call for violence. Comey maintains he thought it was a political message, not a threat. This is the second time Comey has been indicted by the DOJ. The last case was thrown out. Well, today is Workers' Memorial Day, and the fiancé of a Charlotte Duke Energy line worker who died after being electrocuted on the job joined community advocates to call for better worker protections. Federal officials say Zach Jones was one of 196 North Carolinians who lost their lives on the job in 2024. An OSHA report found Jones should have been given proper equipment by Duke Energy, which would have prevented his death. We'll hear from his fiancé coming up tonight on Queen City News at 10. Right now, members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board are voting on the district's proposed budget for next year. Administrators proposed nearly a $2 billion operating budget, with 78% of the funding going towards salaries and benefits. The plan calls for a 3% raise for teachers based on projected state funding. However, officials say that is not guaranteed because lawmakers have not passed the budget. And people looking to keep teachers in North Carolina classrooms have a solution: pay them more. A recent report ranks North Carolina towards the bottom in the U.S. for teacher pay. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis has the details and the anticipated pay raise teachers could get if a state budget is passed.
It's budget time in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, and Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill knows the key to improving the district is dependent on who is in front of the classroom.
You will see continued priority on the investment in our educators, an investment representing not just a budget allocation, but a value statement that our community believes educators are the most important factor in student success.
In a recent report by the National Education Association, North Carolina ranks 43rd out of 50 states in teacher pay. Hill is hoping to give CMS educators a 3% raise, but she is still unsure of how much money the district will get from the state. Low teacher pay is a main driver behind this week's rally in Raleigh, headed by the North Carolina Association of Educators.
As school districts are getting stretched, our kids are getting less and less of the resources and attention that they need and deserve.
Many districts have canceled class on Friday because of the Kids Over Corporation rally. State legislators haven't passed a budget since 2023, and without it, more teachers could leave the state for a different classroom.
Every single bordering state pays significantly more. But one of the things that we think is really important, and part of the reason why we're having this demonstration, is every single neighboring state also has a higher corporate income tax rate.
88% of teachers' salary depend on state funding, according to CMS, and the total $2.1 billion budget is a slight increase from last year. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Just some lingering clouds around the Carolinas here early this evening. The rain may be done for now, but it's not done yet for the rest of the week. We've got another couple rounds and possible strong storms developing for tomorrow. I'll show you the track, the timing, and just how much more rain we could get out of that. That's next.
A historic address to Congress, the rare and symbolic moment on Capitol Hill today as King Charles pays lawmakers a visit. Plus, a flower that smells like death is blooming in the Queen City. Where and when you can go see it for yourself. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Workers at the University of City Topgolf are cleaning up thousands of dollars in damages after a driver's weekend joyride. Cell phone video shows the incident, which happened early Sunday morning. A man caught on camera driving his vehicle on the range as people were hitting golf balls. Police report says the nearly 10-minute joyride caused $5,000 worth of damage. The suspect is also accused of threatening employees. One witness says he saw the driver at the bar earlier that night.
The bartenders had to cut him off, and
Obviously, they made the right choice. It was pretty surreal. Everybody had to stop and not hit golf balls anymore.
Witnesses say Topgolf employees eventually guided the wayward driver off the range. A spokesperson for the company says the location is back up and running, and the nets have temporarily been repaired. North Carolina State Board of Elections says about 34,000 voters who have died are still listed on voter rolls. The findings come after officials compared more than 7.3 million records with a federal database. It's part of a broader effort to verify voter eligibility and clean up outdated records, including people who may have moved out of the state or died. The board stresses this does not mean fraudulent votes were cast, but highlights the need for regular updates. It is a day of diplomacy aimed at emphasizing the bond between the U.S. and U.K. In the nation's capital today, King Charles III addressed the joint meetings of Congress. Maddie Beertemple tells us the message of the King's speech.
King Charles was the first British monarch to address a joint meeting of Congress in nearly 4 decades. His message highlighted the friendship between the two nations while acknowledging differences.
His Majesty Charles III.
In a nearly 30-minute address, King Charles III highlighted the shared values and traditions that tie the U.S. and U.K. together.
Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together.
He recognized the political turmoil straining the relationship.
In times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community.
And addressed the shooting Saturday at the White House Correspondents Association dinner.
Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed.
The King's speech comes in the middle of a 4-day diplomatic push, marking the 250th anniversary of America's independence. Hours earlier, pomp and pageantry at the White House as President Trump and the First Lady welcomed the King and Queen.
What a beautiful British day this is.
In his remarks, the president reflected on the past and looked toward the future.
Our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way.
President Trump didn't attend the speech, but says he was watching from the White House. Tomorrow, the royals head to New York before ending their visit in Virginia. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
Let's get back to the weather right now. Take a live look over Beech Mountain. A quiet afternoon after a rainy start this morning. Got a few clouds that are hanging around, and don't put away that umbrella just yet. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me here now. And we could see another round hitting our way possibly later tonight, early tomorrow.
Yeah, we will definitely see it. So after midnight tonight, similar timing to what we had this morning too, where a lot of you are going to be waking up and hearing some of that heavy rain and thunder
too.
Yeah, definitely, and some flashes of lightning. The difference from today for tomorrow is that tomorrow afternoon we could be tracking yet another round of some scattered downpours and a few hit or miss pop-up storms, and some of those could try and turn strong or even severe if we get enough of that daytime heating and sunshine breaking out. So watching for that, just an afternoon to stay weather aware, and we'll be tracking those along with you if they do develop. But as we scan around on radar right now, and we saw that picture over Beech Mountain, we're seeing a little more clearing, no rain showing up, coming out of any of the clouds. I know if you look outside and you're still under some of that thicker cloud cover, it looks like maybe it could start to rain at any moment, but it's not. Visible satellite shows more of that clearing and breaking apart of that overcast sky and cloud deck out there happening east of Charlotte and west up toward the mountains and down through the Asheville zone too. So temperatures are responding. We're still close to 70 in Morganton, mid upper 60s up in the mountains, and we've hit the lower 70s there to the east. Cheraw, friends, at 72. We're right at 70 in Richmond County. Meanwhile, only 64 in the Queen City. That's the best we could do here today. Tomorrow, we get a little bit warmer with the help of the breaks of sunshine rising through the mid and upper 70s. That kind of warmer push directly ahead of this incoming cold front. So we put the track on this, and you can see that first slug of rain, heavy at times coming in. The timing there, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning. Then that moves out. So we'll get in on a bit of a drier break late morning and around lunchtime again, early part of the the afternoon, but as we get into the daytime heating, the extra forcing from that front starting to slide into our area, yes, at that point in time, we could be tracking some of those stronger storms developing. So just know that the chance of showers and storms will be there just about at any point in time tomorrow, from the morning into the afternoon through about early evening, and then everything clears out. No worries about any sort of threat of severe weather into tomorrow night. But tomorrow afternoon, it's a low risk. We're not expecting a widespread outbreak of severe weather, but not zero. It's level 1 out of 5, where you see that darker shading of green, which does include most of our area. If we do get any of those strong storms, damaging wind gusts and hail would be the two main threats, but a brief spin-up tornado just can't be totally ruled out. So let's talk about the timing here. So 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, here it comes approaching from the west, and it's just plastered all that rain all over the map here by 7 a.m., 8 o'clock in the morning, and then it starts to move out, that widespread shield of rain. Just a couple of isolated sprinkles, just some spotty showers expected around lunchtime or so with the lingering clouds. But then you can see by 4 p.m., especially from Charlotte south and east, that's where we had that higher chance of seeing those stronger storms that may develop and move off to the east. And so by 6, 7 o'clock, most of that's over and done with. A couple of showers left over for you all in the mountains, but Thursday, definitely by the afternoon, looking drier once again. But not before giving us an additional couple tenths of an inch of rain, kind of right around the quarter-inch range. So similar numbers to what we had earlier today. Charlotte, areas east, some isolated higher totals, of course, can't be ruled out with some of those downpours moving through. Mountain forecast staying unsettled for another day tomorrow. There's showers and storms, 67 degrees, but then you can see behind that cold front, we do actually get cooler Thursday and Friday, back in the upper 50s, only 52 for you all in the mountains on Saturday, with yet another round of showers on the way. Sunday, everywhere is looking like the drier half of the weekend. So low temperatures tonight, another kind of coolish start, of course, with the rain around too, helping to keep temperatures on the cooler side, 50s to lower 60s, but 77 tomorrow afternoon. Mid-70s Thursday is looking beautiful outside. 70 on Friday. Look at the weekend too, mid and upper 60s. So that's about 10 degrees plus cooler than normal for this time of the year. Early morning temps on Sunday back in the upper 30s and low 40s.
Looking good, Tara. Thank you. Years of financial issues leads to a North Carolina college filing for bankruptcy. What's next for students at St. Augustine's University? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A North Carolina university is filing for bankruptcy after years of financial trouble. St. Augustine's University in Raleigh filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy yesterday. Court records show the school owes between $50 to $100 million to creditors. In total, there are more than 20 creditors listed in the university's filing. Chapter 11 bankruptcy is filed so an organization such as the university can keep operating while developing a plan to pay off its debts. South Carolina lawmakers are facing increasing pressure to address the state's liquor liability law. Business owners report the cost of required liability insurance has become unsustainable. State law requires businesses that serve alcohol to carry at least $1 million in liability insurance, a measure originally put in place after a serious crash involving an uninsured driver. Business owners say those rising costs are pushing some businesses to the brink and in some cases forcing them to close.
Because they can't make ends meet. We're seeing operators pivot to different concepts that have lower alcohol sales in an attempt to keep their head above water.
State senators voted last week to suspend part of the insurance requirement, but the proposal still needs approval from the House. Local teacher pay in the Tar Heel State, how well North Carolina educators are paid compared to the rest of the country. And a Fort Bragg Special Forces soldier accused of using classified intelligence to win a bet with new developments after he faced a New York judge for the first time. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Pineville's Town Hall and Library remain closed after a car crashed into the building last night. Surveillance video shows the car go airborne moments before plowing into the side of the building, killing the driver. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the aftermath of the wreck.
Outside Pineville's Library and Town Hall, cleanup crews were busy Tuesday picking up dozens of bits and pieces of a car, including a tire, after Monday night's crash. This video shows a car go airborne before colliding with the side of the library community room.
I live in Pineville and I just wanted to come down and see where it happened.
Libby White was one of several people who stopped by to check out the aftermath of the crash. It left cracks in the brick, and the Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal's office put notices up saying the building is unsafe to enter.
Neither way, coming on the street, it seemed like it could have hit the building without you actually turning the steering wheel, you know. But I had no idea it came across the yard.
Police say the driver was going pretty fast over these railroad tracks, and despite all of the obstacles you see behind me, he did not stop until he was inside the building.
I just can't believe it, honestly. It's just it's so far. It's at least a football field that the car traveled, and maybe hit a couple things, but there's a lot of other things that it could have hit along the way.
Hannah DeGorder and her son visit the library frequently, but they'll have to use other branches for now, as the building is closed until officials say it's safe to reopen.
There's a terrible car wreck.
There was a terrible car wreck, yes.
Police say 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko died even after they tried to save him.
I feel bad for the person that passed away, but I can't imagine going that fast in Pineville.
No details have been released on what led to the crash. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
To the weather now, take a live look over South Park in Charlotte from our Hyatt camera. This morning's wet weather is cleared on out, but there is a chance for more much needed rain. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane of the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, we are expecting some more showers later on tonight into tomorrow morning.
Yes, we are after midnight tonight, similar to what we had this morning with the timing too. So right around the morning drive time, if not a little bit before that, while you're still trying to be asleep, some of that heavy rain outside or some rumbles of thunder could try and wake you up again. And here's how much we picked up earlier today, according to radar estimates. It was kind of generally around that quarter-inch range. We had a little bit less than that over northern Mecklenburg County, about 1,500s around the northern suburbs, Huntersville, Cornelius, Davidson, about 1/10 of an inch near Wadesboro and Anson County. But then we had some higher amounts up toward the mountains and even a little bit down toward the foothills, around a 1/2 inch of rain or so. The only thing that's left out there right now, just some of that cloud cover, but with some breaks and peaks of a brightening sky and sunshine. But look back off to the west, you can see more areas of rain, and this front has yet to come on through here, and that is what will push in more of that heavy rain at times and possible stronger thunderstorms by tomorrow afternoon and evening. So a look at the visible satellite imagery still shows some of that cloud cover hanging tough over the Piedmont, with more clearing east of town and then up toward the mountains and down into the Asheville area. So temperatures have been a little bit warmer in those parts today, closer to 70. And Morganton, I had 71 degrees earlier up around Boone. They're at 65 right now. And then we've got some lower 70s east of Charlotte, but only 64. That was the best we could do today around the Queen City with all the leftover clouds. So more rain and storms ahead for tomorrow. I'll talk about the threat of severe weather as well and when to expect that. That's ahead in a few minutes.
Tomorrow will mark 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers lost their lives during a shootout in Charlotte's Shannon Park neighborhood. State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Peloche, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29, 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. It is considered one of the darkest days in Charlotte history. A Marshal's Fugitive Task Force was serving the warrant to Terry Hughes when he opened fire. Hughes was shot and killed by police. In the wake of the shootout, support from all over the country poured in for the members of the departments who lost colleagues, as well as the Charlotte community. Memorials have since been established in honor of the 4 law enforcement officers who died. A Gastonia man is facing charges in connection with the deadly shooting that happened nearly a month ago. Gastonia police say Elijah Craig was taken into custody yesterday evening. He is charged with murder and attempted murder and is being held in jail without bond. Well, that shooting happened back on April 1st. Police responded to an apartment on Hine Way in Gastonia. Officials say 19-year-old Isaiah Wilson was found dead at the scene. An 18-year-old was also injured in the shooting. Craig is also facing a stolen vehicle charge in Mecklenburg County. We are hearing from one of the North Carolina lawmakers who are requesting a deeper look into the 2025 death of a Charlotte girl. Authorities say the 6-year-old was abused for more than a year before her death. And as reporter Matt Stell discovered, it is the state's obligation to find out what went wrong and why apparent signs of abuse weren't caught earlier.
I think one of the greatest things we can do as elected officials, as agency officials, is protect and preserve the life of children.
And that's why North Carolina State Representative Alan Chesser and the State House Oversight Committee want answers into the December 2025 murder of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in Charlotte. Officials say the little girl was violently abused by her 3 caretakers and deprived of basic needs like food and clothing for at least a year and a half, eventually leading to her death.
DSS and the whole foster care program there is to promote child safety, child welfare. So whenever we have a tragic death of an individual, we know that there was a failure at some point.
Chesser and the 3 chairs of the committee have now sent letters to CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services, demanding records, reports, and any communications related to Moody's case to see how clear signs of abuse might have been missed after repeated reports that abuse was happening in the home on Gwynn Hill Road.
Our goal is to dig in, figure out where that fail point was, and if there's legislative fix needed to address that failure.
Child abuse experts say social workers missing those signs can happen much more often than we think.
Abusers are really convincing and very manipulative. So I am sure there was a level of manipulation there that caused a DSS worker to think that, there really wasn't anything to be concerned about.
But in this case in particular, Lindbergh says there are some things that just cannot be ignored.
This little girl, I pray, receives justice because she was completely vulnerable and defenseless.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A Special Forces soldier based at Fort Bragg is pleading not guilty to several charges. Gannon Van Dyke entered a plea at a New York federal court today. He is accused of using classified information from his involvement with the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to win $400,000 on a prediction market. Van Dyke posted on a $250,000 bond and is due back in court in June. Today is Workers' Memorial Day, and the fiance of a Charlotte Duke Energy line worker who died after being electrocuted on the job joined community advocates to call for better worker protections. Federal officials say Zach Jones was one of 196 North Carolinians who lost their lives on the job in 2024. An OSHA report found Jones should have been given proper equipment by Duke Energy, which would have prevented his death. We will hear from his fiance coming up tonight on Queen City News at 10. Right now, members of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board are voting on the district's proposed budget for next year. Administrators proposed a nearly $2 billion operating budget, with 78% of that funding going towards salaries and benefits. The plan calls for a 3% raise for teachers based on projected state funding. However, officials say that is not guaranteed because lawmakers have not passed a budget. People looking to keep teachers in North Carolina classrooms have a solution: pay them more. The recent report ranks North Carolina towards the bottom in the U.S. for teacher salary. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis has the details in the anticipated pay raise teachers could get if a state budget is passed.
It's budget time in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, and Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill knows the key to improving the district is dependent on who is in front of the classroom.
You will see continued priority on the investment in our educators, an investment representing not just a budget allocation, but a value statement that our community believes educators are the most important factor in student success.
In a recent report by the National Education Association, North Carolina ranks 43rd out of 50 states in teacher pay. Hill is hoping to give CMS educators a 3% raise, but she is still unsure of how much money the district will get from the state. Low teacher pay is a main driver behind this week's rally in Raleigh, headed by the North Carolina Association of Educators.
As school districts are getting stretched, our kids are getting less and less of the resources and attention that they need and deserve.
Many districts have canceled class on Friday because of the Kids Over Corporation rally. State legislators haven't passed a budget since 2023, and without it, more teachers could leave the state for a different classroom.
Every single bordering state pays significantly more. But one of the things that we think is really important, and part of the reason why we're having this demonstration, is every single neighboring state also has a higher corporate income tax rate.
88% of teachers' salary depend on state funding, according to CMS, and the total $2.1 billion budget is a slight increase from last year. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Gaston County schools are joining 2 other local districts in making Friday a teacher workday. Officials say the change is due to a lot of teachers planning to call out. so they can attend the protest in Raleigh for higher teacher pay. Classes are also canceled Friday for Kannapolis City Schools and Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Right now, Gaston County commissioners are considering a potential sales tax to help fund the public school district. It would be a 1/4% tax, with the money reportedly going into teacher supplements. It comes as Gaston County school leaders are discussing layoffs and budget cuts.
I know it's been a while since we've said this, but we're not actually done with the rain yet after seeing a little bit on Saturday, some this morning. We've got another heavier round coming in for tomorrow morning, but at the same time, possible stronger thunderstorms into the afternoon. All the details next in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
A dark history in a small town. The Belmont tour guide giving folks a spooky trip down memory lane. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. City of Belmont is growing and getting lots of visitors. People can even go for a walk with a local man and hear some wild stories about its past. Queen City News storyteller John Lee explores the dark history of Belmont into Faces of the Carolinas.
Outside Primal Brewery in Belmont.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Things are about to turn.
Yeah, glad y'all made it. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, we just have a little kind of basic liability waiver, like trip and fall.
More like a trip down memory lane with sharp and ominous turns. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Every small town kind of has its secrets.
I love learning about ghosts and history and the grisly parts of the history.
I think that Belmont does still kind of have that small town charm. You guys are going to hear stories of true crime, local history. The best way I can say it, I guess, is unfortunate incidents. And yeah.
Step right up. Longtime resident Jamie Monk goes beyond the postcard image of the city with dark Belmont walking tours. He talks about fascinating crimes and ghosts.
Some people refer to whatever is in this building as Walter. When you dig a little bit into the past, you oftentimes find things that maybe you didn't quite expect. Obviously, textiles are going to be a big part of Belmont's history.
Dark Belmont is a roughly 1 mile, 1 hour stroll that confirms truth is stranger than fiction.
We're doing history, not current events. So it's nice to be able to put Belmont, in that time and place and be able to answer questions about where Belmont was, not just local history-wise, but in terms of like the big picture.
I said, that was fun.
We like gift swaps and like spooky stories.
Revenge is a dish that's best served cold.
He spills the tea about a bloody encounter between two Climax Mill co-workers on Halloween night, 1975.
Dusty Biggers picked up an axe. And then, and this is maybe the weirdest twist you're going to hear the whole night, he picked up a second axe.
He started doing these tours about a year ago. Jamie's a history teacher at Highland School of Technology in Gastonia.
I have a passion for telling stories, which I think most history teachers do.
And that makes perfect sense considering he sheds light on some of the most horrific headlines in Belmont history.
Young man dies horrible death, and he did.
I love learning about the dark side of Belmont.
I think if you tell the stories the right way and you sort of find like the human side of things, that's what people really relate to.
On the tour, his hometown is his classroom. And if the stories seem intense, well,
you signed up for Dark Belmont.
In Belmont, John Lee, Queen City News.
Many of the Dark Belmont walking tours sell out, but Monk is always adding more. We have information about his tours on End Our Story on QCnews.com. J. Cole is getting involved in the world of soccer. The rapper and North Carolina native's record label Dreamville Records has a men's soccer team called Dreamville SC. The team will play in the Carries Soccer Tournament, which will feature the top talent from around the world. Players will be announced on social media over the next few weeks. The tournament takes place next month. Smelvis the Titan has made its debut to the world at UNC Charlotte Botanical Gardens. The corpse flower is known for its awful scent. The odor is compared to decaying flesh, and it's a natural strategy to attract beetles and flies for pollination. The flower is expected to be at its peak in the late evening hours. Anyone interested in getting a whiff of Smelvis, can do so at the Botanical Gardens through 11 o'clock tonight. Or you might want to step outside while you can.
Get some fresh air after smelling
fresh air.
Smelvis.
As we look live over from our Arlington camera over uptown Charlotte. Rain cleared out, but we're going to get some more, Tara, right?
We are tomorrow morning. Similar timing to this morning, where a lot of you waking up or driving in it. Some of that heavier rain moving through, a couple of thunderstorms. The change from today is that tomorrow afternoon could involve yet another round of some scattered showers and even potentially some stronger thunderstorms too. We'll be watching for that. So either way, it is more much needed rain ahead for tomorrow. Again, especially in the morning when the widespread heavier stuff is expected to come on through after the rain earlier today. We're now up to just over 0.8 of an inch for the month of April after Easter weekend rain. That little bit that we had, a few hundredths of an inch on Saturday, and some of the rain earlier today, about 0.2 of an inch or so. But we're still obviously running behind so far this month, and definitely on the year. We have a just over 8-inch deficit going since first day of January. And of course, it's a dry scan out there right now, even though we still have plenty of lingering cloud cover in spots over the Piedmont. Still plenty of breaks and clearing that we're seeing in some communities. Yeah, temperatures have definitely been kept on the cooler side, but no rain expected for the rest of this evening if you're headed out. We do have the showers and storms that continue to move in ahead of the cold front and a warm front here. Area of low pressure back off to the west. We will see that cold front moving through here into tomorrow, and that's what's going to bring us the rounds of scattered showers and storms. So we only made it up to 64 today. That top temperature, that was the best we could do. 77 is the average, so well below that. Definitely cool for this time of the year. 52 was almost on target low temperature this morning. Still most spots in the mid 60s around the Piedmont, but where we have seen more sunshine today, we still got the low 70s off to the east there, Chesterfield and Richmond counties. And we did end up around 70 up in Boone earlier. I saw a 71-degree reading with more sunshine, and still not far from 70 around Morganton and Burke County area. Tomorrow we do get a little bit warmer with the help of more breaks and peaks of sunshine. The thing is, we don't really so much want to see that sunshine because that would keep a little more of a lid on the atmosphere and prevent the higher chance of some strong to severe storms. Not like it's a great chance, but yeah, we want the rain. We don't want any severe weather, and we'll get periods of that into tomorrow. So periods of showers and storms. Just keep the umbrella handy, the rain jacket at any point in time if you're headed out into the afternoon and evening as well. Severe risk is low, but not zero. Level 1 out of 5. You can see the green just plastered on most of the map here. Damaging wind gusts and hail would be the two main threats if we do see any severe storms breaking out. just can't totally rule out the low risk of maybe a brief spin up tornado too. So we'll be tracking those storms, of course, along with you. Not expecting any severe weather in the morning. So this is just mostly rain. A few rumbles of thunder could be out there like we had earlier today through 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so. This round moves out. So we're looking at a little bit of a drier lunch hour here coming up, just a few isolated spot showers. But then by 3, 4, 5 o'clock, mid to late afternoon, early evening, that's when we could start to see some of those blossoming downpours or a couple of stronger storms trying to break out, mainly from Charlotte points east. And so east of 77 is going to be the more favored zone for that. And then Thursday, everything clears out, maybe a couple of sprinkles early in the morning, but back to more sunshine and definitely drier for the afternoon. But it doesn't last long. Late Friday into Saturday, we have more rain chances coming in advance of an area of low pressure and warm front to the south. So by Friday night, we could be tracking more rain moving in from that direction, and then showers overspreading the region here for part of the first weekend in May. So not great for any outside plans, but it may not last all day. By late afternoon and evening, it looks to be a little drier. And once again, Sunday is looking like the drier half of the weekend at this point. All right, so low temperatures tonight, tomorrow morning, waking up to 50s to some lower 60s outside. Another cool start, especially with the rain, of course, hitting about 80 east of Charlotte tomorrow, about 76 in Gastonia, upper 60s up in the mountains. Will be a couple of degrees cooler for Thursday, and especially on Friday, cooler yet. And check out the weekend. Highs only in the mid and upper 60s with those showers for Saturday. Back to sunshine on Sunday, and chilly mornings too early next week.
Tara, thank you. Struggling to find storage. The new problem Iran is facing with the U.S. blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Iran is dealing with an oil storage problem amid the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Officials say their export capabilities are now about 25% of what they were before the blockage. Iran's crude oil shipments dropped from almost 2 million barrels a day to just over 500,000. A new analysis by analytics platform Kepler shows the country will run out of storage in 12 to 22 days, forcing a production cut. That could have a major impact on Iran, but that's not clear if it'll be enough to move forward on the peace talks.
Oil is shut down, and it's eventually going to be corrosive to the oil production that they're doing, and they don't care about the suffering of their people or even the impact on their industry.
Kepler Analysis predicts that Iran will start to really see the financial pressure from the U.S. blockade on its oil in about 3 to 4 months. Conflict in the Middle East is driving up gas prices right now at home. If they have increased dramatically, according to AAA, the average price for a gallon nationwide, $4.17. That's up 6 cents from just yesterday. North Carolina also jumped up 6 cents overnight to $3.94. South Carolina, a 5-cent increase overnight, with the average now at $3.86. New on Queen City News Plus, when it comes to dating, sometimes the one thing you need is a bit of confidence. The host of Unhinged talked with an expert who is helping people find their spark before getting back out there.
What about that confidence when you've been on a lot of bad dates online? The confidence to get back out there and be like, okay, I'm going to keep trying, because I think we've all been there where you're just like, I'm good right now.
I am there and I still remain positive because I'm good with me. And I think that when you have that energy that's positive, literally like everything amazing will happen at the right time. And I don't know, I just feel like free right now. I just feel like I'm not concerned about men not necessarily biting at the chance to go out with me because I am glowing. And literally that's what it comes down to. Taking care of yourself, respecting yourself, valuing yourself, and then the guys will flock.
You can watch the full episode of Unhinged right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Two big guests, two big nights on News Nation. Tonight, Geraldo Rivera joins Katie Pavlich to discuss Saturday's shooting. And tomorrow, the one and only Bill O'Reilly debates with Chris. Starting tonight at 10/9 Central, only on News Nation. To find News Nation, go to newsnationnow.com.
Queen City News has an all-new way to stay connected when we're not live on the air. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. Here's a look at today's lineup on the app. 7 o'clock CSL, 7:30 Order in the Court with Khalif and myself. And then We Are Not Alone at 8 o'clock. Watch it all new on our Queen City News Plus app, Tara.
Here comes the rain again. Not for several more hours, not really until about, say, 5 to 6 o'clock or so tomorrow morning. You can see those rain chances really ramping up. Few storms could be on the stronger side tomorrow afternoon. Thursday's drier, more showers heading into the weekend.
And we need it. All right.
Yes.
Thanks, Tara. See you tonight at 10.
Now, it's CSL, Carolina Sports Live.